try kicking OBS again. Just because it's been difficult. It has been a little bit difficult today, OBS. How about now? Is it coming through yet?
No, it's still saying waiting for GameSmiths.
It's definitely going.
Oh, there we go.
Here we go.
It just kicked in.
I think it's a little mix of OBS and YouTube Studio. But software-wise, I feel like they're not feeling the love that I haven't been streaming. It's August 30th was the last time I streamed. And
oh, wow.
Yeah, so I think there's just a little bit of disappointment on their end. I get it. We all want attention these days, even software. I think I put it down to AI, really causing a bit of a rift in the software community. So as far as programs are concerned, it's a little bit challenging out there. But we have the visuals back up. Sorry about that, guys. I was getting all excited about where we're going, and I'm just flicking screens now because of that, and just a little bit conscious of it. But yeah, if we've got that screen up, we're gonna get into some stuff, and I won't delay it any further because I know we've only got a certain period of time with Lorulean today. And OGO has said, could you possibly lower the background music a bit? I certainly can. How's that? Hopefully we got it. Midna, who's all here? Well, you're here, Midna, so that's what we need. We got Lorulean, myself, OG Oaf, Dan's here, and anyone else who's joined an impromptu, just throwing together Zelda chat is absolutely just, stuff's happening. Look, I don't want to drag it on. We're just going to get on and chat about Zelda stuff. This is Mates Hanging Out, and if you're joining in, cool. Thanks for coming along, and I'm just going to start. Hopefully you're still going to hear everything. I should still have Lorulean coming through, and we're going to just kick off straight into the images. The first one to be discussed today, actually I'll go back. I'll take back a step. Yeah, because we want to show you this probably first. Now, to be fair, the thing that we're looking at here, the first one we're going to cover today is when we were chatting about a lot of lore stuff, and a lot of this is kind of linked to some of the timeline stuff and different theories that have been going out. And I think, sorry if I was to take a step back, and I'm sure Lorulean will back me on this, to preface where we're both coming from, I think at the moment is just feeling like we just want to talk about Zelda cool stuff. And there's probably, I don't know what everybody else's opinion is out there about different things, but we're just really digging, trying to make the connections with all of the material that's out there, and it's just heaps of it, and it's probably a big puzzle, big Rubik's Cube that's a lot of fun to play with. So we kind of, Lorulean sort of sent me something yesterday going, he liked the video, and I was like, that's cool, and he sort of proposed an interesting concept, which he can talk about later, I guess, and how that might play out. But I was very much of the opinion that yes, that 100% that could be the case. And I said, actually, it'd be really cool to chat because I've appreciated his work for a long time. And I said, it'd be good to chat and just bounce that idea off. And I've got one or two things I wanted to bounce off you as well. And what do you reckon? It was about 7 or 8 hours later, and 7 or 8 hours later, probably a few pictures, books, and I had to go straight on from there to basketball coaching. So it was really energizing, good chat, good fun, and we're just talking about, like, with the guys here in the Forge as well, from Rodimus and OGO and Dan, and we're just all into that sort of stuff. So we just thought it would be good to jam, talk about some of this stuff. And one of the things we were talking about was in terms of the books and the Goddess trilogy and creating a champion and stuff, how there's just so much detail and you can miss stuff, but if you look, you can find these little bits of gems and nuggets. And so one of them was, I was pointing out in creating a champion, one of my favorite parts is in the Gerudo area, and I'm just trying to get my keyboard and mouse, so hopefully I don't lose it here. But if you scroll in, see, I said I hope I wouldn't lose it, but if you scroll in, and if I do get Adobe to actually do what it should do and drag across, but kind of won't. I don't know if you can see here, you've got what I like to call the shark lady. It's not a shark lady as such, but she's sort of standing there and it looks like sort of quicksand I don't know what's going on, but there's a chain, and there's almost some signage, and it's just something that I don't know what that plan was for that, but it just looked like it was hilarious and funny at the same time. And I think you were saying it looks like a Georg, didn't you? A little bit.
Yeah, Georg or Georg, yeah, it's
Yeah.
and like sand shark, right? So we've got like the sand seals, and we have Molduga, which are basically like sand whales. And then yeah, it seems like they were playing around with the idea of having some sand sharks, which would have been a lot of fun.
Yeah, which I mean, it's just there's so much of this in here, and this was where I think you can imagine. Probably it's a bit of a perfect storm when you get people who are just nerding out over this stuff, and they're going, "Oh, did you notice this?" And it's like, "Did you notice that?" You can see how time goes real quick, but even on this one little section, and I'm showing you now, as I'm looking at that and pointing out sort of that stuff, and I'm thinking about in the background there, you kind of got, you probably can't see my mouse, but you got looks like a camel, kind of Naburu. And even my wife had pointed out earlier that just below is kind of like, you know how they're in the underground section, and I'm losing it because I'm scrolling too fast. In the underground in Tears of the Kingdom, the sort of display area of the clothes, this particular depiction kind of looks more like the one from Tears of the Kingdom, the Breath in the Wild. It's just how that sort of tweaks. And as we were talking about different things with Lorulean and I, and my gosh, I'm terrible with the mouse, just in the top right corner, you notice this, and I'll hand over to you.
Yeah, so there's this neat little it looks like an entryway to a store or something in Gerudo town. But yeah, the roof tiling and the roof style and the drapery of the fabric and all of that, it it caught my eye, and I have a copy of the book myself, and I've seen every page in there, but there are things like this that, you know, your eye just kind of glances over. And I'm looking at this and I'm like, that kind of looks like the treasure areas where Misko's treasure is stored in all of these, in all the caves. And so I went into the game and I took a look, and yeah, it's very similar. It's not identical, but it's very similar. And so yeah,
It's pretty bang on, mate. Like I know you're saying it's not exact, but I don't know about you. You were describing it. This was where it's funny because I don't know you were talking about specific cultural references of the.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I was just like, to me, that I'm Australian, so that's a summer barbecue tent type thing for me, but it's pretty bang on. That's all I was saying. Is it can't be mistaken for anything else. And when I showed the missus today, she said the same thing. She was like, "Oh, that's the ones from Tears of the Kingdom where you get the chest snaps." Yeah. See, Australians, we're just like, that's the one that you get the chest from. But you know the technical terms, so go for it, mate. Go for it.
All right. So yeah, the particular style of this, let's call it a storage area, it seems to be based on a palanquin. And so for those that don't know, a palanquin is kind of like a mobile lounge or a mobile sitting area. It usually has four sides, whether they're four posts with harder walls or they're drapery and fabric, like in the case of the one we see here. And there's usually either a sled or poles that sort of stick out from the back and the front, where someone could carry, or not someone, a team of people could carry these things, and they'd either have precious cargo, whether that was a prince, a princess, particular items, etc., and they would carry these around, and it's a cultural thing. It's something that's seen a lot in the Middle East, in the East and the Far East. So places like ancient India, southern China. It's a very common trope. It's a very common thing, which is interesting because the Gerudo have a lot of ties, culturally speaking, and conceptually speaking, with a lot of these same groups. Yes, yeah, basically it's a litter. It's a kind of litter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
A litter, yeah.
Yes.
Is sorry, and we got some of the stuff in the chat here coming up as well. So just I should cover that as well, and I haven't got on that.
That's okay.
I just didn't want to talk over the top of but no, bang on, litter. That's what I would have called it. We would have called it Chazwazza over here, but yeah. Anyway, sorry, mate. You
Okay.
go.
Yeah, no, it's all good. So so there's this item, this object looks a lot like this kind of litter, this particular style that's seen in the East in particular, and again ties with the Gerudo. They have a lot of Middle Eastern and Eastern and like subcontinent India themes. There's a lot of Hindu Buddhist themes as well, a little bit of Arabic in there, but they're also originally designed to have been a race of thieves, and Misco is a bandit. So it started to click very quickly in my mind that I was like, maybe Misco's Gerudo. But he's also referred to as with male pronouns, so that brings up a whole new thing because no one has seen a Gerudo male in a long time. I know there's theories that talk about, since Ganondorf's been sealed, no Gerudo males have been born, and it's neither here nor there. None of us really know for sure, but I find it fascinating that there's all of these little ties to the Gerudo. Just looking at the design of this and looking at the backstory of it, and that Misco seems to be a relatively recent phenomenon.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
Very interesting.
And I think that's kind of the part of what we were sort of doing today. So again, can't reiterate enough how this has just been. And I'll tip my hat to Lorulean, by the way, and apologies to the guys in the Forge, because this has just been dropped out of nowhere. This was meant to be me just casually doing my whole, I'm going to jump in and play Tears of the Kingdom in the worst possible way. And I kind of dragged Lorulean in because we had such a good chat about some of this stuff yesterday, and I was like, honestly, this is my favourite part about doing the Zelda stuff, and we were geeking out over stuff like this and noticing it, and he was pointing out the thing about Misco, and it was like, he's saying, well, that, honestly, you know what that means if it's in the Gerudo section. I went, yeah, I know what that means, but honestly, does that contradict the whole male thing? And OGO, for good point, mate, raising, could it be considered to be Gara? And the first one, that's come up in one of my theories, and a few of the guys out there have commented on that and sort of said that they noticed connections to, and I think they come up with the Hyrule map stuff as well, that they noticed connections to, those regions and some of the other games I don't think that's off the cards, because, I mean, I can only speak personally with what I'm sort of taking out of some of the materials that I've been doing on theories, is that there's a wider universe at play in terms of the lore and how it's being interacted with. And I personally feel
Absolutely.
like in Tears of the Kingdom, you're seeing that play out, that you're seeing the fabric of reality actually be, I guess, manipulated in real time from one end of the stream to the other in terms of Zelda in the Ancient Past with Rara and Sonia and Ganon, but also with Link on this end and Fi in the middle. It's kind of like, I joked and said it was like it was being played like an accordion, like Cass, but that's the upheaval to me. The upheaval is literally reality just absolutely being put under pressure by these changes and significant elements. And so if that's the case, and Dan and OGO, if they've theorized about the impacts of like fire and the golden ratio and stuff, there's a lot of supporting evidence for that. And whether you get on board with that or not, look, that's absolutely fine. I guess the point is it's cool to talk about it and have fun and geek out about Zelda. And so that's that's what we wanted to do today, is just like, it's like, well, we're not really prepared, but what if we just jump in and have a chat about the Zelda stuff, and if you guys like it, that'd be good, because we like it and you do too. So cool. Yeah.
Ooh, we have some new folk joining us. Hey, I see Wiz. How's it going, Wiz?
Harder. Minderman. Isn't it every 100 years that one is born? Well, that's the thing, Minderman, like with the whole Gerudo thing, is it's meant to be 100 years one is born, but supposedly in Breath of the Wild and stuff with Calamity Ganon, it's argued that we haven't seen any other male Gerudos because he's been locked under lock and key under the castle. So it begs the question if Misco was of Gerudo heritage, as that would imply. Well, what's happening there? And I'll add one other bit of supporting evidence to that point that Lorulean's raising is, I would argue, why are we selling Vogue clothes in, you're able to get those clothing. I mean, you could argue that, because, we talk about the fact that the Gerudo do go out and they seek partnership as part of, I guess, traditions, and they might come back to the Gerudo town, and maybe that's part of what it is, as well as to try and, I guess, if I married a strong Amazonian Gerudo-esque woman, as they would be, maybe I would want to wear those clothes because they look pretty badass. But it could suggest that there's more there than meets the eye, and it wouldn't be the first time or last time that there's some little hidden clues or prizes or little nuggets of truth that Zelda hides and it gets revealed. And by the way, if you don't think that Nintendo will keep a secret for that long and not share it if it was important, I was literally watching something yesterday about how, things have come out about even a 2-player mode in Super Punch-Out, and it took 28 years to come out. They're not necessarily just going to release information if they think it's a good secret. For some reason, they really like to keep those ones close to their chest. But yeah, I thought this was cool.
Yeah.
I thought this was a really good spot. Okay. All right. Should we go on to the next one?
Yeah, why not?
The next one is inspired by a little transformer known as Rodimus Prime. You may have seen him in the old Transformers movies from the 1980s. He's also featured in the Forge. He hangs out there. He's a pretty cool dude. He likes to share some really interesting builds and things that he does. And, this is a bit of a story about people in the community who spot cool things. And this is Rodimus's theory, by the way. And what he did is he came out from one of the, and I'll just get rid of this image, by the way. I'm realizing that's in the way. Don't want to say that. This was before Tears of the Kingdom come out, and so there was a lot of speculation. At that stage, you're seeing the wall monument, and we don't know who this picture is and what's going on, and we see this strange writing in the wall monument. So everyone was getting really focused on what could that mean, who were the Zonai, what was it all about. That was, absolute hype time, and I ended up getting hit up by Rodimus. Fully excited. He was going absolute spam on it because down in Skyward Sword, under the big Hylia statue, there's the Chamber of the Sword where we initially get the goddess sword, and Mineru introduces it to you with fire, and about there, that's where you're also going to be adding those bits onto the map, and it opens up the sky barrier and stuff. So it's a very important little spot. But Rodimus had noticed in the stonework there that, and hopefully you can see it on the screen, that there was these inscriptions. But what he was able to do was note how particularly they seem to marry up in a similar pattern and a similar candor, if you like, to what we were noticing in Tears of the Kingdom. And he brought it to myself, and I was trying to help out, but I'm useless when it comes to these things. So I tried to ask around and get some help, and I'm going to be 100% honest on this point. It's for a year, I've thrown it out at different points, and I haven't managed to get much luck. And in speaking with Lorulean yesterday, he went, yeah, I can translate that for you. And so he did. And so, again, I'll hand back to yourself, Lorulean.
All right, thank you. The sword chamber text here, we see it mirrored on either side of where the goddess crest would pop up and where the stone tablets would be placed. 3 columns. So it seems to be read, and it is read from top down. First column, then the second, then the third. So the first column on the leftmost side, in ancient Hylian writing, says Din and then Furor. The center one says Hylia and Nehru, and then the rightmost one is kind of the inverse of the first, where it says Faror and then Din, which, I mean, it's just the three goddesses and Hylia, but the fact that Hylia's among them and is in the center is interesting. Very, very interesting.
It's hugely interesting. Well, it's interesting for me because as well, there's sort of stipulated stuff about what is and isn't there. Like we were talking about even about the Triforce, how it works, and it sounds like it's all clear, but it's not 100% clear. And when you're talking about Hylia and the Golden Goddesses, there's the creation story, and then Hylia is charged with the care of the Triforce, but she's a deity level as well. She's at that. But what's the difference? And so to see them on the same stonework. So when you translated that to me, I went, "What? Hylia's there? What?" I thought that was cool. That was just cool for me. And what was even cooler, and again, I'll tip my hat, thank you, Lorulean, was to be able to go back to Rodimus with an answer. I say it was close to a year. It wasn't quite a year because the game came out, and it was probably maybe 6 months, but it felt like a year. I really wanted him to get that answer because he was hyped. He found something cool. It was theory related, and he was buzzed about it. And for me, I know what that's like. Like, you're really excited, you want to share it. And he felt like he found like a key, like it could help crack the Zonai language. And I'm not sure that it has in that sense, but it definitely does give us another insight that's really important in terms of what we're looking at. I see Dan's jumped in. He's saying, Hylia is the absolute value of a person, whether one chooses wisdom over strength or strength over wisdom. Courage exists, and the goodness of Hylia is in the center and present for all, except for Demise, who is good at being evil, I think that says. But yeah, 100% just... And again, thanks, Lorulean, because it's that kind of interpretation, quick skill set to be able to actually just deliver an answer to something that's really significant. It was significant to Rodimus, it's significant to me, it's significant to the guys who are in that Discord group, as well as a community supporting each other, to, you know, that they're valued and their opinion matters, and they found something cool that I would debate has some other interesting takes on it, for me anyway, that it comes into something else that we were talking about yesterday that I won't put on table yet, but certainly, yeah, really cool. Really, really cool.
Yeah. And on the same topic of translating and trying to figure out languages, I just want to say people are still working on trying to translate the Zonai language. Myself, I know of at least another 12 people, even just on my server, who have been dedicated to trying to translate the Zonai language, and I feel like we're getting close, but the fact that it's been this difficult is interesting to say the least.
Yep.
The Sheikah alphabet was cracked by fans just before the game had come out, in fact. Just, you know, we'd seen it in some trailers. We'd seen it in some gameplay footage at like Treehouse Live events. There was the Calamity Ganon tapestry that they had on a poster. All of that, you know, led to the cipher breaking, the cipher code breaking, Herculean efforts of members of the community, you know, cracking it. And yeah, it was an interesting time to be in Discord or on Twitter or on the forums for sure. And I mean, same sort of people, you know, same sort of dedication, you know, working with this. And this language, this cipher, has been excruciatingly difficult to crack. But we feel like we're getting close, and I just want to say, we're getting close, okay?
I think, you know, and I want to buffer that point if I can, for whatever it's worth. I think I'm finding in terms of some of the comments that I see on a video or whatever it might be as well, there's a few different viewpoints about where we're currently sitting in the Zelda world and after Tears of the Kingdom. And it's kind of an interesting time for me as well, because I noticed that when the game came out, or before the game came out, there was just this massive weight or a feeling I felt out there of quite a few people just feeling like there was a big problem because we hadn't seen much, and there was a lack of confidence that it would, like, if we haven't seen it, the game's going to suck. Like, they're not showing it to us because the game sucks. And it was people genuinely concerned, and having grown up with Zelda games, I'm like, no, you'll be cool. That's, if they're not showing us, it's because they want to blow your mind. And then the game come out, and there seemed to be just universal applause and pats on the back, and it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And now that we've gone past the initial flurry rush of it, pun intended, by the way, you're welcome, there's now a bit of a different discourse in terms of whether, some people maybe haven't enjoyed it as much and stuff, and that's fine, and everyone can have their opinions about different aspects. But one of the things that I suppose personally I find challenging is the quip of Nintendo don't care, because it kind of like bugs me a touch a little bit, because I think they do care, and the care that you put into like that language alone, in terms of the fact that you're finding it so hard to break the cipher, means that they've spent a bit of time making it difficult. I think it's actually incorporating some aspects of different things that people wouldn't have considered. I know Dan and I have had a few discussions about some influences. I know I've looked at languages. It's actually got me looking at languages and stuff. But also in terms of just the connection with the amount of material in the game. I know when I've been live streaming that and having a cool crew there, a bunch of the guys have been pointing out references to different games, and it's just everywhere. There's all these different connections and stuff. And I guess for me, I really enjoy being able to see how that weaves through and creates the experience in one game that you can get across a lot of the Zelda games in a sense, but how that might actually have come about and how that might work. And I personally don't want the lore spoon-fed to me and stated without me doing any work, because I enjoy cracking puzzles. That's why I play Zelda. So, I mean,
absolutely.
I just want to put that out there as well, that I get that if you don't like different aspects and stuff, and that's fine, it's opinions, and I'm certainly not here to contradict anyone else's, but if you're looking at me anyway and what I'm doing, and I know speaking with Lorulean as well, I guess what we're about is trying to have fun and enjoy the lore stuff and talk about it, and maybe speculate and have a crack at something. It might not be right, and if it's not right, that's fine. Like, pick holes through it, but don't just pick holes through it and then go that there's no answer and Nintendo don't care, because them just, I don't know, you can do that if you want, but I'd rather have a good time personally, not just like get down on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I agree.
Cool.
It's all about having fun.
Yeah.
And, there's a community of us out there. We can work on things together. We can enjoy the games together or separately. You do you. But
yeah,
it's all there for us. And
for sure.
I personally don't feel like it should be spoon fed. I love going out and talking to all of the NPCs and prompting different bits of dialogue and going over every nook and cranny and finding every cave, and that's what makes it fun.
Yeah, I mean, we were going through even some of the stuff here in Breath of the Wild and Creating a Champion is just off chops in terms of the stuff in the background. One of the ones I think early days I was pointing out some of the stuff up here, like the potential what was it? It was one of the covers, and I think I was saying to you, "Had you seen this? Like, this was my favorite thing doing. Like, it's like, have you seen this? Have you noticed that?" And he's like, "No, I hadn't noticed this." And he was like, "Have you noticed this?" No. Anyway, but this, I think it's one of these coming up soon. That one there. There's a bunch of covers down the bottom here, or potential covers. That one there in particular.
Yeah.
It's hard to see, and I can try and scroll in on it. This is just not important for any particular reason. I just find it fun or weird. But it looks like it's a cover for something that has the Legend of Zelda on it. It's got Link standing there with a sword and he's kind of at the ready, but it looks like Zelda's cactus behind him, like laying down, like she's down for the count, which is just if you hadn't noticed that, that's not got to have any big implication. I'm just looking at it going, what the heck was that? What was that about? What were they thinking? Is that related to Tears of the Kingdom? I don't know, but yeah, this is the kind of cool stuff that if you didn't notice. Another one we noticed and we were talking about was the dragons as well.
Oh yeah, the dragons.
Yeah,
the
I'll
spirit.
just show that quickly because that was funny. And I'll
I
pull
think
it
it's
up and
under.
you go. Yeah,
I think it's under spirits of the land.
yeah, it is. It is. Yeah, got it. This is literally what it was like yesterday. It was kind of fun, and I think that's kind of why I wanted to put it on a live stream or whatever, because if you kind of just wanted some positive, some good vibes and some good energy, man, that chat had it. It was full of it. And that's
Oh
me being
yeah.
full of hot air. Lorulean was pretty factual, but I was full of crap. But I love being
Oh come on
excited.
now.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, so we were talking about this, and I was going with the dragons. I noticed, for example, this guy down here in the bottom right, and he looks a little bit angrier than the rest, a touch. But or I say he, I don't know why I'm saying it's a he, but I don't know. It was just saying that there's some different designs, and you were pointing out over there as well, weren't you?
Yeah. Yeah, so I had noticed these smaller ones up here in the upper right side of the page, which, again, I have a copy of this book. I completely glanced over these and started looking at them, and like their designs are wacky, let me tell you. And it looks like they had designs for four of them at least in this same sort of style.
And I
And
think that's important. Yeah.
we only see three of them in Breath of the Wild, but there is a fourth one in Tears of the Kingdom.
100%, 100%, and that's kind of, we were talking about that and the implications about when things were happening, and what decisions might have been made where. And when you look at that and you see there was designs for four, I think it's pretty clear or reasonable to assume maybe that they knew there was a fourth dragon in play when they're doing Breath of the Wild. Another one I was pointing out, and I've done it in theories in the past, and I won't dwell on it too much, but I can't help myself but point this out again, because it's just, there's no other way of interpreting this particular thing, which is, I think it's about here. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. The sailcloth, or the glider, sorry, and it's like the new glider.
Ooh, the glider, yeah.
And
the
just,
new glider.
it makes me laugh because it was quite. Oh, sorry, I hit the mic. This one's a bit like the GDC, where you saw the arm and it was foreshadowing Link's arm getting damaged, and you see Ganon in the sky, with the castle in the sky, and it's foreshadowing that. And of course, Fujibashi talking about the Hyrule map, which is, he's talking about the caves and the Sky Islands there when they're not part of Breath of the Wild. There's all that foreshadowing. This one was just a clanger for me, where it was like, why are you calling it a new glider? I know somebody pointed out, it was a really good response from somebody on a video, said, well, technically there was a sailcloth and it could be interpreted like that. And I went, yeah, that's a fair call. Maybe that is the thing. It's kind of the tassels or the streamers on these ones that, we know is associated with Tears of the Kingdom. And to me, it implies that there was a glider. They knew there was a glider in Breath of the Wild, and this was the new glider, because they're pointing out how the tassels work. It just seems like, when were decisions made? And of course, this came out in 2018. This came out after Breath of the Wild's released, and I just think, this one did come out after, because it's Creating Champion, but Zelda Encyclopedia came out in 2018 as well. And there's just some details in there, and that's probably another point, just quickly as well. Like with Zelda Encyclopedia, if they didn't care about the lore of the old games or the other games, and they're just leaving it and whatever, we don't care about the timeline, why would you release an encyclopedia with hundreds of pages of detailed facts about every game leading up to that point when you are already releasing that game? It just seems like, to me, a weird thing to do, but you do you. But for me, I don't know, I find it exciting. I'm going to try and make connections with that stuff, because that's what I enjoy doing. But it's kind of cool when you get to bounce that off people and learn something new. And yeah, we're just trying to share that stuff along as we do. But I'll stop dribbling. I'll jump back in here, because we're leading on to another one that you were talking about. And this one we're probably going to see live, because I haven't quite got it ready on my screen. But we're going to go with it. And Lorulean, you guide me. I got no idea where to go.
Yeah, so we're completing the 6 Dragons, which is a side quest related to the Thyphlo Ruins. So it says, display the power of the Sage of Water in the presence of 6 dragons. So, in the corner of the map of Thyphlo Ruins there, you see there's a little pool in the upper left corner of the island there.
Okay, the upper left corner. All right, so I'm going to, because I'm shocking with directions, if anyone's watching me play, you know what I mean.
Yeah, right
so
there. That's where you want to go.
Cool. If you like it, then you should have put a pin on it. That's what Beyonce would have said if she was a Zelda fan. Yep, and so we should just be able to flick it up over here. My amazing gameplay and technique. Hopefully there's no enemies around here so I can get through all right. And
I think there might be a couple of captain constructs, but you should be able to avoid them.
Hopefully, yeah, we should be good. Oh, and that's not, okay, yeah.
And that's
you know
mud.
What? Yeah, I was about to say, it would be funny for me to lose a life on a simple errand. Okay, so I'm in the area. What was the... Oh, there we go.
So you want to grab Sidon.
Yep. Yep. Wait. Just let me get rid of this guy. I can see he's going to interrupt our flow state. So we'll give him a bit of go. There we go. No worries.
Ooh,
thank you very much,
nice.
sir.
Very nice.
Oh, we managed to get the parts. That's good. And all right, so grab Sidon. I'll just make sure I've got him activated because I'm pretty sure I don't. Not for any particular reason other than I tend to do really well without the sages because I'm just very highly skilled at the game. If you've ever watched me play, you'd know that.
All right. So
joke.
with Sidon ready,
get
activate his power.
Yep.
On a weapon of yours, and then go in onto the sort of island there in between all of those dragon heads and just slash.
Okay. All right. So onto the yeah. All right. Come on. Yeah. Let's go. I need your power and ready, set, go. And I did it the wrong way. Excellent.
Nope, that's the right way.
Oh, it did. It worked.
You might have to do a spin attack.
Aha, that would be the problem. Okay, we got it. 3 and boom. Nailed it.
It looks like
there we go.
Activated.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, no, we're good.
Boom.
We're good. Boom, boom. Just checking the comments quickly. OG Oaf, Dan the Man. Maybe the original Golden 3 reason draconification was banned. Yeah, so that's a good comment. Is that based off Dan's theory that people say about the lack of the Triforce. Dan, and I don't want to spell out his theory. You should go check out his channel, subscribe, and watch his video because it's amazing and it's the most underrated video on YouTube as far as I'm concerned. Where was that thing popping up, by the way? I'm just completely...
keep going around the pool on that side.
Around the pool, that side?
Yep.
Should pop up. Cool. Thanks, mate.
Keep going around.
Yeah.
And it should be...
Up. I thought it went... Up there.
Right over there. There we go.
Yep.
It's behind you now.
Oh, it's behind me. Oh, okay. Wait. I think I'm blind as a bat. There we go. Found it. Yeah, most underrated video on YouTube, that one. And it's a theory about the dragons, the existing dragons, because, of course, once Tears of the Kingdom happened, people went, I wonder if that relates to the 3 that we know of. And Dan proposed that that might relate to why you can't see the Triforce in the game, because possibly, maybe the Triforce is related to those 3 dragons. I won't tell you why. You'll have to watch the video to find out. But it was a really good take. And again, it's this kind of like different theories that everyone's sort of popping out there that, you know, worth checking out. And OGO also had a really interesting take on fire and I guess the golden ratio and how that applies. You definitely want to check out the video. It's entertaining and funny funny AF is what the kids call it, which I think means as functional or as for you, I think is what AF means.
Yeah, we'll go with that.
Go with that. Excellent. Right, so we've got that now. We've nailed that particular task. And we're heading back. We're going to avoid that construct because, you know, I don't need to worry about him. I'm awesome. I don't need those parts. Except he's going to come for it anyway. He knows a good thing when he sees it. Excellent. Right. Oh, should I collect them? You know what? ABC. Always be collecting. And we'll head back to the middle. And what's the instruction from here?
All right. So, you may have noticed that the investigate the Thyphlo Ruins side quest, the main one, has updated.
It has. Right. Let's go to the marker, shall we?
So, there's that Hylian fellow that we briefly met before the stream started.
It's highly unlikely he's got some advice for us. My trusty assistant. Okay, cool. Giving it a shot. I thought I could hear a loud noise from deep within the ruins. You heard that too, right? Yeah, of course I did. Totes. That was unsettling. I wonder what might be there. Whoa. Dun, 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 dun,
all right. So yeah, if you
just
go out
here,
that little avenue there,
yeah,
there should be a square platform that's very tall, or on your side
here.
there. Yeah.
Yep. There we go. And
there should be a stairway. Haha.
And you can tell by the way I feel steady walk. I'm a woman's man. No time for talk. Okay, well.
Oh, this is interesting. If you open this chest.
Yes. Okay, let's go. Ooh, okay, so if you haven't played Breath of the Wild, Thyphlo Ruins used to be completely pitch black. It was covered in darkness and weirdly just like in an orb of its own mad darkness. So why was that the case? And now you get to Tears of the Kingdom, suddenly it's not dark anymore. It was just a strange sort of situation. And now we've just gained a brand new weapon, something very important called the Dusk Claymore. That is a very unique weapon. Lorulean, you want to tell us why that's so unique?
Yeah. So this is a renamed Sword of the Six Sages, which was the weapon used by the sages to execute Ganondorf prior to the events of Twilight Princess. It's the same weapon that Ganondorf then took from them, because, of course, our man don't die, and he tried to use that sword to blot out the light. And, yeah, it's an item that we can locate here, here in Thyphlo Ruins, which we'll learn in a minute. We'll learn in a minute as to why it's here, because something very special happened here. This is a very interesting place.
All right, so this is the item you're talking about, I assume? Yep.
Yes, this is the tablet.
All right, let's have a look. Kazul. Hey, I'm not sure what accent to go with here, so I'm just going to roll with it. Hey, hello, hi there. I reckon I'm miles off, but you know, let's go with it. So this is what we're waiting for beneath the ruins. It's not quite Scottish or anything. I should stop. Wait, you found another monolith. Okay, if it was hidden away down here, then there's almost certainly something important written upon it. Oh, my heart is pounding. Shall we read it? Dare we? I think we should. We dare here, allow me. Now, I'll let you read here from here, Lorulean, if you don't mind.
Right. So, a monument to loyalty. Hyrule owes its peace today to the gift that King Rauru gave unto us in his noble feat of imprisoning the Demon King.
Wait, King Rauru? Imprisoning the Demon King? Rauru is named in legend as the first king of Hyrule, and this mention of imprisoning the Demon King, this monolith, is no doubt a chronicle of the imprisoning war. Dun dun dun! My heart won't stop pounding. Let's read on. Okay, Lorulean, back to you.
All right. The great battle ended with a seal, began with support from the sages, each of whom bore a shining secret stone.
Ooh, excellent.
Among these were 4 Hyruleans, loyal warriors all, who hastened to King Rauru's aid as their oaths demanded.
Sorry, just clicking the button wrong.
They are the pride of the peoples of Hyrule. This stone monument is dedicated to the loyalty that will echo through time.
I see. In other words, this ruin is dedicated to the sages who fought with Rauru, the first king of Hyrule. It was built by Hylians afterward. That's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That explains why there was Hyrulean text on the monoliths we found. What a twist! Or what a discovery. I'm astonished to find so profound a secret hidden in these long-buried ruins so full of mystery. I'll stay here for now to analyse what's written on this monolith. Once my heart rate returns to normal, I'll swing by the survey team base in Kakariko and turn my findings into a book. It'll be a bestseller. I can't wait to see the look on their faces. Ahaha! Actually, hold on a sec. Now, he just said ahaha, and I want to call it. I think this he's in charge of the Koroks. But anyway, is this going to be great? He's ecstatic. He's excited. Oh, whoops, I completely forgot to give you a reward. Absolutely. I never could have solved the mysteries of these ruins without you, my assistant. You have my thanks. And for that, we get a large Zonai charge, which never goes astray. Awesome.
Woohoo!
And a big battery. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. Okay, and this too. Oh, bonus. Oh, a diamond. He's the man that keeps on giving. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, this guy is
loaded.
Quest. Let me tell you.
It's a good quest. If you come all this way just to see some ruins, you might be almost as fanatical about Zonai history as I am. We could be, dude. We could be. It is possible. You might be onto it. You might be onto it. So please enjoy these Zonai artifacts I discovered, mementos to remind you of our time working together. Thank you, good sir. Now fear not, since I'll be sticking around a while, you can come back if you'd ever like to talk ruins and relics. In the meantime, happy trails, goodbye, my trusty assistant. And that wraps up the quest. Now, we've got a couple of comments coming there, but in the meantime, Lorulean, do you wanna share your thoughts on that find? What does that mean?
Absolutely. All right, so this monolith, the other monoliths like it that referred to the different sages, the sages of earth, or sorry, not earth, water, fire, lightning, and wind, as well as this one down here, talking about the imprisoning war and King Rauru, were all made by Hylians after the imprisoning war. The fact that our researcher friend there also said that the ruins themselves were built by the Hyruleans and the Hylians after the imprisoning war is interesting because these ruins share the same designs as the typical Zonai ruins we knew of from Breath of the Wild. But as we've been playing Tears of the Kingdom, we've discovered that there's actually an entirely different style, you know, seen in the sky, seen in the depths, etc. That doesn't match it. It's similar basis, but it's very different styling, very different colors, very different everything. So the fact that this ruin was referred to as a Zonai ruin, but the Zonai are gone because after the imprisoning war, as far as we know, the last two Zonai have basically dipped. It kind of suggests that the Hylians themselves took on the mantle of the Zonai culture, and they made some weird, cruder version of their architecture.
Very much so. Yeah.
Very fascinating.
It's extremely fascinating, and it is. Oh wow, my gameplay skills are just on point once again. It is extremely fascinating. It also, and I don't know if I'll cover it today. I was maybe going to, but I think time-wise, because I have certainly made it a bit challenging today time-wise to be able to cover it all. And but there's certainly something I wanted to talk about, a bit of a theory that's contradictory to a lot of the perceptions out there at the moment, and that take on how exactly the Hylians have gone into this situation would flow into that theory. And so that's it's very much it's very much some supporting material that gets you thinking differently, and for I know in terms of what I was thinking about for that particular theory, I think it would support it for sure. And these texts are really interesting, each one of them, as you were saying, when we read them. So the power of the Sage of Wind to the owl protected by many dragons. Display the power of the Sage of Fire to blaze through the space between the two dragons from head to tail. Display the power of the Sage of Water in the presence of the 6 dragons. And we had lastly up there the power of the Sage of Lightning at the end of the long dragon that protects the Mountain of Death. And obviously with those clues, and as was pointed out by Lorulean, you've got the sort of layout here of Thyphlo Ruins. It's relating to the I guess these parts here. This sort of as this is part of a dragon or a serpent, depending on how you want to slice that part. We've got other statuesque... Oh, there's a dragon up there, just as a perspective. But you've got these other dragon-esque representations of those creatures. So the boar or the owl, the dragon, and they were traditionally, as we understood, representations of the Triforce by the Zonai, and ruins in the Faron region more so. And yet, when we look at the map of Hyrule, we're up there in Thyphlo Ruins, and generally the Zonai were down here mainly. But that was the thing; they weren't just down there, were they? They were populating things around the place, and we knew that we had mazes, for example, that were littered across the map. And now in Tears of the Kingdom, those mazes seem to extend as well, which is it's intriguing, but the connections have been made between the Zonai and Sheikah, and in terms of the Hylians, and seeing what's come out of this table is fascinating. So it's a huge find and really interesting and really good one to talk about. And I'll hand back to you because I know that there was another thing, because you were talking about in general the topic, and what we were saying for you was about our interpretation of Thyphlo Ruins and the Zonai before Tears of the Kingdom, like what we knew from Breath of the Wild and what we know now. And so, if I said that to you like that, how would you summarize that take? That how we viewed it, what's the past perception and what's the new perception, and how has that changed in summary for you?
For myself, I mean, I had a lot of different theories about how the Zonai would be presented. And I feel like I got on the nose in a few cases, but was also very off the mark in others.
Yeah, and which is bound to happen. Yeah.
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 But I was very, very surprised and very excited to see what we got with Tears of the Kingdom, and honestly, it seems to have made them even more mysterious. Like, there's so much more about them that we don't know. There's so many new questions that have been raised that I'm still asking myself and trying to find answers for, that I don't know if they'll ever come. But the point here with Thyphlo Ruins in particular, the fact that, again, this particular style is the style that we were aware of in Breath of the Wild. It's their typical, like their signature, right? But now we're being told that, okay, this particular style was built by the Hylians after. And then, so if we go to the Zonai Ruins now in Tears of the Kingdom, there's actually...
I'll head down there.
It's really interesting. Yeah, let's head down there.
Down in the Faron. Is there? I was just thinking, what would be the closest
the best
one?
Place, the best one to get to it from is the one closest to the Dea Skyview Tower, above the Spring of Courage.
That would be that one there.
Yeah,
we'll jump out there and fly towards Jacoza River. That direction, yep.
Yeah.
Cool. No worries. On my way.
Okay.
Actually, it's kind of good having a guide. I'm not gonna lie. It's helping me stay on target, that's for sure. I'll just touch on the comments quickly in fast travel. So OGO, if you notice the arch like carving on the walls, if I remember correctly, it's vaguely similar to the wall design in Skyward Sword. Yeah, good point. The Ancient Cistern, but also Castletown and Twilight. Yeah, I'd agree with that. The Hyruleans need to explain how they translated Zonai. That's an interesting call, Dan. Don't use it on a kite. I have a theory on that I think is going to answer that. I think it might actually answer a lot, given the opportunity to voice it and not have everybody instantly go, "You're crazy." It's a pretty cool take. I'm excited about that theory because I actually think it might be right, and it's one of those ones that feels weird, and usually they're the ones that actually, for me anyway, have worked out to be pretty right. And it's just, again, it comes from a different take on the game and what you interpret and how you play it, but it also links very much in with, I guess, what we've been talking about in terms of trying to create those connections and realizing that there is actually a lot more behind it if you're willing to take the time to maybe connect that piece up with another part of another game or something, and how it's been interpreted. But that doesn't necessarily, and someone will go, yeah, but you're just, I get this a lot where someone will go, you're just looking into things that aren't there, and it's like, well, but yes, I'm looking into things that are there and trying to make connections and stuff, but
exactly.
I could not do that and then not do a video and then not talk about Zelda and then, I don't know, just be miserable doing spreadsheets and stuff all day. I wouldn't mind just doing that in my own time, so if I want to, I might just do that anyway, if that's cool with you guys. But yeah, here we are. Right. We're in the
let's head on down there.
All right, now, I know that there's a couple of specific. Was there one? Did you want to go?
Actually,
just down to the right,
if you go right down into the central area there.
The hub.
Yeah, into the hub.
into the middle of town. Yep.
Yeah. On your right, so directly ahead of you now, because you've kind of turned around.
Yeah, I tend to do that. Sorry about that.
Maybe you're left now.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
There should be a large, long, tall tower of a dragon and
that one there?
Light. Yeah.
There we go.
That's the one. So, looking at the exterior and then also the interior of this particular location, you'll see that it's actually the marble white stone and the stylings of the sky ruins of the Zonai. But the exterior is the same stuff that we see at Thyphlo Ruins.
So this is the exterior here, and that's that's the more greenish, to clarify, that's the more greenish type of, it looks, what we would associate, I'd think of it kind of like a very foresty kind of green, mossy, Zonai ruin technology. But then here, and this is the difference, the marble white Zonai swirl-esque, cleaner. But it is very much the same Zonai material, but it's same but different, as they would say.
Yeah. So, and then if you're inside, you see it's all that marble gray, marble white, and it's less adorned. There's a mural there, there's a couple of little dragon heads and figures here and there, but for the most part, it's very plain and unadorned. If we go back to the entrance of the space, directly below the dragon statue itself, right in between the two lights.
Okay. So
you can ascend.
Okay. Wait. Okay. Wait. So just in the middle bit here. Okay. Gotcha. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah. You can use ascend and go straight up to the top. You might have to adjust it a little bit, but you should be able to go right up.
No, got it. Nice. Oh, and I know exactly what you're coming to point out here.
Yeah. So.
Rockstar, basically.
Yes. Yeah. So
I'm
we
trying
see
to...
this tower of a horn sticking up out of the top of the statue, and it's the same white as the pieces underneath, but it's separate from this green, and you see it's actually broken through the green rock. So the green rock is only like a veneer. It's a, it looks like maybe 6, maybe 7 inches worth of sort of a stone exterior that they put over top of all of this.
Yeah.
And there's actually a few instances of this where we see throughout this area, and this particular statue might actually have it in another location if we are able to sort of climb down its face.
Yep.
I know it's raining though, so you might slip.
Yeah, I may have just slightly already slipped, but that's okay. I'll totally just it's gonna constantly rain, isn't it? Oh, maybe I can just pop back up there, or maybe I'll ascend and try to come back down again slower.
Yeah, try ascending again.
Might be the way to go, because if you've ever seen me climb in this game, that's not going to work out well for anybody. We could be here for quite some time, so yeah, we'll go with the sand. Froggy armor, good point, Dan. I should try the froggy armor. I've never used it as much, because I only just finished it. That was the last stream. Literally, I got the froggy armor. It's a good point. So, alright, I'm just going to try the climb down. Which, by the way, I read an article, and some of the articles out there, crazy stuff. There was the least, what was it, the most useless things in Tears of the Kingdom. One of them that has commonly been referred to is the climb down button.
Stop right there.
Perfect.
Oh, no.
No, I'm good. I'm good. Oh, come up a little bit.
So you can see that
That's
there's
the capping.
Sections of the... Yeah, it's a capping. And just before you fell, there was actually a piece around the mouth where you can see the original dragon statue underneath.
All right, let's see if we can get that.
Yeah, if you can climb back up, it's fine.
Yeah. Just trying to I'm trying to get the froggy armor.
Okay.
Taking some advice from Dan, because what happens when I don't take advice from Dan is I pay for it. So I've learned just listen to Dan. It's like my wife. If my wife tells me to do something, I just do it. It works out better for me. Don't jump piece. Though. Oh yeah, it was too. Oh, I didn't wear the leggings. What the? You
went to go hit the headpiece and it went down to another piece. There you go.
Yeah, that would be. Like I said, the skills on offer when I play are definitely second to none. Any percent, I don't know what that means speedrun wise, but any percent I take to mean I can do anything, and that's the percentages are high that it will go wrong.
Chris Houlihan joins. Hello, Chris.
Mr. Chris, how are you, dear sir? Welcome, and wait, let me try and see if I can get this right. Konnichiwa, Chris-san. Dozo yoraku. Did I get it? It's not. I mean, nice to meet you is probably a bit stupid to say because I've met you before, but was that all right? Did I pull that out of nowhere? Was that actually? You know Japanese a bit as well, don't you?
I do.
Was that okay?
Just a smidge.
It was all right. It was a bit rough.
That was pretty good. I would say that was pretty okay. Like for people who are just learning it, I think that was pretty okay.
Thank you kindly. All right, so we're checking out I'm just under the mouth, and I feared to move. Shall I slip? So I'll just try and angle the camera as best I can. Is that?
If you can move to your left,
about there. If I leave it there, hopefully you can see it.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. So we can see the stonework underneath, and we see this on a few of these statues here. Yeah, they literally just covered over all of these ruins, which is weird and fascinating, and I'd love to know why. Like, was it some sort of protective thing? Was it rewriting history? Like, what's the deal? I don't
Yeah,
know. But it gives me lots of questions. And
for sure.
yeah, so we see that here. So the Zonai ruins
Oh, very
clearly
much there.
originally belonged to the Zonai, but yeah, they got covered over by the Hylians, the same Hylians who ended up building the Thyphlo Ruins by the looks of it. And yeah, the one other location we see this, and it's really, really cool,
Yeah.
is Tobio's Hollow.
Okay.
And so Tobio's Hollow has one of the few original entrances to the depths, which the Zonai appeared to have used with their technology.
Okay.
But unfortunately, it's very difficult to teleport directly there. The best place to go is Dragon's Head Island up in the sky, and then fly over to Tobio's Hollow.
Okay, Dragon's Head Island. I'm just trying to remember
It's
where.
just around the Thunderhead Isles in the Faron
There
Sky.
we go. Yep, thank you. Right, so if I go from there, if I might actually place a marker first. If I sail off from the top, where are we shooting for?
If you follow those islands there, the little ones facing off from the side of the Dragon's
Tobio's
Head.
Hollow. Oh, so we basically want to head there.
Tobio's Hollow.
Nailed it. Yep. That's teamwork. We've got it. Awesome sauce. Okay, we're on our way. Sweet. All right, so Dan's saying probably protective. They need to remove access to the Dragon's Head Isles, and they were the dragons that would safeguard the access to Mineru. Dan just he's dropping rocks. That's not a bad top
That's
of the.
not a bad take at all.
No, I'd pay that. I would very much pay that. And do you know what's funny, actually, Dan? I got a real sort of interesting twist on the whole Skyward Sword thing, which we've talked about before. And we were talking about it yesterday, and I was saying about the whole thing with Hylia and sending, in the story of Skyward Sword, she sends her chosen people skyward, and it bugged me for the longest time because it kind of felt like favoritism, because the other tribes are still down there and they have to fight the war, and you're going to have kids, Goron kids, or whatever. It just feels like, well, how come the Hylians are looked after and stuff? But it occurred to me that part of that could also be that if she sent everybody up, Demise would have been aware, because it wasn't just them that went up, was it? It was also the Triforce. But also she, as Lorulean were talking about it, the reincarnation and what she would have been predicting. She also had to look after her potential reincarnation bloodline, and obviously who would reincarnate as the spirit of the hero. So it was actually about protecting the Triforce and the reincarnations that would be there to fight the future evils for Hyrule that she knew would come down the line. And I guess why that relates to what you're talking about there with Mineru and protecting those aspects is this. It seems to be a very common trope that is recurring, and I'm talking about it there in terms of Skyward Sword, this prediction or understanding of the future and what's coming and protecting it. But there's also, what I've picked up as well with some of that, is there's a sacrifice that generally goes along with that as well. And certainly, it's why were things done, and it doesn't make sense, and you just think maybe it's arbitrary or it's a mystery we'll never solve. But you're talking about the capping and protection there, and it makes sense if you need to do that, because it then starts to unpick. As you unpick those little knots, it starts to actually add up that maybe that was for a reason, because of something that happens down the line. And I think that's the joy of talking about this stuff, is actually being able to connect and go, wait a minute, that actually makes sense. It didn't make sense before, but now we can make sense of it, and it's magic. It's good stuff. All right, here we are.
So here we are. Now, right here, this little pillar in the center of the platform before you, you can see the stonework underneath and the stonework on top. And if you take a look, there's actually Zonai writing on part of that pillar, on the interior part,
Yeah,
the
I can
white
see.
part.
Just looking for I think it's
Might
just there.
just covers it
There we
just
go.
a little bit. Yeah, there
Yep.
you go. So yeah, this was
Wow.
originally a Zonai, pure Zonai site. They built it. They carved it out. And so the Hylians look to have covered it up post war. And I'm not the only person who had noticed this. Actually, Zelda Lore on YouTube had also noticed some of this as well. He and I were kind of going back and forth, talking about this about 3 months ago, give or take, I think, shortly after the game had come out. And yeah, we started looking at this and we started thinking about this. I started thinking about it. This particular point, and I believe it was Dan who had mentioned in our chat, that this was the access point to the construct factory in the depths. It was an access point to the depths that the Zonai used.
Yeah.
So this was a very important site for them, and they seem to have covered it up and kind of hid it. Which is really, really cool.
And I have to take this opportunity as well to give the other side, I suppose, of what I think I'd noticed as well, which is unique. And I say it was my wife and I. And I need you to take this with a pinch of salt. We call this character Happy Hat Man. And I don't know if you can see it, Lorulean, but it's because it looks like he's got a hat. He's a little man with a hat. We nicknamed him Happy Hat Man. So that's our discovery in the Smith household. We came up with that. So that's my contribution to that theory, is calling him Happy Hat Man. So you're welcome.
Nice.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you. I don't know if that'll help you get over the line with where you're going with it, but Happy Hat Man just seems like a perfect name. So anyway, we were talking about it, and the missus said, "Have you told anyone else that we call it Happy Hat Man?" I'm like, every chance I get, I tell people we use Happy Hat Man. It's the best name for that character. It's awesome, but it's a significant little spot. And you're right, that access way comes straight down through, and all we've got to do is just give it a little bit of a drop, and bang, down she goes.
And now here's an interesting thing too, and it's not straight down; it's curved. There's a bit of a gradation to it, and notice there's not a speck of gloom.
No.
All of the other chasms are completely coated in gloom. This one is not, because this one is ancient. This is one that they had since tens of thousands of years ago. It didn't just open up, during the upheaval.
Beautiful little spot, isn't it? Lovely, absolutely gorgeous. And just pop try and get some light on the subject while we're here. As you're right, not a speck of gloom anywhere to be seen. That shot left us a bit wanting. Sorry about that, but it is.
It's all good.
It is. I remember we were talking as well, leading into when the trailers were out. These kind of particles, as well, floating around everywhere, and people were very much the particles were significant. It's interesting for me as well to look back at different points in time as to what we saw and what we thought we knew, and I guess what we considered was going to happen to what has happened. And there's so many different things, like the depths themselves. I think was one of the best. I joked about the prestige a lot, and we were talking about this yesterday, that I felt like Nintendo kept things under wraps specifically to make sure that there was a massive surprise when people got the game and it would blow their minds, and that being sort of akin to the magician's aspect of the prestige. And the depths, I think, was a huge part of that. I know for me anyway, I went down to the depths and I was in love. I was gobsmacked. It was great. And this sort of level of detail is phenomenal, I think, in gaming anyway. And Dan actually did a recent theory about the depths and we just collected some spirits or some pose or tears. It depends how you want to take it. But Dan had a bit of a take on how they exist and how they relate to the Zelda franchise as a whole in the series, and how the different, I suppose, grading or colours of them are. But in particular, one of the things Dan was pointing out with that was also about the significance of some of them in the locations, and one in particular was relating to a location very important and dear to people who have played Twilight Princess, and that location in the depths and where that would relate to was very specific to some characters and a transaction. And again, I'm not going to tell you, you have to go to Dan's channel to watch the video, but worthwhile. He literally has pointed out it's exactly relating to a significant moment in Twilight Princess between a much beloved character, and he's exactly on point with where those spirits are or those pose are, which would suggest to me that there's a very strong correlation. Very strong correlation. Sorry, were you saying something? I think I cut you off there. Okay. I think I might have just cut him off. He said he had to be back. But indeed, I think with those spirits or those tears or pose, I think they are very significant in terms of the placement. Not all of them, perhaps, but I know one of the questions I was asking Dan early days was I was trying to figure out if they actually were coming back. Like, did they recur? If you collected them, were they then gone, or did they come back? Because essentially, if they're posed, they're relating to souls or relating to maybe someone who's passed, and it's a significant amount down here. So if this is across a Zelda-verse or a Zelda universe of different worlds, if you like, and it was representing that, how many people or how many Hyruleans or Gorons or Zora, or how many people were represented by a Poe down here? Or many? Do you know what I mean? We talk about dark Zelda titles. To me, that was pretty dark when I started to realize, and you get desensitized to it because you're collecting them and trading them for, we all need bombs or, but how many were down here? And it's actually a little sad, I think anyway, to think. And I kind of started thinking about it as I do. You'd see a group of them huddled around, and I'm like, is that a family? Was a family in this spot? Like, is that how that... maybe it's a bit too much, maybe I'm overthinking it, but the series does, if you allow yourself to, it does allow you to think a bit deeper. And I know JK and I were talking the other day about the shades of grey that you seem to determine in life as you get older. And Zelda's a great one for that, where when you're growing up as a kid, this is all about, there's Link's a hero and Ganon's bad and there's black and white. But as I've gotten older, I've realised the shades of grey. And one of the interesting ones we were talking about, and I'll just make a quick point on this, was we were talking about this yesterday, Lorulean, about the time shift stones. And I think there's an element where Mineru as a region, it's emphasised in Skyward Sword how much the mining of the time shift stones was affecting the region and the desertification of it. And Lorulean was saying and reminding, there were these posters up, try and help us keep our area still lush but it was a done deal. There was so many environmental impacts by that point. And I was saying, who was mining it? It was obviously Hylia, and she was doing it to build two gates of time. And I'd debate some of that is potentially in Phi or Phi as well as an entity, but that's arguable. But why would you cause such destruction in a region as a benevolent sort of deity level? Why would you do that? But she had to do that as part of a plan to try and save the future. And in some ways, this is where it gets really interesting, is that, and unfortunately, war or in that situation, a battle against good and evil, Zelda had to admit to Link that she used him. It wasn't clean, it wasn't nice, it wasn't pretty, it wasn't black and white, there was shades of grey. And certainly in Hylia's actions and some of the things maybe she's had to do or enact to have that ongoing battle against a being who had conquered time, she's had to make some hard decisions that have resulted in some destructive elements in Hyrule. And that's a shade of grey where Demise has helped bring Hylia down to his level in some ways. And it really makes you understand that there's a lot more depth to the series than it appears on the surface. For what might be a simple couple of lines intro to that game, there's a lot more behind it. But anyway, sorry, I'm down here now. Was there anything else you wanted me to point out down here? We found the factory.
Yeah. No, I mean, mostly it was just looking at the differences in the stonework up on top and how the Zonai used this particular site to kind of travel back and forth between the depths and the surface.
For sure.
We do see, obviously, we see the dragon statues everywhere. We see the dragons in both the Sky Zonai and we'll call it the Pharaon Zonai for now. We see that in their style. We've seen the owl in both styles, too. That's an interesting point. If you go to the Spirit Temple, Mineru's Spirit Temple is full of the owl statues, and they are very distinct from the ones we see on the surface, but still similar.
Yes.
But I personally have not seen a single boar statue in the Sky Zonai style. I have only ever seen it in the Pharaon Zonai style, which, I don't know. Not sure what to make of that. Whether we just haven't seen any, or maybe they're just really hard, they've been buried or whatnot, or maybe they never existed. I have no idea.
It's interesting when you consider with Pharaon as well, just that I know that there was the significance of the different representations of the statues, but the boar was one of the harder ones to find, for sure. And is that an interpretation of the relationship to Ganon or to Demise or to Din specifically? It's an interesting take on what things mean. And this whole Spirit Temple for me is it's a rabbit warren of discussion. Just interesting enough to know that we're in the depths, and in order to get to the actual Spirit Temple itself, maybe suggested to be a significantly spiritual place, as a Spirit Temple would be named, you go deeper and deeper. You go closer towards the core of the earth, or what's typically associated with maybe, if you were saying that the sky or the heavens are good, and the depths, and Demise came from the depths, didn't he? So deep down. So we go
from the depths of the earth, yeah.
Yeah, so to get to the Spirit Temple, we have to go to the depths. It seems counterintuitive that Spirit is deep and dark, and then we come to this place, and it's a very interesting little spot for me. This kind of Colosseum of souls. I when we come here, and I was talking with Dan, I couldn't help but feel that this reminded me very, very much of a certain little place under Kakariko at times. And also, or do you know what I'm coming from? There was just this kind of absurd, I don't know, it was like a Colosseum of death looking down at me around, and just the fact, I know that you've got these little pockets where the idea is that they would have mechanisms and the like as well, but you've got these pose in amongst it as well. And I suppose this is the Zelda Lore argument from start to finish. Does that mean something, or is it just me? Because I would say that means something. The significance of where they're located and why. And like that one up there is obviously, as Dan would point out, it's a higher amount of pose. It would be a unique soul or whatever. What is that representing? Now, no one's probably pulling that apart at this stage of the game. There's some bigger fish to fry, but I know that's one thing it might be 3 or 4 years down the track, I'll be asking the question on that and trying to figure that out. I will be, because I can't help it, because I'm a little bit OCD with this stuff. Yeah.
I just noticed something. Go
Yeah.
back towards the owl statue. Just it's
At the
in front
entrance,
of or
or?
behind you now. Yeah, by the
Yeah, yeah.
entrance.
Yep.
Yeah, down that way.
Mm-hmm.
There's a set of stairs directly behind, like on the other side of it, and what looks like a door, and I don't think I've ever noticed that. Does that not imply that there were other spaces or
That definitely looks like it
areas?
was an entry, yeah, and it looks
Yeah.
that has a vibe of the Great Plateau.
Yeah, it does.
Like it was caved off, so you can't
Yeah,
get through.
it caved in, so you can't get through. But like, I wonder what's back there.
Hey, but actually, in being 100% on it, that because I wondered that, right, when I came down here, surely they didn't get in and out of here by. I get you can float down, but there's no bat pole to get back up there. How did you get out of here, type thing? Because I know people go, "Oh, you could ascend or fast travel," but that's not what you were designed to do. Not everybody had fast travel. I just do.
And are you able to ascend through the?
I was
the
about to
roof
try
of this
it.
area here. Yeah.
I was about to try it. I was just trying to see though, because, and this is the problem where you bounce off each other. In some ways, it's a bit of a problem. Is I hadn't noticed some of the little Zonai writing in the craggle that you and Zelda Lore might have picked up outside here. I didn't see that one, so I was just kind of just having a bit of a bo peep, just to see if there wasn't anything in there first, because it'd be interesting to see if there was. But yeah, let's give it a go. Give it a go. No jokes, eh, Muddy? Yeah, for sure, mate. It's good. We're all kind of. Oh, look at that! And you pop up straight where the souls are, though.
You pop up straight there, but look, the stairs there. There's a space that leads right down, and that we had to fly up with Mineru because the entrance was blocked off.
But why?
Oh, that's a good question. So
Well,
what
actually, no.
happens if we go straight down? What happens if we go down the ramp there?
Yeah, well, that we go straight towards a pool of water, I think, from memory, don't we? Oh no, is it a pool? No, it's not. Well, that was broken, but if you were to go straight that way.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, so this would have been the main entrance. Then you would use the owl statue to basically elevator yourself down.
Yep.
But then there was an entrance, a cavern that goes back this way that we don't see. So there's gotta be subterranean tunnels under here.
Yeah, I think you might be onto it. I've heard people say that there's not much in the depths, and I tend to think there could be more down here than we know. I don't know. I've had heaps of fun down here running around, and even if it wasn't necessarily specific things,
Same.
I found it very interesting where some of the things were going and what that might relate to in other games as well. But look, whether there is more to it, I can't 100% say. But yeah, I think it would imply that there's further down, maybe some tunnels. But you know what? It is right next to this as well, which I forgot about.
Oaf just brought up an interesting point.
What's that?
Could that blocked off chamber be Mineru's domain? So mentions like living and work. So the library-esque place, I believe, that we see in some of the memories.
Yep.
I just assumed that it was in the castle somewhere, but it could be down here.
It's worth. I'll jump back there. It's worth having a bit of a look, and have a look at the memory. Quick comparison. If you've got the time, Lorulean. I know you've got to wrap up soon. We probably haven't got that much longer, guys.
Yeah.
Just for the aspect of this, I'm happy to hang back. I know Lorulean's got to duck off soon as well. Like I said, I apologise. It was a bit impromptu. There was not a lot of warning, so that's on me. Plus my abilities at setting up. But this was the first time I've actually managed to get the Discord aspect going, so to have other audio through. So OG, that was something that I was saying to you when I replied at the start. I'm like, sorry for late notice, but yeah, I was happy to maybe get get you guys in and be able to talk, but I didn't want to. We were trying it out and seeing if it would work, but it was also crashing a bit and overloading when I was trying to get it coming out the other way. We had a few false starts, didn't we, mate? I was trying to get it to come live, and it just kept going, and it shut down. But I think we've got it now. I think the right combo. So hopefully, this will give us something to be able to try in future, and a bit more interactive, and make it a bit more fun. So if we're talking about this being the library aspect, I assume you mean down further in the actual that area down below.
So
yes.
I think the point Oaf was bringing up was that the library-esque space from the memories may be what's blocked off by that entrance.
Oh, maybe blocked off by that entrance. I could understand that. I could definitely understand that. It's not unreasonable.
No, I just assumed that it was up in the castle because, I mean, I wouldn't have figured that Rauru and Zelda would have traveled so far just to see Mineru, but it makes sense. This was her space. This was her.
Dude.
Area.
Dude. I'm sorry, I don't mean to dude it, but remember I was saying yesterday about it's weird that there's only 2 of them left, but also, but they are leading the founding of Hyrule. They are, by all accounts, the leaders of the culmination. We were talking, by the way, yesterday, guys, a bit about how, because it bothers me a bit that there's only 2 of them and how they have become the founders of Hyrule, but how would that have gone down? I don't think it's a civil war type scenario. I think it was more of a pacifist type. It was more of a, almost like Knights of the Round Table type thing where, uniting areas. And I know that there was some Gerudo that were holding out, and that was with Ganon, but that seemed to be more of a rebellion than anything. It wasn't like Ocarina where there was a civil war and a conquering and a fealty. Ganon had to do fealty, but I think because he was the only one necessarily pushing against everybody, it did seem like it was an amicable type joining. Because if there was only 2 Zonai, put it this way, the representation for me of Rauru was that he wasn't going around being all super nice and then busting people up with his sage powers in the background. It didn't seem right. But now I'm looking at that, and there's 2, and you're saying they would make sense they were together. But what if one was up high and one was down low? Like they were covering... Does that make sense? It's that duality at play again. She's in the depths, in the dark, and he's looking up. He's from on high at the sky. The realms thing we were talking about yesterday? Thing?
Yes.
The heavens, and you've got one coming from the heavens, and you've got one coming from the depths. It makes a heck of a lot of sense. It's not crazy. Well, it is a bit crazy, but it's crazy enough to be interesting and worth considering at the very least. And I think that's where I actually could see that. I could see that.
I'm looking at the chat here. So Oaf had said something about the layering of the distance of the Spirit Temple, Great Plateau, and the Temple of Time in the sky. Add time, tectonic shifts, and storm wind patterns slowly moving them apart. The Temple of Time, Great Plateau, and the Spirit Temple may actually be one great building.
Yeah, it's an interesting take. Mystery! How you going? Good to see you, by the way, bud. Love... can I say, again, talking about videos, if you haven't done it, just do yourself a favour. Jump over to Mystery's channel. Check out one of his videos, particularly the recent one about, I can't remember the exact title, but it's got very emotional in it, and you're gonna have a chuckle. It was a funny watch the first time. The second time it was amazing. I love that video. By the way, the missus loved it too. Mystery, she watched it with me yesterday. We got a bit of yours in, and we watched a bit of OG Oaf. So that was our little treat yesterday.
I'm looking at
it lines up, doesn't it?
And I'm looking at it does. And Oaf just said too, look at the structure. It's got to be that blocked off area. Yeah, even look at the lighting. Like the castle had windows.
Yep.
This this is in the dark. She's using
Yeah, it is.
the lamps.
It's in the depths.
Yeah.
I never picked it up.
Wow.
Oaf, you nailed it.
Wow.
Well done, mate. See? Building a mystery. Well done. Yeah, that's a good pick. And you know what? Even the surrounds, look how it's circular around, like her main area.
Yeah.
It's got that same vibe, very much so. Yeah. Yeah, you nailed it. You nailed it. Actually, and it does explain why the mechanism's down there, the factory, everything. Of course she was down there. Of course she was. Smashed it, Oaf. Do a video where you just drop a mic and go, she's in the depths, and then drop the mic and then let it feed back, and then, you know, get 1,000 subscribers and yeah. I'm only joking. It doesn't work that way. But you know the deal. I reckon that you've nailed it. Who picked that up? I didn't. Smashed it, mate. Always glad to help Zelda. Yeah. Of course you are, mate. You do great stuff. A lot of people do. But this is really interesting. It's a good tick. It explains now why he had to come to her too. Because it seemed to me weird when he's like, "We'll go see my sister." Like I was just like,
yeah.
And she this isn't a trek, but you're right. It would have been a specific movement for sure. For sure. Yeah, good pick up, mate. I still have a bit of a thing about the the whole mask, and we will talk. I meant to say to you as well with the old sages and stuff, and the helmets. They all seem to have a very similar type delivery with their cutscene as to when they speak to their descendants as well, which. When we were playing the game, we were like, is that reflecting some sort of... And they didn't take their masks off, and it seemed a little strange, like, was there something more to that? And these are the type of things that you tick about, I suppose, when you're playing the game. Was there more to that? So her construct mask, the big one in the background, is very interesting for me. I just find it fascinating. And that combined with aspects of the hero's aspect. Which links to one of the things I was talking to you about yesterday that I won't go into right now because I feel like it'll open a can of worms. But I think there's a bit to that as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Is that right? 2, 4, 6, 8. So there's 8 again.
Ooh.
As well.
It's an octagon.
Just octagon. Yeah. Shock horror. Like pick my jaw up off the floor there. 7s and 8s everywhere. I don't know if you saw, by the way, I did that thing about it's kind of tongue in cheek, but about the bargainer with the 4 eyes, and you know Japanese culture. And if Chris is here, he'd know this better than me. But the 4 having a bit of a superstitious or a connotation of death associated with it. Yeah, for sure. Which is kind of like just an interesting view of things. By the way, I don't know, we haven't translated the Zonai stuff, but you know, we're talking about with the Skyward Sword, vertical.
Yes.
You see him behind there?
The Zonai writing seems to be written in that same columnar style. Top down. Yeah.
Is that? Because I'm obviously learning some Japanese at the moment, but I'm the first to admit I know nothing. I'm Jon Snow. That is done in some of the more traditional Japanese writings, is it not?
Yes, it is. And not only that, the general styling of a lot of this particular kind of writing does seem to reflect kanji.
Kanji, yeah. I wanted to say it, but I thought I'll get it wrong and it'll sound like an idiot. And so now I wish I did because it would have sounded smart. Messed that up badly. Mystery, it would suck to live with Rauri's hair. Yeah, do you know what? He would go through some split ends. Like conditioner would be. I wonder what their conditioner levels would be like. To be fair, but no, it does. I thought kanji as well. And yeah, I'm learning a bit of Japanese at the moment. I say a bit. I'm killing it in the competition I'm in. I'm currently in Emerald League, and I'm smashing it. I think I might take out this week as well. But yeah, learning something. I can advise I officially booked a holiday, first one in 6 years, and I'm going there with the fam in December for Christmas. Actually, we're going to be over there for Chrissy. So yeah, it should be good. And I also find it interesting that this is surrounded by water down here too. And I have to point that out.
It's just a massive. It's a massive pool of water, and if you look at the sides there, it looks like the water's higher than it was supposed to be.
Yeah.
Because some of the alcoves there are full of water where it doesn't seem like they were supposed to be.
Yeah, I look at it, and I would say I haven't done anywhere near as much in this game as I would have liked to have by this stage of the game, and that's 100%. But one of the ones this area in particular is one that I've got flagged for. I wanted to come back and really just absolutely trawl it, because I've got a feeling there's something here for me. It's one of those weird things that's hard to explain, but for me, I feel like there's something here for me that I need to see or need to figure out. It just bugs me, this whole room. The layout, where things are at, like I said, the water. Here's an interesting one. Why is there all these little construct mechanism-y, that's kind of like from the construct builds, that mold, isn't it? The stone sort of thing in the corner. That's reminiscent
it's the same mold.
So, but where are they? What was that for?
Yeah.
I can't help it.
Oaf brings up a point here in the chat too, that those alcoves kind of resemble some sort of tomb.
Yeah, no, that was what I was saying about Ocarina of Time. Like that, this whole thing, where when you go down and you've got all the tombs underneath with the Sheikah, and you got all the skulls. Yeah, that just reeks of it for me. This whole thing looks like that setup, but larger. Like, in Ocarina you go through the rooms and it's just like every single room's got all the pockets of... I could almost get a picture of it somewhere. Yeah. It's that. It is that. Actually, if I went back, I just realised I've got the game up and I'm in OBS. I can actually flick back to Zelda Encyclopedia. Oh, would Zelda Encyclopedia have it? Oh, I don't know.
I'm not sure.
You know what I'm talking about though. That area, it's just reeks of it. But then, and this is again, how much is it a connection or how much is it a reference? Because essentially, what I was sort of saying with Lorulean as well is, for me, what they've managed to pull off with this is, as a business, Nintendo wants or needs customers to be able to play the game, but to experience the Zelda adventure in one game, because you can't have them come in and do a 10-year degree on lore before they can play the game, because that's just ridiculous. But also you want them to have a standalone adventure. And the Zelda experience in here, by having the depths in this game, they've kind of got a vibe or a feeling of everything from the Twilight Realm to the Dark World to the, this kind of represents so much of that, the realms that have that dark aspect to it in the depths. The Sky Islands obviously capturing things like Skyward Sword, but it's also capturing some of the other cloud tops or it's got some of those areas in it that where you've traveled to those different realms or aspects. In this one game, you've kind of been able to capture the Zelda experience across multiple games in one framework, and that's very unique but also very cool. Is that just designed to be a one-off reference, or is it designed to connect to those because it is an amalgamation in a sense of some of those realms? I think there's a bit of both in the answer to that, but I think there's something more as well, and I think it's still coming, but that's my personal opinion. But yeah, just to bring it back around to Lorulean's point here about the significance of that entry. And so just if you're catching back up now, we came down here through this little spot here. It was actually from... I've missed it by a mile. We actually came down from... Not the spring,
Tobio's Hollow.
Tobio's Hollow, yeah, I was way off. And we came down through to the factory.
On the left.
Up to the left, thank you. We were looking over there, at the Spring of Courage as well. We were looking at the different Zonai ruins, but Lorulean was pointing out that they're capped essentially with with other materials, and underneath you could see the whiter, cleaner version you see in the sky temples or the shrines with the Zonai writing. We came down through Tobio's Hollow, and that leads down straight to Mineru's sort of factory area. And then in looking at the Spirit Temple, because we were kind of just checking this stuff out, doing the geeky, hanging out, talking about Zelda crap stuff that we do, Oaf raised a good point that this kind of looked like it could be the same place from the very well discussed memory, which we'll just let it play in the background again now, because rather than me standing around like an idiot. But this memory that's really significant, and Oaf nailed it. Maybe because we saw that area, it looked like it was an entry, and it looked like it had been caved in. And he pointed out, well, maybe that's the library from this memory. And he was bang on, nailed it, smashed it, mate, smashed it. You need to tell the missus that, Oaf. She's gonna love that. Big high fives for you. What, snaps for Oaf? Yeah, it was good. But and then Mystery pointed out that Rauru must go through a lot of conditioner. So I think as a team, as a collective. Oh, and I added in Happy Hat Man. To be fair, I added that part.
Happy Hat Man.
Yeah, so I really bought the final part of this mystery to go. Carrie, how are you, mate? And actually, Carrie, by the way, Lorulean, Carrie. Carrie Lorulean throughout the streams has been one who's been able to point out that many references to other Zelda games that nobody's even thought of as a good example of what we're talking about, the different things you pick up. One of them was when we were talking about Skull Kid and the Piper, that I think it was from one of the, one of the fairy side quests where you got to bring the musicians back together type thing.
Ooh,
you know the one I'm talking about? Yeah, it's very Skull Kid reference. The kid who's playing the pipes or flute boy. You know, he's up in the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah. She smashed it. It was direct reference to Skull Kid. And you could argue that's the Ocarina of Time one because he's standing on the tree, on top of the tree. Playing the fiddle.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
That's a really good point.
Oh, amongst many good points she's made, mate. Like, smashing out the park. And also provides a way of making you feel hungry, because she always tells you about what she's cooking, and it's always tasty. So, yeah, I mean, I could carry on, but I think we're spoiled in the community for good people, good input, good stuff. Knowing that this was in the depths, though, that adds a new twist. I like it. I like it a lot. And yeah, I've got more to add to this whole thing, which I so want to do it right now, but I think it's opening a can of worms, perhaps.
Yeah,
but Lorulean, I know
we could keep going on for hours, but I have things I've got to get to.
Yeah,
too,
you've got to head off. I've got to technically. Well, I don't have to head off. I'm going to hang around and just chill for anyone who wants to. I might try and figure out what I was doing playing the game, but I will definitely take a bit of a break. But I guess before we do wrap that up, Lorulean, was there anything specific that I guess you did want to touch on today? You know, we talked about a lot, and I know there's a lot more that we want to talk about and maybe bounce off at some point, in whether it be in this forum or in something else. I know you'll probably be posting some stuff up as well, but specifically, you know, while you've got the microphone, and it's good to be able to get your voice out there. Anything you want to say, mate?
Yeah, I want to say thank you very much for having me and taking the time to come to me with this awesome, you know, out of our hat kind of idea. I love this setup, by the way. Like this is a lot of fun, and it's really engaging. Like, I know we've got some friends here joining us, and I love it. I absolutely love it. So thank you very much. I'd love to do this again.
Cool.
If we can make this maybe a little more regular, maybe, you know, like
planned.
If we can work it into our schedules and figure it out, that would be awesome. Because
I agree.
this is a lot of fun.
Yep.
I saw Mystery the Mysterious there in the chat. I do have my own YouTube channel. It has not been very active. I haven't really updated or posted anything in about 5-ish years. I've been more active on Twitter, Instagram, and Discord, of course. But yeah, I help out where I can, and I give translations. I take lots and lots of screenshots of various things. Basically, all of the dialogue that you could find in the game, I have it. Yeah, I just keep doing what I love, and that's what I love. I like helping people, and I love playing Zelda. So that's how it goes.
Excellent. Thanks, Lorulean. So what I will, I'll bounce on that just quickly for mystery. Check out in mine, because obviously you got my channel, dude. I know I've got at the bottom of mine a link to you'll see this kind of icon. It's for link to another YouTube channel as TGL Mudora. So TGL MUDORA, the Great Library of Mudora. Reference to Link to the Past if you haven't played the game. Sick entry, raining. Uncle goes to take on the badness. He doesn't quite make it. You get the sword. Full of atmosphere, and basically one of the best intros to a 2D Zelda you're ever going to get in your life, and still sits in my Super Nintendo to this day for any time I want to flick it on and just get into a cool adventure.
Nice.
Yeah, so love me some Link to the Past, but do yourself a favour, and I tell you what, take note, mate, because when you go to that site and you check out his YouTube channel, which I think I checked it yesterday, it has and I'm just going to call it because not enough of this is done, has a pathetic amount of subscribers for what is referencing somebody who's pretty much given every other Zelda tuber that's noteworthy a hand on some of their biggest theories that have millions of views or whatever. You should have more people subscribed on that channel, so go check it out, subscribe, check it, because it's worth it. But have a look at the Zonai stuff that he was putting up there, and have a look at the dates, because it'll predate most of the other channels by about 3 or 4 years. So do yourself a favour and check that out. So yeah, that's definitely worth it. I was having a chat to Lorulean yesterday in general about I guess a few things as well, but if you guys are interested as well, we'll try and definitely do some more. So I'll say if you can leave a comment or whatever about anything that you want to see or feedback. But I think what we'd want to do is try and bring some stuff to talk about, but then maybe also cover some questions that guys might have if we do it again, which would be cool. And I personally want to just ask Lorulean some questions because I think it's fun to ask him questions because we don't know much. I don't know that much about him, and I was doing that yesterday when I first got on the phone. I'm like, hey, because one of my questions was, as somebody who sort of stalked forums for years but never posted because I get too scared to post stuff on social media, but I was like, hey, were you on forums and stuff? And because I swear it's you.
Yeah.
I've been, and I'm like, did you have a pseudonym? And he said one of them. I'm like, I knew it. So yeah, that was kind of funny. But yeah, look, no, thank you for coming along. And I know this was impromptu. And by the way, I've kind of been like, oh yeah, I'm just going to do this thing. And I had no plan. I was just like, I'm just going to do this thing. I was going to stream. Do you want to just jump on and talk about lore stuff? Because we're having fun. And maybe I basically said, I know the guys that are on the Forge and that they would enjoy it too. So, it's been really cool. It's fun. Thank you for coming. We'll definitely touch base about doing something again, but I'll try and be more organised. That'll be cool. But in the meantime, yeah, check out TGL Mudora, but also Lorulean is on Twitter, he's on Instagram, he's down on the local corner block, whatever app that is. So his details will be available via whatever method. If you need it, let me know, reach out, we'll make sure you've got it. And he's got a whole, literally the Library of Mineru means he's got all this stuff that's collated already. If you're interested and you want to dive down that rabbit hole and check it out, it's really cool. So worth getting into it, and thanks for that.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. And I suppose I would also say that thanks for coming, chilling out, and just going through that stuff. That was wicked. Like, we got to see some really cool stuff. I knew we were going to cover a couple of those things, but we had some finds in there, and OGO smashed it, mate. Like, that was awesome. What a cool,
right out of the park, pickup, man.
Yeah, and I think that to wrap this up before we have a bit of a break, and Lorulean, if you got to run, you run. But I suppose I wanted to wrap that point up with why this impromptu little stream happened. Is it's kind of cool bouncing stuff off, and then when you get it in the right zone and you get the right people involved, it does feed and build. And OGO, if we were talking about that with some of the other stuff and theories and that, I think with some of the bigger things that people I got no idea about, sometimes different perspective helps, and it gives you a viewpoint, and you can come up with some cool stuff about that. And if it's a passion and it's a hobby and that's what you get into, then enjoy it and get involved. And if you're in a group of people and you're getting shut down with that stuff, then that sucks. Don't put up with that. Just shake your head, move on, and hang around people who are maybe wanting to have a chat and enjoy it and have some fun, because that's what it should be about. But yeah, this was awesome. Thanks heaps. I'm gonna have a break. I'm gonna come back for a little while. I might just do a bit of Tears of the Kingdom playing, because I can't remember where I was in the game or what I meant to do, and I need to get that back on track a little bit. So if anyone wants to hang around for that, you're welcome. I won't probably do too much longer. That wasn't necessarily the point of the stream. But yeah, we'll organise something with Lorulean at another time. And thanks for coming. And thank you guys if you've tuned in, or if you tune in later because it was an impromptu and you're just like, what the hell were these guys doing, and why was there a stream and we didn't know about it? Because to answer that question again, you didn't know about it because I just pulled it out of the ether and decided to try and do something technically I didn't know how I was going to do. And then Lorulean put up with me doing it. So thank you.
It's all good.
It's cool. All right. Yeah. So I'll call a break. Yeah. And I'll be back in 10 minutes. Lorulean, thanks for hanging out. And again, check out his channel, Lorulean Historian on Instagram. He's on Twitter and on YouTube, TGL Madura. So check it out. That's it. Yeah. I'll see you guys soon.
Thank you very much, guys. Take care.
Bye. How about now? I think I'm back. I think I've done it. I think I'm off mute. Technical wizardry at play. Nothing but the best here. And we're joined in the studio by OGO Gaming. Professional Twitch streamer, action extraordinaire, skier, motocross, bike rider, writer of 15 award-winning novels, and deliverer of new content on YouTube in the form of Super Mario Wonder. Welcome to the studio, OGF. How are you today? Right, and sorry to interrupt quickly. Mystery's saying we've got the audio cutting. I assume that means it's choppy and it's not young people speak for choppy. Oh, it might be. I know what it might be. Let me cut a few of the other noises off. And okay.
Well, let me test one thing
let's see how we're going there.
Was a bit low.
Let's see how we're going. Is that better? Wait, can we hear Chris? Can you hear us now? Is it a bit better? This is all experimental. Okay, you can hear me. Can you hear OGO?
Gotcha.
Where we got OFM?
Oh.
Oh. Hopefully it's working all right. Yeah, we can hear both. Excellent. Thanks, Mystery. Appreciate it, bub. We owe you for that. I was pretty sure you were indicating an issue with the audio and cutting isn't like young people speak for good.
It could have been something with either the broadcast software or it could have been myself, because I did have my microphone down a little bit low.
It could have. No, it's probably me, mate. I've also got that many things hooked up at the moment, trying to get this working through OBS and stuff. But just quickly, I'll come back around to you. But Carrie, how you going, mate? And good to see you cooking burgers and fries. Yeah. We'll circle back to that. I know I could count on you to get me hungry. Appreciate that. And Keely, welcome back. Chemistry exam a few hours ago. Wow. That's nasty. Suck the life. Okay, so just if you join the rest of this, if you're in the stream at the moment for the lore stuff, we will touch on some lore. But we've just wrapped up from Lorulean. He smashed out the park. OGO was helping as well. Damn, so we've been loring it. But for me personally, this next little section, this is my R&R. I haven't played the game in ages. I haven't chilled out. This is me hanging out with mates. Yeah, so I'm about to be stupid and just chill and relax and be a bit of an idiot, basically. So good to have my peeps in here hanging out, making me chuckle. I couldn't be happier. Chris, Chris, God, man, it's so good to hear from. I'm so sorry, by the way, you copying the crap on that comment was just out of control, not called for, and I wasn't. He knows the deal, but he rose above it because he's a champ. But honestly, just some people with it. I get things, but sometimes your opinions can be not you, but some people's opinions can be just a little bit. Like what? What do the kids call it? A bit WTF.
Yeah.
It was a bit WTF. It was a bit uncalled for, and but anyway, Chris knows what I'm talking about. But he's a champ, and he doesn't care about such things. He just he moves along like a hero song. Sorry, I took on the break there. I had to deal with. I had Amazon hit me up just saying that unfortunately my delivery hadn't come through, so they just asked me to give the credit card details and buy 5 iTunes vouchers and send them off to Uruguay. That's perfectly normal, right? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I was about to say, like,
it sounds like a scam. Yeah, no, it's I'm getting like 5 of these a day at the moment. It's like, well, this is Amazon. your package hasn't been delivered. And I'm like, yeah, I bet it hasn't. Just click on this link and give us all your money and just buy item.
Yeah, no.
It's
I
getting a lot
get,
of
like,
that.
I get those kind of texts all the time, like, "Oh, your Netflix account." Well, I don't have a Netflix account, so I don't know what you're talking about, man. Like, come on.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Wait, Mystery's going, how did you, whoa, I just about to send it. How did you both join, what does it say? I can't see my things got.
I can't see it past the heart, yeah.
The heart, yeah. What's the deal with the heart?
How did you both join so fast? Oh, we're on GS's Discord, The Forge, and we're currently in the Outside the Lore voice chat.
Yeah, I've been...
go with that one?
Yeah, I've been wanting to try this for a while. So this is me living the dream at the moment, because now I've got someone else who can talk in here. So it's not just me, so I could actually try and game. But notice how I'm still not doing any better. Well, what a champ. But no, we're doing it through Discord. Thanks, dude. No, we're doing it through Discord. So this is heading more towards something I've wanted to do for a while. Like, when I was doing live theory stuff and that, the deal was I thought it'd be really good if you kind of be able to talk with the community, like literally just talk with them like a call-in show or something or whatever. But,
exactly.
Talk about theory stuff interactively together and not just hear my droning voice carry on like a pork chop. Like, I'm going to interrupt and crack bad jokes. That's a guarantee, because that's what I like to do and probably what I'm good at. Aside from that, though, you want to hear from other people who know what they're doing. So it was kind of really good when I had a bit of a chance to speak with Lorulean, and I'm like, so I've been wanting to stream now for a long time, because a bit like Keely with doing chemistry and wanting to have a break. I haven't played a game. I just wanted to chill and just play a game, and that was it. So yeah, I wanted to do that. So jump in. And so, yeah, as you know, OGO, Lorulean just popped into the server. So the background to it, by the way, this is how it's gone down in the last 24 hours or so. First of all, my daughter won a basketball game. Aces. Come out of that.
Hey.
I know, she's killing it, right? I then had to do some work, and I'm having a time at work. It's been a time, let's just say that much. And then, out of the blue, I get a notification. Lorulean was in the Forge, which he's been in the past and stuff, and he was like, "Hey, check out your theory," and really enjoyed the theory, the stuff. It was really good, and it's about the universe thing and stuff. And that's a pretty good thing. I was pretty happy with that, because that's a challenging viewpoint for some. It's one Chris commented on and got told he was an intellectual for it, which I would have taken as a compliment personally. So, but apparently Chris is saying he trash talks on Zelda. Oh, so you guys are all good. Oh, I thought you guys, I thought you guys were at it, man. I was like, I gave him a backhand for it. I was like, don't get personal. It won't be tolerated. Did you see my thing, Chris? I was pissed. I was pissed. Yeah, I was like, don't call him an intellectual. I mean, it's a compliment, but at the same time, I'm like, come on, dude. But I do like he's good. He's a top bloke. But I was like, come on, man. I like this guy. He's the only one who's translated Japanese for me. Leave him alone. Be cool, bro. But he was lovely about it. But I was having a bit of a tough time. Mate, loyal to a fault.
Chris, for sure.
Mate, loyal to a fault. Like a patch-hound dog. That's not even a thing. God, I wish Mrs. She's going to start. She's actually told me the missus is going to start writing these things down. She said, I'm going to start collating your sayings, because they're so off chops that we need to start making records of it, because we'll get a book and it'll just be like Jeremyisms or whatever, where it's just these random sayings that nobody has ever said before, but you say them like they're natural. Like I do, like onto it, like a carb onto it. She's like, nobody has ever said that in their entire life. Nobody will ever say it. It's not a saying. And I'm like, yeah, it is for me. It just seemed, anyway, we're getting off topic.
Oh, no worries.
Easy done. But so I come back, he hits up, he likes the theory, and I'm like, do you know what? That's gold. And I'm going to take the opportunity and go, because at the moment, there was something I'm looking into. I'm like, I wouldn't mind bouncing this off him. So, and he was asking me about with that universe theory, whether I had thought about his thing. And I'm like, hell yeah, that makes sense completely. So I just like, can I just ask you about it? And I didn't want to do it in front of everybody, because it was just, what I was asking about was a little interesting audio. If it could be a little interesting one, and I wanted to just warm up to it. That was all. So it was nice. He was nice enough to take the call, and I made a coffee, and he made a coffee, and we sat down. And we just started bouncing off, and I was asking him a few things about himself as well, because I'm just more curious. Haven't seen him around for a while, and yeah, top bloke. Had a good chat, but also then we just started nerding out, bouncing lore stuff, like just basically like, oh, have you seen this? Have you seen that? That just devolved into just I wouldn't call it a rabbit hole. What I would call that was just a like sort of like asteroids and Pac-Man type thing. Like just stuff's just going everywhere. I'm pretty sure, but there was no point. There was no end goal. It was just madness, just utter madness of chaos, and it was awesome. And then,
by the way, Mystery says see us, so we'll
oh,
see
Mystery,
you later,
yo, see you, Mystery. And hey, again, thanks for that vid. That makes me laugh every time. I
And
might.
one of the Earthlings, Mirage, has just got here too.
Oh, hello, Mirage. Welcome, sir. Mirage Strike. It's not just Mirage. Mirage Strike, please. Come on, get it right. And
Oh, no worries.
we've also got Keely said, "Oh, Carrie, love that you started this. I won't be able to chat much, but I'll be." Yeah, I know, Carrie. That's all right. You don't need to. You just do
Up
you.
a storm, all right.
And it's good to have Keely here, but you know, it's been a while since I've been on. But for anyone who's not here as well or whatever, you guys know the deal. Like I'm missing all my peeps. It's just nice. I wanted to stream mainly to check in on a few people too, because I want to make sure they're all right. So, yeah, all the guys out there. But yeah, to wrap that up, we had a long ass chat about some general Zelda theory based or lore based stuff, and it was a good time. And then I was like, I have to wrap it up because now I've got to go to coach training. And he's like, you haven't slept, and I went, yeah, I know, but I've got to coach your team now. So we wrapped it up there, and I went off, and then come back, and then I did the old dad power nap thing like a champ on the couch. Got 2 hours of solid sleep, and bit of exercise, a shower, and then went. I really want to stream, and I've got to do some work stuff, so I might do the stream first. And I was about to set up the stream. I'm like, a cheeky idea, because I think he had a good time. I wonder if you'd be interested in jumping in and talking with the guys, because you know we've been bouncing a heap of ideas off each other lately and stuff. It'd be really good if we had him in. Like, and I'm like, I'll just throw it at him, but I got no plan. That was it. I was like, I'll say, here it is, Lorulean. I got no plan. Here's my plan, mate. How about I could do a stream?
Sometimes, and I speak from expertise.
Yeah.
Sometimes no plan.
And I'm not
is
even
the
playing.
best plan. Because every single day, and Mirage is here to back me up if need be. But like every single day, and I can't stress this enough. If you see even like some of the backlog, like Mario Wonder, like you were mentioning.
Yeah.
I'm unfiltered, unscripted. It's not really improv. It's just like.
Oh no, we were enjoying some of your unfiltered yesterday. Me and the missus.
I know exactly what part you're talking about though. Like that.
Are we talking about you?
Up.
Are you talking about or which one? There was the one where you were bouncing up and down. You're in the Mario thing. Yeah. It was, oh my god.
Yeah.
It was good.
It's like, good. How did they put this in here? Did they not think of that?
Agree, like, Keely, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, no, but you're entertaining, dude. And by the way, that short, that little eye thing that you do, oh man, it was get me. God. No, but see, this is the thing, right? This is like the YouTube thing for me at the moment is where I can, and I don't get much, but I'm just trying to check in on people who I just miss catching it. Like I say, I miss your face, but I don't see your face, and you don't see my face, but I just miss your faces, you know what I mean? So, like, where I can, I try to get in. So, like, a bit of mystery, a bit of Midman, a bit of, you know, whoever it might be, your channel, just randomly, there's a few people I know, like, I've got JK occasionally if I can check up. Good to know that where you guys are at and stuff, and touch bases and fist bump or whatever. By the way, if you haven't seen Mystery's video, the one I'm talking about, it's done as like, this thing is very emotional and you don't know what you're walking into. And it's hard to explain, but he's got like a construction of a plane sort of thing, and there's like about 1 billion like toads stacked on top of each other. And then he just does it to like Avengers Assemble music, and these toads just then drop and destroy this planet. I can't explain it. It's beautiful and funny, and it's worth your time. It's like 3 minutes, and you'll love yourself for it. Just you'll enjoy it. You'll enjoy it, mate. For sure.
Mirage, I know that you haven't finished Breath of the Wild, so you haven't started Tears of the Kingdom. So not really.
Oh, spoiler
rabbits.
alert!
I see them more as like, personally, this is from my take, and you might see it different, but I see them more as like the fennec fox, like another parallel would be like Delphox, the Pokemon, like the fire wizard fox. Like the like the fennec is the small fox, like smaller than a cat, but the ears are like almost half of its body. And I keep seeing it with like Rauru and with Mineru, because they got both the up pointed ears, and then they got the downwards ears. The downwards when they're more like relaxed, but upwards when they're more.
Yeah, I got
And
rabbits
with,
actually, so I could see that. Yeah, but mine's more like a small dog at this point. Well, one of them anyway, Dash. They were both meant to be midget rabbits, but Dash is more like a small dog. She would eat a small dog at this point. I think she's just huge, mate. She's a pig.
So could I spitball a random theory out of the blue with you in the chat?
You can, but I'm just quickly going through chat quickly. Congrats. Wait, I missed a bit of it. Just one quick thing. There's Mystery Goes, he's got to go. There's no off topic during a chat. That's right, Carrie, 100%. I agree.
Exactly.
Congrats to Little Smith. Oh, yeah, she's killing. She's a good kid. Yeah, Mirage joined. Good to see you, Mirage. High five, by the way. Carrie, I missed hanging out in the streams. Life has been hectic, to say the least. I always love when I'm here, and so I'm in the mood for some Zelda Lore. Okay, so that's setting it up good. Chris agreed. Need some unfiltered stream of consciousness. Okay, so we're all on the same page. I'm just getting the vibe, mate. That's all right. Okay, we're good to go. Yep, throw it out. You're good. Excellent. And I was hanging down here in case you wanted to just bask in the glory of your find that nobody else had noticed. Well, not that I didn't notice, nor did Lorulean. And you nailed it. That memory.
Well,
she's in the depths. Smashed it.
Well, there is a couple of things I've noticed in game, because I am just gonna be honest. I am probably super far ahead of you, and Dan has been there. Like Dan and PLD has been there almost every single day, like with Tears of the Kingdom and onwards. And it's pretty cool, because like you look over and be like, could I ask for help? And they'll be like, okay, here's a riddle. But there's a couple of places in game in Tears of the Kingdom I do want to touch up after a quick thing. So here's a little brain teaser for you in chat. So now, granted, I never was able to make this into a part 2 to the dreams theory that I brought a while back with music and time, because I nailed it with music and time, but never dreams. And I've gotten time to think on it and expand, and I want to bring it to all of you live. So you keep talking, by the way. I'm just going to play and figure out where the hell I was in the game and provide random entertainment in the background. Yeah, cool. So I will say that outright, it's a theory, it's a what if, it's a creative process out of love and all that. And so my thing is, if we were to hypothetically say that the timeline no longer matters but also matters, and let's say it's both a multiverse universe and a loop that's outside of like a main branch. Let's say that every single past game that does not include Skyward Sword, Tears of the Kingdom, or Breath of the Wild, the main Fujibayashi 3, let's say that every single 17 other main canon games was part of the overall story through either a dream world perspective. You could call it the gap between dimensions, you could call it the nether, you could call it the in-between, it doesn't matter. But let's say that every single hero who does somehow exist in present-day Hyrule, for that matter, let's say every single one of them was in a different, dimension on your side, and on my side that dimension is also placed as a self-contained loop.
Yeah.
outside of space and time.
Yeah.
So then the key part into this is like, how would this work? How does every hero start his journey? 9 times out of 10, he's waking up.
Yeah. That's a pretty good
And
one. That's an interesting take. Yeah, I could see that. I get what you're putting down.
Just a little brain teaser right there. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
I don't mind it.
you know, oh, no worries, man. Like that's like, granted, you were asking a couple of months ago on one of the Tears of the Kingdom streams. You were asking me, wait, do people actually make streams where they sit down and talk about theories and lore? But like, oh yeah.
I'm getting
like
the chat up, by the way. Yep.
Yeah, I've got them up the whole time.
No, I'm getting them up on the actual screen because it's not
see.
been up there for the lore thing, and you know, like it just makes life easier if you can see it. Sorry, don't mind me, but yeah, just doing my thing. Yeah. So yeah, no, I could subscribe to that. Like,
yeah, you were
I could
asking
see
about
it.
that in like a kind of talk show kind of thing, and
Yeah.
and to be honest, I did for a while have a segment called the Oath Level Day Show, the old show. And it was literally that. We'd watch theory videos on YouTube, like yours and a couple other members of the community, and just spitball theories. Like, for instance, Dan. He's big with not only the Zelda theories and Zelda lore, but Pokemon as well. So you get me and him talk about, like, Pokemon lore and theories. We can't shut up about it. But like, for instance, when it comes to the Zelda aspect, okay, so there's tons of ways we can do it, and it's all just creative writing. It's just whether it's an intentional way that Nintendo wants the fans to go or unintentional, it's just beautiful because, how do I say this? For newcomers to the Zelda series, some people got into the Zelda series, like Mrs. Oaf, when we first started dating.
Yeah.
I told her, I'm like, have you ever seen, like, Lord of the Rings or The Hobbit? She's like, yeah, I've seen the movies. I'm like, cool.
Yeah.
I'm like, have you ever seen Doctor Who? She's like, no. I'm like, okay, that's time travel. Mix the two together. And there you go.
Right. Yeah, the Doctor Who things come up on... Somebody mentioned it on a... Sorry, I'm sort of focusing on getting this up as well. And I deleted the wrong one. Guaranteed.
Oh, no worries.
Guaranteed.
No. You had, like, 2 up on the screen. You got the...
I was trying to do... I was trying to do the... Like, honestly, me doing 2 things at the same time. Hilarious.
The transparent one's gone.
No, that's right. I did that one deliberately. I'm just like, you know what? I screwed them both. So start again like a champ. Yeah, no. The Mr. Who. Doctor Who things come up on one of the other theories I've done. And I was like, yeah, I know what you're putting down. I totally got what they were saying. I was on board. It made sense, yeah.
Oh, well,
For
granted, sure. I am currently working on something right now, and I'll give a little bit of info, but it's akin to how I started off with the reboot of the channel. It's like the fan-made Zelda trailers.
Yep.
A certain series, Doctor Who, turned 60 this year, and I'm thinking about taking a certain clip from Day of the Doctor, where they had Gallifrey stands, where you find out the beginning of each episode of the TARDIS falling through the wormhole is that episode. Gallifrey didn't explode. The explosion was just the event of that episode. It's like, imagine that.
Yep.
But with Legend of Zelda, it's kind of like the whole Infinity War portal scene, basically.
Yeah, which is insane, by the way. Yeah.
It's like, imagine them doing another Hyrule Warriors, but now you could play as every individual 12 heroes.
Which would be sick, by the way. Which would be absolutely sick. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, by the way, and why I'm bothering about this, it's because I'm going to feed... feed our friends who have not been fed in a while, which Keely knows what I'm on about. Keely knows where I'm going. She knows what I'm doing right now. Going to feed my pets. Yeah, and Chris had said about Rauri being named after his role, which, yes, I put it this way. No, Chris, I hadn't seen it. However, it doesn't. It's that makes sense. In fact, there's been a few little tidbits coming out from the Fujis and the Ionomas of the world that it's been interesting, not only in terms of what they said, but then it's been interesting to see how that's been taken by people because my spin on it was completely different. And the Don-Dons. That's right, girl. We're feeding Don-Dons. Hell yeah. Yeah, no, I was worried about my Don-Dons. They're hungry little men.
So
I love
is
these
it
things.
possible that? So here's another one for you. Just a little brain teaser for you in the chat. Is it possible that the original trailer that we saw of Zelda and Link on top of a Don-Don, presumably a Don-Don, going underground, getting the drink of water, the original E3 trailer from 2019, was that supposed to happen before the prologue, or was that supposed to be the original prologue? Because we don't see a Don-Don being used underground, but we could probably assume one of those cutscenes from one of those trailers was supposed to be used in game and was cut. Specifically, like the one with the Don-Don on the bridge and them. Mm-hmm.
Look, my hot take, for whatever it's worth, is I would take that trailer a little bit with a pinch of salt, considering how many years out it was.
Yeah, 2019.
Yeah, so I mean, again, it's only my perspective on it. I don't know about the other guys, so definitely I'm up with the oath there about asking you guys what you think. But for me, that trailer, there's definitely some differences between that and what we've seen in the final game. The question about whether that's intentional or not is an interesting one, and one I wouldn't shut down. I would be inclined to say you could take it two ways, and both ways would be viable. But in terms of the Don aspect, the theory thing that I wanted to maybe touch on today with Lorulean, but I deliberately held it towards the back end because we were just going in balls to the wall, no idea what I was doing, and just trying to fluke it and hope it would work and be fun. That I said, look, if depending on how we go, I'll leave that, and if we don't get to it or whatever, because it's a bit controversial. If that one is correct, then technically it would cover both scenarios and both perspectives of what you're talking about with the trailer. It would be both accurate for both the prologue and potentially a post.
Oh yeah.
And the universe theory would support that anyway. If you were to take the angle that there's infinite possibilities, blah blah blah, and that's kind of the take on it. Yeah.
You could take in like maybe even a metaphorical or maybe even a symbolic approach that Nintendo usually does. Like, let's say they take the ancient aspect of all the Zonai architecture, or somewhat to be accused Zonai architecture underground, with Ganondorf. That's supposed to imitate not only the ancient past in game, but like the past almost 30 years. Like, coming up next year or this year, it's been 30 years of A Link to the Past, which means it's been 30 years of the Master Sword and the name Ganondorf Dragmire.
Yeah.
However, it's been since this year 25 years of Ganondorf Dragmire showing up in Arena. The whole thing is, if you take it as a symbolic approach of that, and then you take the audio from the final trailer where they somewhat, and everybody else could have a different way of hearing it, but I heard the lyrics saying "the future." And it does bring up a good.
I heard it say,
question.
Let's cook some bacon and burgers and fries. But anyway, the future I heard as well. Sorry, Carrie's just got me hungry.
But that's
Keely heard the future, and by the way, Carrie also said Zelda found the Don. So I'm just going to add to that, and you can't see me, but right now I'm going, she found the Don. So you can't see what I was doing. I clicked and moved my neck back and forward, and she was like, so where did she find them? Well, that is an interesting question, isn't it? Across the sea. How about over there, where there's this big ass landmass that we know is connected and is part of there, and there's a canyon potentially. I don't know.
That's true.
Just throwing it out there. We know that there's something there because we can see it. Well, that's fact.
We could say, like, hypothetically, and again, another teaser if you want.
Yep.
The landmass to the north, let's say it's the small kingdom of Hytopia still, just hypothetically. And let's say
Is
the one
Hytopia
still-
the one? Is Hytopia? Just make sure I'm right. Hytopia is the one about fashion, correct? Because Fashion
and I never
Smiths
played
needs a
that
branch. Yeah, Fashion
I-
Smiths needs a branch.
Oh, bro, I'm going to literally make a few pages edited of certain costume outfits from Tears of the Kingdom. You
Oh,
just
dude, no,
wait, and it's coming to the forge.
this was just a whole thing we've had joking with the stream, which was like the dress sense, and so I think at one stage I came up with a little joking like thing. It was like, got no fashion, it's Fashion Smiths, Fashion Smiths.
yeah.
Like it was just stupid, but it became like a running gag that I've got no fashion. So Hytopia seems like the place for me because it'd be I'd be their Ganon. I'd be their enemy. I'd walk in there and it'd be like, this guy's got no fashion. He's destroying our kingdom.
And since here's another callback to the hero of Legend, who was Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, both the Oracle games, but there are two kingdoms other than Hytopia and Hyrule. There's the
100%.
West Kingdom and the East Kingdom, which is
Dude,
Lorulean
there's
and
whole
Hollow
realms. There's whole realms. Yeah, for sure.
So, but let's say hypothetically, just for the brain, just for the thinking, we're on one Earth, one plane, just for this example.
Yeah.
And to the northern crevice is Hytopia, and to the west and over the eastern ocean is those other kingdoms. How insane would it be to go not only technically back to those kingdoms, but to experience like a total of like, oh, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, 4 kingdoms in one game like that?
Yeah.
Granted, we're not getting DLC, but
So again, it depends how you interpret what's being said, and I'm not saying anything or whatever, but
right.
One thing I took out of one of the interviews was that there was the wording that I feel like they choose their wording quite well, and it's usually very deliberate, and it's also they like a good pun, which I love. And by the way, yes, thank you, Chris. I know not to don't underestimate the power of Fashion Smiths. I mean, look at me, I look goddamn gorgeous. But also the original direction of the Don Dons, there was an insinuation. Yeah, I think its original function might have been. I reckon it was designed for maybe portable camping. That's what it looked like. It did have that vibe, didn't it? Yeah. But I don't know 100%. But they said that they weren't going to do DLC, and it was implied that unless there was a reason or a purpose for revisiting this world, sort of. And it was very loose, and Chris, you're probably better with the translation because my Japanese isn't quite there yet. By the way, Chris, if you didn't hear it, Konnichiwa, Chris-san, Doziraku, Mizu, please? Nah, that was water. I basically said hello, nice to meet you, and can I have some water, please? That's about as far as I've got so far, but... The translation that I sort of took, the meaning would be that they weren't saying we're not going to revisit this Hyrule. They're saying unless it had a reason or a purpose, which is kind of flicking it open to where I think they're going. Which let's riff off the idea that you're saying, which I like, is that where I think we're heading to. Oh, I don't know that one. Wakaram. Oh, dude.
Wakarimasu?
That's not part of my current Duolingo.
Well, let's say hypothetically the DLC could encompass anything, though. And a lot of people were like, where's the underwater? Where's the actual inside of a Kala Citadel? Like, where's XYZ, right? So, if we do
Okay, I'll learn that one. Thanks, Chris. Yep.
If we do rubber band back to this, Nintendo does a lot of intentional things with releasing updates, news, DLC, and etc.
Yeah, for sure.
With other series that aren't even connected to them. I've noticed a lot of things with like Pokemon in the past will actually mirror the release and updates to Zelda and vice versa. And what's funny about this is Game Awards happens on the 7th.
Yeah.
The new DLC comes out on the 14th. And if the Ripple of Time is going to be effective again, 2016, before Breath of the Wild came out, it won the award of Most Anticipated Game of the Year.
Mm.
2017, when the game came out, it won Game of the Year.
Mm.
Now, last year, and I covered the Game Awards live, Tears of the Kingdom finally got its title and won Most Anticipated Game. And it's possible that they could win Game of the Year. And now here's the flat-out thing I want to bring up, because originally they said for Breath of the Wild, oh yeah, we're not planning for DLC, even though I paid for DLC on release day. Here's the thing where it's different. There's no plan for DLC, but it could come out if it's part of now the expansion pass or the Nintendo Online, which they weren't able to do with the first game, which could bring up anything between underwater, multiplayer. But the thing is, why not make that announcement at Game Awards like they did for Bot W? Like, why not intentionally tell the fans we're not planning anything, because they don't want to get, hopes up, expectations up of someone's going to say, oh yeah, I know for a fact this is leaked and confirmed, and everybody's going to get their hopes up to that one thing, and it's not true.
So
why not outright a month after the game comes out say, we're not planning on doing anything, but still come out with something?
Yeah, look, it is possible, and I'll say this much: I put out that one of the rare shorts I've done, because I'm so good at doing YouTube shorts that I've decided to never do them again, because I'm shite at them. But
I tried TikTok. I tried.
I'm not going on TikTok ever, because I hate the passage of time as it is, and so I'm not going on a clock app. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You can keep that TikTok to yourself, or TokTik or whatever. No. I don't want to go on a clock app. That's a joke, by the way. It's a joke, but no, seriously, I can't stand that crap. But just personally, nothing against anyone else. It's just not for me. Oh, thank you, Chris. I'm glad you like the short idea, because I got plenty of feedback, including from my immediate family, that how was anyone supposed to read that when it moved so quick? What was it about? Because I was trying to get the title. Anyway, look, I'm just not good at it, Chris. Not good at it. But I'm not good at YouTube either, so it kind of marries up.
No, don't do that. No, don't.
No, I have fun with it.
No.
I have fun with
really
it. I have
good,
fun.
dude. You're I know you don't plan on making it full-time, and YouTube's not my full-time. I'm full-time Twitch, but you got something with YouTube that...
Man, I've got a full-time Twitch at work at the moment. What are you talking about?
If it is your hobby and it is a passion, I'd say go with it. Full force, man.
No,
because you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, you don't. That's right. I don't know what's going to happen. I do know one thing, though. That thing, the YouTube short, was meant to be what was on the website, and I saw it, and that's why I went and checked it out in the time machine. It did have the note at the bottom of it that it was saying that because they get the Game Pass, not Game Pass, it's like a game voucher. You could buy the vouchers with Nintendo. That wasn't applicable for DLC, and it was in the terms and conditions at the bottom of the website. Now, I said that to me, and at that stage we were all pretty much thinking that DLC would have to be a thing because it was with Breath of the Wild. And so I did that short based on when I thought the date of the DLC would be based on Breath of the Wild, and that also would have lined up with the release of the second one around the Game Awards, which again would make sense. All of that I thought it's not a lock-in, but it was all pretty solid. It had some backing, had some evidence. And that thing had since been removed from the website, which was kind of like, ooh, Nintendo being tricksy. As it stands, I could also see the other point of view that I've also seen things on websites and dealt with them in the last week. Particularly, I've had to point out to a bunch of companies and literally do the error logs on their website and point out where their JavaScript's broken, where their links are broken, how they don't know how to do CSS or whatever. So I understand that things on a website may not be a clue. They could also just be a mistake. So that's one thing. Them saying no DLC is another thing. So at the moment, I'm inclined to think it might not happen. However, I have to stipulate this thing, that they said specifically about revisiting the world for a reason. It doesn't necessarily mean that would have to be for a full game. It could be in a game and be a part of that game. Exactly. That's in a different world. Are you following me?
Yeah, I'm on the exact same page, because when I was playing this, I kept saying, this game is so complete, it's so much more beefier than Breath of the Wild that it doesn't need DLC. Like, it doesn't
Hey, I was
need
gameplay,
it. And
Yeah.
I agree with what was given at that, interview, that if the time comes or if the time is presented, we'll possibly come back. And I do agree that there are some things, whether it's lore or the world or just different kinds of questions come to mind
Yeah.
of loose ends. And people are like, everything from like Cass to the Sheikah, and everybody's like, well, the Sheikah disappeared. Okay, fine. But just there's
What do they mean the
different
Sheikah
points
disappeared, though? Because
the
Sheikah
so in the
technology.
bottom line, so the bottom line end of it is, and I was really curious because all of the Sheikah stuff was gone. Yeah, the towers.
No, it's not.
And well,
That whole
like,
take on the
Cherry-
Sheikah stuff is crap,
Yeah,
as far as I'm concerned.
it is because there's like Cherry and a couple other things.
No.
that
But
still-
as I said in the theory channel with Dan, no, this makes sense, right? The Zelda goes back with the Pura pad that Robbie and Pura worked on. So
Right.
Breath of the Wild finishes. I want to cover this because I was going to do it with Lorulean as well, but we ran out of time. So I'm just going to hit this one on the head because it's
no
pissing me
worries.
off a little bit. Because it's like on Nintendo, I didn't care, and there's no lore answer for the disappearance of the Sheikah technology. Just step outside of your brain for a sec and follow
Yeah.
it. Just it's pretty straightforward actually, because it's one of the classic Zelda conundrums, right? What you have, there you go, Lorulean's back. It makes sense to me because if Zelda takes the Pura pad back, so let me step this out slow because it'll be easier and make much more sense. Breath of the Wild has to happen. Yeah? And Breath of the Wild happens after the 3 timelines. We don't know which timeline. It doesn't matter because it happens after the 3. And I think there's a combination of all those 3 timelines into Breath of the Wild. And Breath of the Wild happens, it comes and goes, and Calamity Ganon happens, and therefore the beginning of Tears of the Kingdom happens. When Tears of the Kingdom comes, they've upgraded the Pura pad. We know that for a fact because it looks more like the Switch, not like the Wii U. Yeah, so that's the upgraded Pura pad, who was worked on by Pura and by Robbie. And we also know that Pura has aged slightly. In fact, she aged herself perfectly because she finally managed to master the aging process with the Sheikah technology. Right. So, by the way, pointing it out, manipulation of time. Mastered. By anyway, just pointing that out.
Well, no. What I'm getting at is like I'm not talking about like straight up all Sheikah, like underline all. I'm saying like there's certain definitions between like quote unquote ancient and quote unquote refined or remastered or however you want to put it.
Yeah, but if I finish that train of thought though, what I'm saying is when she goes back with the Pura pad, she's taking that new technology that's from a post Breath of the Wild world that's in Tears of the Kingdom that Pura and Robbie have upgraded back to the ancient past in the time of Hyrule and Mineru. Mineru we know that she takes the Pura pad because we see it in the memory, and she now has it, but the Zonai aren't bereft of technology because we see that they actually have those little sentries and stuff around at that time. They have a technology of their own. We know the Zonai technology uses this sort of green quote-unquote spirit energy or force, and we know that the Sheikah tech uses a bluish, but it's still a force, it's still an energy or a translation of a power, and it's like our world, right? All energy is really a translation of some form or whatever. But where I'm going is that the events of the ancient past are happening, and Mineru having the Pura pad, she actually uses that Pura pad and puts herself in it, and that's how she ends up coming back into the current day in the present, in that Pura pad. So here's where this makes a bucket ton of sense for me. On one end of the spectrum, as we know in Tears of the Kingdom, we've got Link. About the point, when we're in the Sky Islands and, the thing with the connections, the whole golden ratio thing we're talking about, and I'm going, you look at that from 2 perspectives. You've got Link is standing there, he's got the sword, and you've got fire, and we've seen that the golden ratio is spinning. If you haven't seen it, it's amazing. The yellow thing of fire. So she's there, and then you've got Zelda in the ancient past on the other side. So you've got the past, the present, and fire in the middle with the Master Sword transitioning, and that all happens. And essentially, if you look at that, Zelda in the past is on one end of the accordion, Link's on the other end of the accordion, and Fire's in the middle, and it's like playing reality like one big instrument at that point in time. The whole thing's just getting shaken up quite badly because reality is getting jammed from the past and the present, and all of it's changing based on the interaction of those things together. They are changing reality literally in real time. And if you look at the Tesseract, like things like those four-dimensional shapes, we can't really quite understand them and perceive them because we see things from one point in time. But, you know, arguing time travel is like arguing craziness. It doesn't make sense. None of us have traveled time. We can't travel time. We can barely perceive it. But what I do know is that how this worked in the Zelda universe is if you're actually interacting with time travel on either side, it does have those flow-on effects. But we've never really quite had it where both were acting on it at the same time from the past and the present. And it's then causing that upheaval event. But that will then explain why in the present day, because of those events, it's now the Sheikah tech has been imbued with the Zonai tech from the past. It's a different sort of technology, and it's been taken in a different way because now that has affected the reality of that world. The good example of that is the Sky Island writings, where they talk about the fashion from Cece with the mushroom stuff in Atino. You don't know when you're playing Tears of the Kingdom, you're like, where the hell did this come from? But then you find the Sky Island writings that Zelda was talking about it in the ancient past, and so therefore they were trying it out then. And so that actually led to how Cece then introduced it in Tears of the Kingdom. Therein, it's the same sort of thing like when Zelda was in the Amber Crystal in Tears of the Kingdom, in Skyward Sword. When she went back, she took a tier that was Rauru's. There were two tiers. It was the same tier. It shouldn't have existed. It was by in and of itself a paradox. But it's a classic Zelda trope, right? It's now changing what is happening now because we've been changing the past. But the Sheikah tech still exists. You've got the Sky Towers, which is a different variation of that. But Dan, I reckon, gave me the best challenge with that. He said, well, how do you explain the Guardian on top of Fatino Tech Lab? And I went, that to me is why I think it is right. Because in order for that Puripad to have existed and come back, it would need technology from somewhere. We know that Robbie was working on that Puripad using Guardian parts because around Hatino Ancient Tech Lab was basically a scrapyard of Guardians where he was using that technology. So you have to have at least one Guardian. You have to have one thing that existed from Breath of the Wild for that same Puripad to have come back because that's what's connecting it.
Wouldn't that be Cherry? Wouldn't that be Cherry, his small little robot?
Well, no, because what was Cherry? Was Cherry creating Puripad, or was Cherry creating armor and technology and swords?
That's true. Well, I'm just saying, like, you could take a part of Cherry as, like...
Oh, no, you could. I'm just playing shits and giggles. But I guess what I'm saying is like, that would make sense to me. That would totally make sense. Yeah.
Right. And granted, that's a actually more in-depth version of what I was going to say. Because, like, I was pointing out more towards... we could take the creating champion aspect of the return locking mechanism that would be with all the towers and shrines, fine. But what I was going for was specifically the furnaces, not the furnaces.
The furnaces are gone. No, I'm with you there.
Like
They're gone.
Yeah, like I saw that on the trailer and I freaked out. And it's been a thing. Same thing of the evolution. It goes on with that same thing with the evolution of the Sheikah tech. Because of the blue flame itself.
Yeah.
The blue flame was originally known as Nehru's flame, protected by Skipper and his crew in the middle of the Great Sand Sea. Then we see the blue flame again being held by the Sheikah, one of cold fire. But then over so much time, it now gets altered to being blue flame of like hot, like burning flame that can now go into previously known fire, gaseous, and liquid form, but now into a solid form. And now it's been evolved again. Like, you and I are on, like, the same page. Like,
I think we all are to a degree. I think we all are to a degree. It's just different sort of... And that's what I think, where I say I get a little bit touchy about what Where I get touchy about how the thing with Nintendo is being dealt with sometimes is because there's sort of the ability, I guess, to look at things in two different ways. You could say, if you want to throw your hands up in the air and say they don't care about Zelda and stuff anymore, that's fine. And cool, you can do that, and that's your point of view, and that's fine. I don't exist in that camp, though. I exist in the camp where I think they do care. I think they are doing... I think they have connected. I think they've actually found a way to connect it that makes a bucket ton of sense. But what I think they've done is not necessarily spoon-fed it like grade school linearity and given us building blocks and gone, here's the story, and got hand puppets because we're not children, and they let us actually get involved in the meta level of the game and solve puzzles, which is awesome.
What they've done is
it's brilliant.
They've gone back to their roots. What they've done is they've gone back to their creative roots, and instead of like literally mapping it out of, you've got to focus on this. And
same page, man.
Not think of an alternate directive. They literally put it as you can think of the timeline still being there, whether it's direct or whether it's a side
the timeline still exists. 100%.
That's what I'm getting at, and that's why Tears of the Kingdom was made that way. Like they specifically picked 2 points. One directly more recent, which is quote unquote after everything that is already known. But then you get the other point, which is, okay, hold on, this is after the curse is set, but before the First Kingdom. Hold on, what is this? After the Interloper War? Like, what?
Is it?
Well, that's the thing. If it's the quote-unquote First Kingdom, if it's the First Kingdom established, the First Kingdom wasn't established until after the Interloper War, aka the fight for the Twilight Mirror, or the fight for the Sacred Realm. Those same interlopers who were greatly excelled in magic were stopped by the 4 light spirits, Faron, Mineru, Eldin, and Ordana.
Yeah.
Now, those 4 light spirits had to banish those interlopers into the Twilight Realm, who would become Twilight, and the Mirror of Twilight would then be safeguarded in the middle of the desert.
Yeah.
Those events would happen, though, thousands of years before the descendants of Link and Zelda would finally make a quote-unquote kingdom. And what's even more jarring of that is the result of that interloper war was the result in making the Temple of Time by Rauru himself. So it fits so perfectly well because you're like, well, before a modern, like, medieval kingdom like we see in Minish Cap, we get this almost quote-unquote ancient kingdom that still excels in magic, which would fit between the modernization of Minish Cap and the tribal-esque era of post-Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
Now, granted, whether I'm correct or not is completely up to debate, but...
Well, I'll make you feel better if I put mine out, because mine's going to sound so far out of whack, it's going to make yours look sane, if you want. I just don't know whether I should throw it out, because I've been debating that. But before I do, though, I might do the right thing and just touch on the chat, because there's quite a bit here. Let's have a look. Who have we got? Chris, I think Duolingo. Oh, Duolingo is great, mate. Sorry, I've got to touch on chat, because I love these guys. Duolingo kills it, mate. I'm Emerald League now, and I found out that I'm uber competitive, by the way, Keely. I got a real problem. I don't like being beaten. But yeah, it's good. I like it, and it dings, and it makes me happy. And I can do it on the toilet, because that's the only break I get. Chris, I like the short. Yeah, I was Game Collector, man. Good to have you. Good to have you here. Good to hear your voice too, or see your face, or just, fist bump. Chris, I like BYKI before you know it. Got a free sub through local library. Oh, okay. Yeah, all right. So that's different. Thank you. Take the hats up for that. Implied things cease to exist once they've served. Correct. That is exactly what they said. And it wouldn't.
Says yellow.
Yellow. No, but it wouldn't need to exist anymore because, and you're 100% right. And I was saying that with Lorulean, because I was saying the same thing about technically the Divine Beast. And they did exist, and that timeline did. See, nothing's retconned. Nothing is ever retconned.
Exactly.
You can't remove the past. It has happened. However, if you time travel and you are manipulating or iterating on time, it may be an alternate state of that realm or a different dimensional outlook. You can agree or disagree. That's fine. But I don't think the intention is to retcon the past. In fact, I think the intention is to outrightly address the past. If they wanted to ignore the past games and the past timelines, they would have ignored it and moved on. They wouldn't be diving in and referencing things like the Interloper War and poking the bear, because that's kind of like what I'm getting as interpretation is like. Not only are they not addressing the past games, they're poking us with it, and it's just like, what do you think? Is like some benevolent demon company who's like, ha ha, look, we're crapping all over your history, and you love these games, ha ha, we're ignoring you. Well, it's like, no, that's not the case.
If I could just make a slight thing in, like
you can, because I'm like some of the things are hilarious.
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, and if like I can't explain it easily, but the only way I can is if anybody's seen Loki season 1, then they probably know what you and I are talking about.
Yeah.
You too, LH, because we talked about this in the past. That
I can hear another voice. Someone else in?
Yeah,
that's
LH. He came back.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm back.
He's back. Oh, well, there you go. Like, I can just hand over now. We're good. I'll just hand over to you. I'll try and play the game so the guys are entertained with seeing something.
No worries.
I've been trying to get a horse now for like half an hour. Oh, I fed the Dondons.
You're looking for the giant horse, right?
Yeah, technically I am. I say I'm looking for it. That's the that's the radar term.
In Breath of the Wild, the giant horse
is down in here.
Is in the Taobab grassland.
Yeah. I'm on it, man. I'm on it.
That's not what you're looking for now, though.
There's what am I?
One, and it's over by where Melania's
Is it Katy Perry?
Used to be.
Oh, okay. I know where that is roughly. Mm-hmm. I thought it was going to be like Katy Perry. You ready for a dark horse? Are you ready? Oh, sorry, I can't help it. I'm getting a little bit feisty.
No worries, man.
It's
fine. It's fine.
I think as well, and it's kind of I think it's kind of a representation of, how would I put it? I get to deal with you guys a lot, and I don't know. We just have fun talking about Zelda stuff in a way and enjoy it. So I guess what I hope for myself is to really want to dig in and answer those questions and make the connections, but also not get so far down it that I can't have a laugh at myself and go, yeah, I'm probably wrong, and this is probably it's still a game, right? It's still just a game.
Oh yeah.
It means the world to me, and I love it, but I'm also wanting to make those connections and really enjoy that lore, but also still have this common sense enough to go, there are some things that maybe don't add up 1,000%, and therefore I'm not going to throw my toys out the pram because I'm an adult. Like, does that make sense? I don't know if I'm making sense or not. I can't tell.
It does. It does, and I think I could throw a curveball at that. For instance, Breath of the Wild, when it was presented in 2017, it had one main aspect. You could solve any problem with more than just one solution.
Correct, I agree.
You could be
Britney Spears.
Yeah, I know. Oh man, I don't know, man. My lips don't work anymore. No,
I just think of Britney. That's all. Yeah, go for it.
Oh, no worries. But you were given the thing of any problem could basically be solved in any way that you could think of. Tears of the Kingdom then took that and said, okay, now think of each and every single one of those infinite possibilities and expand that tenfold.
Are you saying they took multiplicative gameplay and multiplied it?
Oh,
that's unfathomable.
No way! Like, whoa!
and there's a chance that they took multiplicative gameplay and tried to apply it to the storyline to give multiplicative storyline. Mind blown.
Well, that's the thing. Like, you could still apply that though to other Zelda games.
Go karaoke.
You could say like Zelda 1, Zelda 2, and Link to the Past. But let's say a more linear known Zelda game like Ocarina of Time.
Yeah.
My personal play style is not Deku Tree, Dodongo Mines, Jabu Jabu, and then all of the temples in order. I do literally the Deku Tree, get the bombs from Dodongo's mine, get out of there. Do Jabu Jabu's belly as the second temple.
Excuse me, I like to spend a good hour trying to mess with Mako when he won't let me in to get to the Deku Tree. And I know what I need to
yeah.
do to get through, but I like to try and see if I can beat his ass and get through there. And it never works, but one day I'm going to beat his ass and get through there.
You can bomb jump.
Tiny!
Like, you can do a backflip bomb jump.
So I'm not like, let me through. He asked to see me. He's like, I'm not letting you through. It's like, stop being a douche.
Oh, hey,
anyway,
Stink, the great Deku Tree wants to see you. Who wants to, well, you can't get through without a sword and a shield. Better luck.
I wish I could take
like
control of the character and I just stand there in front of him like with my finger going up and down going, everybody selfish, everybody selfish, everybody selfish. And just until he moves. Because I'm pretty sure that's what she did to him. That's why he's so angry, because he's just like, I'm not letting you through because everybody's selfish. It's stuck in his head.
I don't know, but... Oh god, what was I getting at? Oh no.
Sorry, I didn't mean to distract you with everybody's selfish, but that is in and of itself the biggest missed opportunity for a rap song.
Too.
Yeah, no, somebody needs to have got that, done a rap song, mixed it down, and it should just be like with the... I think, actually, I saw a really good video from Mineru the other day, because I like that, he's got like this sarcasm, and he was talking about the old Zelda ads, and it was hilarious, and it's something like that with the old Zelda ad kind of feel, but with everybody's selfish. Would be great. Yeah, everybody's selfish.
Like that thing?
And people, yeah, I don't know.
Oh my god.
I told you it was going to devolve into craziness. Tiny, how are you, my friend? Bloody good to see ya. And I shouldn't have said
the
bloody.
Majora's Mask radio commercials back in the day.
Yeah, no,
like
that's freaky. It was super good.
It was.
No, they were living the dream.
Oh, dude.
What if this is a big thing like the song Moon Pass? Love it. Yes, and yes. Every day of the week, Carrie. A little paradox. Yes. Time paradox. Go karaoke. Sorry, I was just touching
Zelda doesn't think for you a reason I consider it a healthy addiction. Yeah, same here.
Yes, agree, Chris. And I think that's where we're all coming. When Oath nailed it, when he said, I think we're all sort of thinking the same thing. We are in a way that sometimes we're not on the exact same theory, but we're all thinking the same things in terms of we can see the connections to the old games, we can see the acknowledgement of that stuff, and we can see how it's got to evolve though as well. Because I think that's the missing piece that for me, I'm like, you look at the sales of Zelda and that as well. I was saying Lorulean yesterday, you got to put in perspective that there is not, please somebody correct me if I'm wrong here, there is not one existing fictional piece of interactive narration or story like Zelda. This is an interactive medium gameplay that I don't know of any series franchise out there that is this old, has this kind of world, and is still existing and is growing and is part of our world. In fact, it is so thoroughly big that people have built jobs off it. Not just jobs, there are actual now industries built off the back of this game in this series. There are Zelda tubers who get to make videos full time as a job and get paid for it. There are people who do speed runs. There are people who do art. There are people who are creating stuff out in the community, merchandise and things like that, all off the back of this fictional interactive medium. And Nintendo at the heart of it are pioneering something, because I don't think there's a template. Written pieces, like fictional novels and the like. Or I suppose we've had writing as a human element for quite some time to be able to, understand the unique ways of how to navigate that over a longer period of time. Music has existed. Yeah. Bands have existed, but interactive medium like games, no, that's new, and this is new. How do you manage that into the future? You have to be able to cater for the future and still acknowledge the past and try to hold that through and not lose it. And so, I don't know, personally, I think that's a monumental task. Imagine being the head in charge of that. That would be harsh. That would be really hard. I think they're doing it well. I think we all appreciate that. That's the thing where I think we're all on the same page. We all get it. We all get that this game is amazing. We love it and we get to enjoy it. And the connections that we're able to make with the old games are freaking great. It's awesome. Like, who wouldn't be stoked with that? I got to tell you, for most people my age, and certainly if they're working full time, or you're working, or you got families, or you got dramas, and we've all had so many people in my community
What's
anyway
up, Tiny?
have had. Yeah, what's up, Danny? We've all had challenges this year. Most people I know have had if I could be frank, we've had a shit year. A lot of people have had this stuff's gone terrible for them, right? But we've all sort of bonded and supported each other and checked in on each other and stuff, and that's something that I've been proud of as being a part of that community. So I don't know. Like, I think we're on the same page with that. I think we're trying to make this connection. I think we're trying to challenge how we look at it and grow with it and reflect on it. And I'm proud of that, and I'm proud of that part of the community, and that's what I'm hoping to foster and be a part of. And so I get a little protective of that. Yeah, that's my jam.
Like I said to you and LH here and Dan, we're all different sides of the same coin. So we're going to the same place, but we're just seeing it different sides.
Which makes sense because we're different people. Do you know what that's called? Perspective. And funnily enough, if you're taking a dimensional view on things,
oh,
and
like
Chris,
the Sheikah?
Yeah, but Chris would school me on this because he's smart. But taking into account that dimensional aspect or perspective on things, that is exactly what it is about. It is about being able to look at things with a different perspective and bring it together. And as a collective conscious, you're able to view things differently and understand it far more holistically than you could have with just one mind. And I know that sounds really, but maybe that sounds overly verbose. I don't know, but it just, I couldn't have looked at this game the same way that I do now without looking at it after my missus had played it, because she took a whole different angle on it than I did. My daughter took a whole different angle, and then I can tell you the best example of that is it made me look at speedrunners differently, because I'd never got speedrunning up until they did that, and then I'm like, you know what? I don't understand how to look at things from any other perspective than my own. I need to try and see it through their eyes. So then I started watching how a speedrunner did it, and I'm like, God damn, these guys are like Matrix people. They have cracked the code in their head. They're playing this game in a way I couldn't imagine. And so then I started worrying about Tears of the Kingdom. How would it cater for a speedrunner? Like, it changed the way I think at a base level, which is growth. That's amazing. Yeah. That's an amazing thing to achieve out of a game. I don't know. I think that's awesome. How could you not be stoked with that?
We've come a long way. We've come a long way from bomb stabbing to activate a glitch from Goma's room into Ganondorf's final stage in Ocarina of Time in under 20 minutes. Yeah. We've come a long way from that.
No, but even the glitch stuff, man. I didn't ever do the glitch stuff, but all these guys are like, it's crazy.
Did you know that Miyamoto said in the past that he purposely keeps glitches in his games if they're beneficial?
Yeah, I have. Yeah,
breaking. So like the Ocarina of Time bomb glitch, the Vibro Sword, or the Goma like speed run, he has purposely kept that in every single iteration, just because it's been iconic to the game itself.
Yeah, no, I understand completely, and I think riffing off that as well, like we were talking about Lorulean last night. The game started off with like Christianity, trying to appeal a lot to the Western audiences, and you saw that cross on, he had it on his shield and stuff.
Like literally the book was called Bible back in the day.
Well, yeah, but you can get it, right? I can understand what they were trying to crack that market, but as time's gone on, that they've brought in many more influences of these other cultures, and now there's this beautiful blend of things from all around the world. Like, it's hard to pick one over the other. It's inspired me to look more into Japanese culture and learn more about that.
Right.
Like the flow-on effects of some of the decisions they made are pretty cool. And I don't know, I can only speak, again, you can only speak personally, but I shouldn't have to keep prefacing that, because half of the time I get comments and I watch other people, they don't preface shit. They just carry on like a pork chop. But for me, I think I'm better off for
cultures.
it. Yeah.
Oh, snap.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So, I might be able to blow your mind.
Go for it.
Okay, so
let's go. Wait.
You may have heard that there was a recent developer interview from Nintendo Dream in Japan.
Yeah.
Oh.
I translated it a little ways ago. Sidir Yamakawa on my server also translated parts of it as well. as per request. I was just reading over my version of it, and there was a term that's used in part of it, and I'll get to that term in a bit, but I was learning a little bit more about it, and it just kind of clicked for me that it means something very interesting. So I'm going to read the
Hey,
translation.
this is like a
The
bootstrap, but I need to put my bootstrap on for this paradox. Anyway, sorry, I like puns, man. Yeah, exactly. Just scratch the mic, put the microphone on, get the amp up, everybody kick back. Lorulean, go!
Okay, so Nintendo Dream asked, speaking of Rauru, in Tears of the Kingdom, in the Tears of the Dragon cutscene, when the hand seals Ganondorf, we see this impressive swirling light come out. I thought that these were above shrines to make them easier to find, so what's this all about? And then Fujibayashi answers and says, in that cutscene, Rauru uses a sealing technique with his body to siphon off and purify the magic and the heart of Ganondorf. This act of purification releases a spiral of light. Also, let's talk about the setting of Hyrule Castle, since Hyrule Castle in the founding era is in a completely other place. In the era of Link and his friends, the place where Ganondorf was sealed is directly below Hyrule Castle, as that was the best place to seal him. It's sort of like a, quote, dragon vein, so to speak. And the castle is one part of the warding facility created by Rauru's purification and the release of that magic. So dragon vein is the word there. And as I was looking it up and looking into the history of it, it's also referred to as Long Mai, and it comes from Feng Shui.
Right.
It refers to a path of chi, or a path of life energy.
Right.
He's siphoning off Ganondorf's life force and purifying it.
Yeah. That's cool.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's cool.
So those theories about the Ganondorf battery might be right.
Yeah.
So can I put my hat in the ring real quick, because I've been a big speaker on this whole thing. I even brought this up in chat earlier, but GS, could you real quick activate Mineru for me real quick?
Only for you, dude. Let me consider it. Yes. Okay. Sure. That's like the easiest request in the world, but it's to be fair, I'm not very good at the game, but yeah, I can try. it's like, can you? I can try. How do I actually activate it?
If you look at Mineru real quick.
Where is she?
Oh,
there we go. Hey, baby girl.
There she is.
The edge.
Hey, baby
So
girl.
if you look at Mineru real quick, you see the spirals going through her, and you see the spirals coming off like Sidon's Sage Spirit and all that.
I'm not gonna lie, it looks like a sprinkler in the middle there. It's the Aussie in me. Yeah.
I've been on this thing since like the second trailer in 2021, but what if that green line is literally the living spirit, the living soul? Like, the thing powering the construct is literally Mineru herself. And it's not just some kind of energy source, but it's a literal soul. And then you go to the construct factory we were at earlier, and each one of those pods that are sealed up, you cremate the body, you cultivate the soul, you put it into either a battery, a crystallized charge, you connect it to a construct. I mean, heck, even the byproduct could lead off to maybe luminous stones. Who knows? But what I'm saying is, these green lines directly, same thing what comes off Rauru's hand. That spirit aspect, the life force that LH was just saying. Like, I've been on that same thing before the game came out, and it's good to know that there might be some truth to that after all.
No, I'm 100% on board. I guess this, for me, it goes back to that aspect of, we were talking about it, Lorulean, with the Force. The Force, that they went and stipulated, and again, it goes to prove to me that there's no accidents with half of this stuff, right? So they've been saying about Force, and they're particular about saying it is one thing, because as we were talking about, right, like, it can be taken, and it, like energy in our world, it can come in many forms depending on which way it transits or it transacts. But malice is just one form of that energy. The ancient energy is another distillation of it, versus the what we're seeing here with but this one it's called sort of like the Zonai energy and stuff. But I'm sorry, you can't tell me that doesn't look exactly like the same sort of greenish or light greenish tinge energy in Twilight Princess that you use when you're what is it, the when you get the
souls?
not the soul. No. When you're using you go up. Oh, I can't believe it. I put it in the video.
In the Palace of Twilight?
No, when you're using the statues and you get the thing off the ochre.
Oh, the Dominion Rod.
Dominion Rod, and when you're using the statues, what's powering that?
Mm-hmm.
It's the same type of color.
Yeah, it apparently. So I might be wrong, and LH, you correct me if I'm wrong.
Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Probably am.
If I
to be
remember
fair,
correctly,
but
the Dominion Rod is a siphoning tool for the holder's spirit / life force to control / mirror their movements onto whatever statue they might be trying to control.
I'll put this out there now. I don't think there's any coincidence. I don't think there's any. No, but I have to say this, Matt. I don't think there's any chance that the fact that the Dominion Rod and what the ochre and that does with this movement of an inanimate, you're worried about your speech, listen to mine, inanimate object, right? So here we have Zonai energy powers machines or inanimate objects to move and function. The ochre we use in the Dominion Rod to move an inanimate object and make it functional, albeit slightly more like a Lego block. And it's almost the exact same color. They're both ancient races known to have existed in ancient Hyrule and have connections to the founding or the royal family, just whatever you want, and come from the heavens. If that's a coincidence, fair cop. But Jesus, it's a good coincidence, isn't it?
Well, to continue on that, you can see this example of these like strands being energy for like life force, because let's say you teleport in Breath of the Wild. Those same like blue strands come out of nowhere, but is literally the essence of Link. You can see the same thing where you teleport from temple to temple in Ocarina of Time. You're using somewhat of your soul with space-time.
For sure, Chris is saying quantum entanglement. He's bang on. Bang on.
Yeah.
What's LH? Oh, sorry. No, you go, mate. I was just going to say after you're done, LH. What was your take on that though, with that interpretation? Because that's pretty cool. It's a pretty cool one.
Yeah. Because I'm. Other than that, it's like you could say that the blue flame is the burning of that soul when it's completely done, and that's why it's ice cold.
I guess the argument would be though in that is that, and correct me if I'm wrong. Let's step this out. They're saying that, and I agree, it is what's happening with his life energy, and he is purifying it 100%, because that helps answer. Remember, I was saying my concern with the arm is that when you get the spirit orbs here, that the gloom stuff comes off it, and I'm like, isn't that Rauru's arm? Because if that's full of malice and hatred, like what was Rauru secretly like, just like badass, you know?
Yeah, that's right. He was absorbing it for tens of thousands of years.
Yeah. What was the deal with that gloom stuff coming off? But I guess I guess what I was also thinking about with that is that if he's purifying it and stuff, that's great. Does that mean then that they were using him to just purify, and all blue ancient energy comes from purifying energy from Ganon? I don't know if that would be 100% the case, right?
Well,
because we know in Tears of the Kingdom
back this up with something.
Well, I don't know if it is or it isn't, but just to finish it though, we do have the Sheikah energy still existing here, and Ganon is no longer under the castle. I just want to step it out with you guys so I can check. He's no longer under the castle, correct?
Well, that's the thing. If we're gonna go back to this whole thing of like the whole energy and it burning off and blue and all that stuff, There's one tale that's now forgotten in modern-day Hyrule. Everybody follows the cult of Hylia. Everybody has forgotten the original 3 creators.
Yeah.
And the blue energy is spiraling out of the madness that they descend from.
Yeah.
So who's to say that, well, I don't know, those blue droplets that are showering Din, Nehru, and Furore
Yeah.
in the creation of everything.
Oh, like
Who's
in
to say
Ocarina and
that-
stuff like that. Yeah.
Right. Who's because I already linked you guys in the chat. Who's to say that that blue energy coming from the sky isn't one and the same, like souls or even the making of souls before they're even a thing? Because Din was the one who made the earth. Nehru, who was the one who made the law of the land, but Aurora was the one who made the creatures. So the will of law would be soul. And it would be that energy made from, let's say, Nehru.
Yeah. I mean, I don't 100%. I'm not really fixed to anything. I just kind of, I guess I like step some of that out and go, well, it could be or it couldn't be. Maybe I don't know, but I don't know 100% with some of it whether it's designed to be consistent or not with how. But I guess they stipulated it to be force. So when it came down, and it kind of a bit like Star Wars, isn't it? Like, or you could call it what do we call it in our world? Energy. It's a spirit, or it's a
The ether.
ether, or just call it
It's
whatever you like. It's kinetic energy. It's whatever it is. But as with anything, my understanding, Chris, please help me out here because I know you're good at this sort of thing. My understanding of what I'm picking up with the Japanese culture, which I'm digging, I really dig because it's a bit different from the stories I grew up with, and it's kind of like when they view spirits, that spirits can be. They could be angry, right? But it might be because they've been wronged in their life. But they're able to also rectify that and transition. They don't have to be stuck in a state. It is a fluid understanding of movement and change, and that things can change state. So inevitably, if you're looking at something like that, and I can only give the example of water scientifically, that water can exist as a vapor, it can exist as an ice or a solid, it can exist as a liquid, but it depends on the state. For that, it's temperature. But in a sort of much more complicated and maybe a spiritual view of the world, inevitably it will all still suggest that it comes from the same source, but it can go in different ways, and that makes a lot of sense to me as to the malice or the gloom or the ancient energy or the whether it's Sheikah or whether it's Zonai. It's how they've processed, or I mean, look at the Zonai energy, we talk about it and stuff, but here it seems to be very much processed into a battery. You know, and they've got factories that they're doing a lot of that sort of stuff. But I would agree when you're talking about Mineru and using that giant thing there, that definitely looks like it is a life type energy. That's what I was saying about Dominion Rod and stuff, and how it's the same type of thing. What is being harnessed there? Because that one's got me stuck a little bit. It looks the same, but where's the energy coming from?
Well,
from Link.
That's a good answer.
Elder.
That's the thing. Yeah,
Well,
I don't know,
so-
but it's interesting to
let's
me.
say this. So and I've watched like Ghost Hunters International, Destination Truth.
Have you
like,
seen Ghost
people
Faces?
What?
Have you seen Ghost Faces? Like on Supernatural?
Oh my god.
What?
Okay, so I
Have you seen Ghost Faces?
I haven't seen Supernatural. I haven't seen. If you name a movie or TV show, there's a good chance that I may or may not have seen it.
Just so Ghost Faces on Supernatural is it's like a comedic take on Ghost Chasers, but they got this cool theme song. I think it's like Ghost Faces, get out of the kitchen before the kitchen gets hot, and it's so funny. It's so good, and it's just, I don't know, it's stuck in my head, but I can't help it. Sorry, continue, please. I'll promise I'll be quiet.
Oh, no worries. Well, okay. So what I was trying to get at is, if if the Zonai lived in the sky,
Yeah.
and this is going to get really weird because I'm trying to grasp at many different things to make this work. So I'm just going to apologize to everyone that if I stumble, just letting you know ahead of time.
Just smash it out, bud.
Context clues of the overall just grandeur existence of Hyrule. We have an ancient sky tribe, fine, and this is after the humans before Hylians. The humans came down to Earth because that's a key point. They were still humans. Once they followed the crown and a monarchy, they were Hylians. Because of the discovery of Hylia. But the thing is, we have this ancient tribe that goes to the sky after the humans leave. Okay, fine, the Zonai. And they disappear, which kind of falls in line with the whole thing with the interlopers, since the interlopers were never specifically named by race or tribe. But not only to throw that wrench into the machine, you also have this prehistoric tribe. And you see in Skyward Sword that someone made the ancient robots before Demise emerged, and it just brings up a couple of questions.
I can answer them.
One, in the quote-unquote ancient Temple of Time in the Mineru Desert, which is not the same that Rauru made. Because
Correct.
this is before Rauru's even born, but we still have the symbol of the sages and sealed ground. Anyway, what I'm getting at is it's a Temple of Time, but it's not the Temple of Time, and it's never shown again or ever mentioned again. But it has the royal crest. And there's a difference between the royal crest and the goddess crest.
Correct.
The goddess crest is just the basic bird.
Dude.
The royal crest is the bird with talons and the Triforce. And that's in the middle of the Mineru Desert before the Kingdom of Hyrule is established. Wow.
Is it? Sorry. Is it?
Yeah, because that would have to be built before Link wakes up at the beginning of Skyward Sword.
Okay. Can I have a crack?
You gotta get into it. You gotta get into it now, man.
Okay. Ready? All right. Ready?
To throw that second thing in there, we have seen like other kinds of like technology, like UFOs and trains in Zelda, like in the whole universe.
No, totally agree with that. Yep.
And if you go to Skipper's Retreat in Skyward Sword and you look at his roof, you see a UFO. You see a couple other devices that shouldn't exist but have shown
Dude,
up.
if I go to Skipper's Retreat, I see a reference to Titanic as well. So what the hell is going on there?
But there's a plane. There's a literal airplane in Skipper's Retreat.
Yeah.
Where in any of the Zelda games has there been an airplane? Like an actual airplane ever? How does Skipper...
I'm going to have to be honest and say I don't recall the plane in Skipper's Retreat, to be fair. I've only played Skyward Sword once, but yeah.
Yeah, you gotta go inside. I think No Clip might still have it, but you go inside a Skipper's Retreat, you look up at the ceiling, he's got a UFO, he's got a boat, he's got all those knickknacks at the top of his...
Oh, definitely. No, they're tech savvy, man. I completely agree. I guess I'm challenging
one of them was a helicopter.
That's
I believe it.
I
believe it. I don't remember it though. That's
why
all.
is there like a realistic modern kind of setting before anything's even established, though?
Because
before Demise even breaks through.
Okay, so I'm gonna have to take a quick break just because I've got to go to the loo. But
no worries.
But let me start, and actually I can put a thing on. You guys can keep talking, but let me have a crack at this real quick, and then I'll let you debate for a sec. Right. And you guys can add into this because Lorulean knows what I'm about to just drop. So that's because when Zelda travelled back to the ancient past, she travelled back before Skyward Sword. That's how. The founding of Hyrule, I'm putting out that the founding of Hyrule that she went to with Rauru and Sonia, that was before Skyward Sword. In fact, Zelda is Hylia. What happened? No. Bear with me. Zelda is Hylia, and she's named Hylia because she sacrificed herself to become the dragon. In fact, you know how that whole thing went down with Rauru and he sealed Ganon, and they'd formed the kingdom, and Rauru sacrificed to seal Ganon, and Zelda became a dragon. And remember the Hylians that were close, they then decided to build the palace on top of that ceiling to try and make sure that Ganon was contained. And they lifted the Sky Islands, remember? Remember that?
Well, that's... Yes. And
Just bear with me. Just bear with me, because I'm bussing for Lou, mate, so just let me crack it out. If you go by what they say happened at the end of Tears of the Kingdom, or the ancient past anyway, it's exactly what is the description of what happened leading into Skyward Sword. It's describing how Hylia sacrificed herself for the good of Hyrule based on a fight where she couldn't win against this ancient evil. And so basically she sacrificed herself to the point that she became a deified level. She left this legacy, and it was the Hylians, and her chosen people were sent into the Sky Islands. But the thing is it actually explains the Sheikah and who the Sheikah are and how they were formed, because the Sheikah aren't in the ancient past, and nor is there any mention of the ancient hero. There is no Link. If you remember, Rauru doesn't even know who Link is. There's no discussion about Link because there was no hero. Exactly. The thing is, there didn't need to be a hero up until that point because there was never actually a curse. Nothing had ever... There was no requirement, there was no Link, and therefore there was no trope of an ancient hero. What, weirdly, I think has happened in Zelda Going to Ancient Past is she's caused herself. She's caused the Legend of Hylia, and the Legend of Hylia is actually, I believe, a marriage of her and Rauru and what they did, because in order for that to have happened, the Sky Islands were lifted, Hyrule was saved, it developed this trope of the sages, it also developed the Sheikah, because the Sheikah formed from the establishment of a protection of the royal family and based off Hylia. And if you think about it, that would have come from that sacrifice that Zelda made. They were the keepers of the secret as to what happened in that issue. And they formed a collective to try and protect Hyrule and the royal bloodline because she'd sacrificed herself to get back. It also explains the sword, because she was the carrier of the sword. And Sheikah, Lorulean, you can finish this one off, because he pointed it, because I'm sure that's actually how the Sheikah started, because I couldn't figure out where the Sheikah come from, but that would make sense. And he turned around and he went, that would actually marry up with, and I'll hand over to you, buddy.
Well, with a lot of the symbolism, right? So the Sheikah, as we see them in Breath of the Wild and in Tears of the Kingdom, they have a lot of like ancient Japanese, very Eastern style about them. They have a lot of Shinto and Buddhist stylings to a lot of their things, but also, of course, what's the word? Jomon pottery, it's ancient Japanese styling.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So they have all of that. And of course, their crest is the mind's eye, the third eye, and it's shedding a single tear. Now, they have to tattoo it onto their foreheads or onto their bodies. The Zonai literally had a third eye. We see Rauru and Mineru both have it.
Yep.
Okay. They also have a tattoo of a tear below each of them. So they physically embodied aspects of this symbolism and of this culture that the Sheikah later completely adapt and make their persona. So it makes sense that the Sheikah could have come from the Hylians, who were closely associated and followed the Zonai. But we know that the Sheikah existed since before Skyward Sword. So the only way this would account for that is if it happened before Skyward Sword, which is wild.
I'm not saying it's 100% right, but I'm saying that it's been bugging me for the longest time, and this is what I wanted to speak to Lorulean about yesterday. This is why I didn't want to do it in the chat or the forum or anything like that, because I had a few things also I wanted to show him, because there's other implications beyond that, that there's some stuff I'm looking at as well, that, and he knows what I mean with that, that is, you know, where I've been doing the last couple of theories and stuff, I've been building to that since I started doing the theories in the first place. And the whole point of where I've got to now is my long-ass winded way of trying to explain what I interpret the whole Zelda stuff to be about. Because I just want to make sense of it for myself, because it bugged me, because I'm OCD to a fault. But the thing about going back before Skyward Sword, that didn't click until Tears of the Kingdom. When that happened, and I better pause it because I'm going to die. When that happened, her traveling back to the ancient past.
GS, you might want to pause. You're getting shot at.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, nailed it. When she went back to the ancient past, it didn't add up. There was something wrong. And it was bugging me. And me and the missus were playing, and I was talking even with Keel and stuff about it. There were certain aspects of it didn't add up, and there was something wrong.
Yep.
And I couldn't nail it. I couldn't figure it out. And particularly as well, there's elements of the depths and things that don't make sense. And then when I finally landed on it being before, because we were all talking about it, right, with the imprisoning war and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. But and me naturally, and this is the argument about perspective, right?
No.
If you go, it's the founding of Hyrule or it's the imprisoning war. If you look at that timeline map that you get in Hyrule Story or Zelda Encyclopedia, you're making a distinctive choice to land on one mark or the other. But
yeah.
Why does it have to be one mark or the other? It doesn't. It doesn't have to be either. It can be.
And
yeah.
That's why. That's why
you land before that.
That's why I want to expand on that, because when you look at Encyclopedia and Historia, you are looking at it from a 2D perspective. But if you go into like 3D paint on the computer, for instance, you could easily take that timeline, take a couple of scenarios that you're talking about, and see, yeah, it's 3D. Instead of just 3, you're looking at 5 or something similar. Because I have been on that same page that very well could be, yes, that goes back to before Skyward Sword, and I'm not denying that, because Skyward Sword and Fujibayashi always had that thing of, there's an open-ended thing coming, and we're not going to solve it for a long time. Tears of the Kingdom comes back and says, hey, we're going to hit you in the back of the head like a boomerang from like over 10 years ago. They do that, right? I'm fully agreeing with you guys both.
Well,
on this.
no, but
there's
bootstrap your paradox on, because that means Ganondorf caused demise.
Well, that's not what I'm getting to. What I'm getting to is there's one thing I noticed while playing Tears of the Kingdom, and it was the ancient scholar, the person who was the Chamberlain by name in the ancient engraving quest.
Oh, by the way, I'm busted for you. See you soon.
Oh, no worries. But you had to go to each of the star islands in the sky. You had to decipher all the text and bring back your findings. I think there was 10 of them, and I talked to Lorulean about this, but the Chamberlain is someone who's very close to the royal family, but after Zelda turns into the dragon, this Chamberlain says one final goodbye and disappears out of nowhere to an unknown place. I'm thinking, okay, could that possibly, by a far stretch, be Impa from Skyward Sword enacting the plan? It's one of those things where Impa could be that secondary piece the whole time. And I'm talking like Impa from way back in the day who quote-unquote knew Hylia and helped Zelda, the Era of the Sky, set that path forward. So could Impa, who also knows the secrets and the uses of not just the Master Sword, but time and space itself through the Gate of Time, could she literally be that Chamberlain who wrote down all of the ancient engravings as they were being put to the sky, or eventually going to be put to the sky? Because a Chamberlain is also someone who's known as a servant, if I remember correctly. I could be butchering the similarities, but a Chamberlain's like the right hand of a royal figure. And the Sheikah fit that role, and the leader of the Sheikah in the ancient days was just Impa that you find at Eldon, and you're sitting there like, well, I mean not Eldon, but you know the sealed grounds. That's what it's called. Dang it! Oh my goodness.
Yeah, so just looking up the word Chamberlain, I get an officer who manages the household of a monarch or nobility. So, yeah. So it was somebody, they're a servant, but they're like a high-ranking servant who manages the household.
Wouldn't that be the seems a little sorry about that. Seems a little on the nose, don't you think?
Yeah, a little bit.
A little bit. Like that can't be a coincidence at that point. That's probably Fujibayashi just looking at us like, hey, I know you're reading this, and I know you're gonna put the connection together, so I'm gonna put it right here. Oh my goodness. It's just I don't know how to explain it, dude. It's when it comes to Zelda and when it comes to the creativity of the series itself, it just stands alone as just one of the best, hands down. Let's see. Her name is short for impart, since her role is to impart the truth.
I'm back, by the way. Sorry, my bad.
Oh, welcome back.
And I'm eating a biscuit.
I'm going to be back in a couple moments because...
Carry the dragons are the three goddesses, correct?
I gotta use the little oaf's room, so I'll be back.
Yeah, you go for it. Sorry, I'll just get to the chat as well. So, Keely. Sorry, I've got a biscuit. I'm shocking. I love the carry. I love the ears only get big to listen for Hylia. How good was it? Gold. Wait. The draconification is forbidden, but never said why. Yeah, why would she say it if it was forbidden? Why put it in her mind to begin with? There's a coinkydink. She told her because it had to happen. 100% agree. Their ears only get big to listen for Hylia's gold. How do you think the three golden goddesses fit into this? The original three goddesses came to mind. I was always wondering who they were. So, I think I've already dropped enough mic drops for myself today to not go with mine on that. Dan's take on it, which I like, because there's always different takes, right? We haven't got anything specific, but Dan's take was that they took each one of the Triforce. So, like, you know how the tiers form draconification? His take was that essentially the three existing dragons are the three virtues of the Triforce, which could refer to an even more ancient evil than the one we know, which is an interesting take, because in that sense you could technically suggest that we're saying it's before Skyward Sword, but it could even be an iteration of a cycle again that came before that, where the Triforce is what became of the three dragons, and then history is repeated to the point that now it's more the secret stones, which is realistically almost like a riff on the old you know, when they break the Triforce up into, or a piece of Triforce up into 8 pieces type thing. But everything's open for interpretation, and don't get me wrong, with what I'm saying, I'm throwing it out there as a possibility. And I say it's a possibility based on a sequence of logic more than anything. I don't have definitive proof at all. In fact, I'm half expecting someone to tell me I'm completely off chops, and I'd agree with that. I'd totally own up to it too. I don't think I've heard anyone say that they think it was before Skyward Sword. I haven't, but then again, I don't watch Zelda theories. I know
I just came back.
I've heard a few, but it is in the minority.
Yeah, I've avoided it like the plague, and I'm not like, when I say avoid it, I've avoided the Zelda theory stuff like the plague. But for me, that, I don't know, that just seemed to land. And so when I kind of put it to you, Lorulean, yesterday, and I was waiting to see if you had anything specific where you'd go, it wouldn't work because of this. And it might be the case that still happens, but it's kind of like the thing Chris would know what I was talking about with the 7 herons. I got to the point with 7 herons where I had to publish a video and put it out and wait to see if somebody told me I was wrong. Because I don't know any other way to do it at that point. I can't get it out of my head. If that's where I think it is, if someone can say it's wrong, I'd almost be happier. Because then I could let it go.
The seventh heroine actually being a guy, but keeping the identity hidden the whole time?
No. The 7 herons in the 8th. On that.
Oh, the 8th, yeah, duh.
The theory that I did on, anyway, I'm not hitting that now.
Sorry,
but,
I got mixed up for a moment.
No, that's all right. But
That happens.
for me, it's just about my understanding or interpretation of it. But hitting back on the chat though, her name is short for impart. Yes, and that was a staple from day dot, wasn't it? When it was back in Zelda 1, and she was, she was just a cool ass chick in the middle of nowhere that grabbed a young Link, and together they changed the world. Oh, it's so good.
Of the royal
So
princess
good.
Zelda, who's been captured by this pig demon that's ancient as fuck.
Hey, don't swear.
Yeah, I saved myself. Yeah.
Yeah, pal. Because if you get swear, I get swear, and I didn't get swear because I said it was kid friendly. But I say it's kid friendly, but there's no kids on here. No, I'm just joking. It's all good. It's all good. PG. No, I say it's.
I can't be unfiltered as usual.
No. I don't really mind.
Probably, you and the missus probably have seen enough so far from what you've told me that you probably know I'm purely unfiltered.
No, and I'm purely unfiltered as well. And don't get me wrong, Little Smiths has heard a swear or two in a time. Don't worry about that. But anyway, moving along.
No worries. Yeah.
The goddesses were said to depart the heavens. It makes sense. It's them. The sky is often referred to as the heavens. 100%. And that was, we were talking yesterday, and we were talking about the thing, that diagram of the realms, and I keep referring back to it because it's so good. We've got the heavens and how it goes to the other lands of Hyrule. Let me go, dude. I will cut you off. I will cut off the mic if you let me go.
I know, but I'm just saying.
You're not letting me go though. I will cut the mic. What is it?
No, you first.
No. Finish your point because I'm trying to just address the chat. Go.
Well, I know that when we my first picturing of Sacred Home, for instance, was the manual from A Link to the Past, and it almost looked like what would become the Sky Realm in both Skyward Sword, Tears of the Kingdom, or even Twilight Princess. And for the longest of times, I thought that above the clouds in the skies was the Sacred Realm. If Skyloft is supposed to be the sanctuary and the origin point of the sword and Triforce, wouldn't that make sense to make the sky the Sacred Realm, especially if the OG Temple of Time in the sky is directly in the middle of the kingdom where it's supposed to be?
Well, it would, but it could also... I'm sorry, but you'd have to say, though, based off Ocarina, and again, please, somebody jump in and tell me if I'm wrong. That's what I want to know, and I will not chastise you. I will, in fact, give you a high five. Tell me I'm wrong, and I can leave it, move on. But the Sacred Realm in Ocarina, when you go in Temple of Time, and Brauru, is when he pulls sword. It must... That's not an instant... There's no elevator in that temple. It doesn't go to the sky. So the Sacred Realm there has to be a different dimensional aspect or whatever it is. It could be in the sky, but to get there you might have to be going through a portal of some description or whatever that might be. A doorway, or perhaps you do a Star Trek-esque like this, ready? You do this. We just
Beam me up, Scotty.
Exactly, but here we go. Watch. You do this.
That's what I'm... Yeah. You and I are on the same page, then.
You do that. And that's... I guess that's what I'm saying. But to go back to the thing with the chat... Oh, have you got it? You got that? Because I was just going to because I'm going back to the chat.
It's similar from what we were talking about earlier with the energy and the life force and all of that. It's not exactly one-to-one the same, but it's so vastly similar that you could start making parallels that get...
For sure.
I wouldn't say exactly linked up, no pun intended, but a little bit...
You know I love a pun. You're always going to win me on a pun.
A little pun. A little
Yeah.
pun intended.
Yeah. No, I love puns.
I don't try and force...
Oh, try and force. Well done, yeah. No, well done. Yeah, I like that. Wow. No, but so, by the way, guys, if anybody, please, if you like I'm saying, that's before Skyward Sword. If you've got any idea as to where that's wrong, please put it. Let me know.
The Sacred Realm is literally what it's called, a different realm, not a sky or anywhere in this
Correct.
realm/dimension. It's a different place.
Yeah, that was the thing I was talking about with
not
those.
Always.
It could
Because
be in.
there's the Twilight Realm, which makes up the other half of existence. You can't have light without dark, but they can't mix together.
Also, the realm of Hyrule is referred to as the Sacred Realm or a sacred land, and it has been for a few times throughout the series.
Because you could say that Hyrule itself, the kingdom, is within a realm called Hyrule, like a region itself.
Golden Land, yes, Chris.
Like the kingdom of Hyrule and then the region of Hyrule. Like there's greater Hyrule that there's maybe smaller settlements, right? That's not part of the Hyrule crown proper. But to literally piggyback off that's the same. Yeah. Darn
Okay,
it.
yeah. So can I go back to the chat thing? Yep. Can I go back to the chat thing now?
Yeah, no worries. Yeah.
Thank you. Chris. So Chris was saying that's. Sorry, we missed a bit. We're speaking at the same time, but my message is coming after. Thank you, Carrie. And I'm trying to bring it back because we're asking for your opinion. We need to acknowledge it, not just talk over the top of you guys, even though you're text. But the goddesses were said to depart. Right, we're there. It had to happen. Carrie, correct. It had. Zelda, this is the draconification. So Carrie raised a question a while ago, Oph, and I don't mean to cut you off, mate, but I'm trying to make sure we were asking for their opinion. We've got to address it, right? Carrie raised the question about the draconification, and I wanted to hold on it because it's a bloody good question and one that I had and the missus had, and it drove us nuts. Why did Mineru bring up draconification and then say it's forbidden? And it's the most heart-achingly painful thing we've seen a character go through in this entire franchise. When you saw Zelda transist, that was god-awful gross. That was heartbreaking, right? And in that whole process, all I could think of is that Mineru she must be in... I actually thought at that stage that they had done a twist that I didn't expect, which was Mineru was Twin Rover in disguise. Because why would you put someone through that? She basically had travelled into the ancient past. She's scared, vulnerable, alone, and it's kind of like me coming up to you and going, look, I'm scared. I don't know what to do. And you go... Here, you could take this gun and blow your brains out and you'll feel better, but it's forbidden. And that's kind of what it...
It's a good point.
What's that?
Chris hits a good point. I don't know, Link putting a mask on is no picnic.
Yeah. No, agree. No, 100% agree, right? But the point was why would she have done that? It seems a weird thing to bring up a draconification thing that is... forbidden. Why put it in there in the first place? But also, why was it forbidden? That's the other part of Carrie's question. It's a two-part question that's insanely brilliant because it addresses two problems. It was why was it brought up and why was it forbidden? It was forbidden because 3 had done it before, and it does go... I'm not saying it explains it or it's 100% right, but it's a very viable and interesting concept to consider, the 3 existing dragons, what we know of the creation story, and it certainly could go a long way to understanding how that would be forbidden because a sacrifice that great has been made before. In terms of what that means and why she would have brought it up at that point with Zelda, is because she knew it had to happen. And an interesting thing, like I said, I was leading to earlier about with Hylia, making a decision in the past to mine the time shift stones to the point that Mineru became a desertified region. I mean, you don't make that level of destruction lightly as a leader or as a... It's the kind of thing that's done, I think, because you have to do it. You only do things at that level when you have to, I would imagine, if you're in that position. And so she's done that in a situation... She's known that Zelda had to make that sacrifice because she knows what she has to do. I dare say that it's not something that she liked to do, but you're also talking about a being who then was transitioning her own spirit life and energy into that pad, knowing that she would go all the way back through to that age 2 to become a sage and help in the defeat. There's a constant, and it happened in Skyward Sword, and I was talking with Lorulean about it yesterday. If you watch the play that came out in Skyward Sword between Demise and Hylia, it's like a chess battle happening over the eons of time, because you're challenged with this concept of how do you defeat a being who has conquered time and is all-powerful. It's almost an impossible question. How can you possibly go down that route? You need to come up with it's like a sequence of chess moves. And so as I was trying to work things out with the series and the lore, I'd get to a point where I actually thought that Demise wanted Link to beat him. He knew it had to happen because that would mean he would become Malice. And in order for him to become Malice, then he would be able to literally destroy all of Hyrule. But then it occurred to me that Hylia might have anticipated that as well. And you start to play out these chess moves as it goes along. And that's why I like what Carrie's saying there, because I think it's a really interesting question. Well done, Carrie. And that's a really cool outcome and a good way of looking at it. And it does sort of tie in with what we're talking about. So I just wanted to props to that, because that's awesome.
Yeah.
And you nailed it.
Yeah.
Chris, is that why the three dragons never crossed the same place? I would think so. And BPX, and... God, BPX, I hope you hear this, and I haven't heard from him. I'm worried about that boy. I haven't heard from him. So, but BPX mentioned about the route they were doing, the timing, and it was particular, and that also makes me wonder as well. And he's very much linked with that, Chris. I agree. Keely, now I've been thinking that Zelda went back before. No, I've been thinking she went back before Skyward Sword. It's really aligning with me. I've had my suspicions since I started playing Tears. Thank you. Cool. I love your work anyway, Keely. Right. Chris is saying from there, sorry, my eyesight's getting bad. We need a Zelda Tuber live action series. I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
I think that's it. That's it now. But, well, is it a Zelda Tuber? I'm not a Zelda Tuber.
Zelda cast.
I'm not a Zelda Tuber, but...
oh, come on now.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, come on.
No, I'm not a Zelda Tuber, mate. I'm not
You're
at
not
all.
like me, who's like Zeldamon, who's Zelda Pokemon, etc.
Dude, I don't think I could claim to be a Zelda Tuber. I don't think that's quite fair. I think I'm
Master Sword in your logo.
No, that was foreshadowed. Yeah, no, but that links back to me saying, and that's why it's got the A and the circle. All of that was foreshadowing what I was trying to do with the YouTube thing anyway. I mean, I'm sorry, my theories are an example of why I would not call myself a Zelda tuber, because anyone else with the theory that I had there would have been able to explain it in half an hour and have done a good video and would have been out. I'm sitting here 2 or 3 years down the track still trying to get to the point of my theory that I started 2 years ago in the most drawn-out, anticipated series of bullcrap detailed descriptions that still don't really add up, and most people are going, I don't understand what you mean. And I'm like, yeah, I suck at explaining things. So that Zelda Tube, no. It's just like absolute chaos.
I know exactly what you mean on that, though.
The Sacred Realm is literally what it's called. Different realm, not a sky. I think that's the Sacred Realm at various points can almost be anything, and it can be then turned into the Dark Realm, and that's what happened in Fallen. Is that right? Isn't that what happened when Ganon went in? He turned it into the Dark Realm.
He turned it into the Dark World, the world of monsters. Yes.
Yeah, and that's so cool. That is so cool. Sorry, go, Lauren. Yeah.
So, I was gonna say my understanding. So I had mentioned prior how Hyrule itself has been referred to as the Sacred Realm.
Yeah.
Basically, at its core, the Sacred Realm is basically any holy place that contains the Triforce.
Yeah, okay.
So whether it's been
I see where you're going, yeah.
the physical world, whether it's been in the physical world where Hyrule exists, or whether it's been put in a pocket dimension, which is the one we typically refer to as the Sacred Realm or the Golden Land.
Yeah.
It's wherever it is. That's
So-
the Sacred Realm.
So interestingly then, if we were saying, and playing shits and giggles hypotheticals, if the three dragons were technically representing the Triforce because they'd swallowed it, then Hyrule is an of itself at the moment, the Sacred Realm.
Yeah.
Following that logic, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that is the case, but I'm saying that would be a way of interpreting the space is always generally referring to where the Triforce is kept, is what
Yeah.
you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
Cool.
I hinted at that in the chat earlier too. Like, let's say like draconification was made because the three golden goddesses were made into goddesses because they became dragons.
No, but
Let's say-
that was also Dan's theory though, the one that he published.
Exactly.
That I was trying to say to people to go check out. Yeah,
Yeah. That's that because Dan knows a lot of good stuff too.
Yeah.
But okay, so it's hard to explain. It really is hard to explain. Like how so on the side. Oh, God, I'm so bad at this. I'm sorry.
That's all right. You think about that. I'm just gonna. I'll just touch on the chat quickly because Keely said beyond that. Oh, Chris said the Golden Land. Keely said it's like telling a kid that there's cookies in the cookie jar, but don't take. And that was about the kind of case. Exactly. Chris, I don't know. Link putting on a mask, but a plume. Majora's Mask is like, yeah, 100% agree. And by the way, the wolf transformation doesn't look fun either. I'm not gonna lie. That whole I'm turning four-legged beast mode and growing hair and stuff immediately, that looks like it'll be painful.
So sorry, I remembered.
Please, yeah.
So this is for both of you in the chat. But would you be able to say then that the similarity of the Sacred Realm being it is what it is, would you be able to say that a similarity, a parallel, could be applied to like the Silent Realm or the basically the trials in Breath of the Wild or the trials in Skyward Sword, where conveniently enough you find the pieces of the Triforce in the Silent Realm. So could you say
Yes,
that
you
is, and could you say that could also be a dreamscape in between dimensions and reality?
Dude, are you shoehorning the dream one onto this one?
So
No, not really, but I'm just hinting.
so the Silent Realm
Yeah.
in Skyward Sword, or Silent Realms,
Whoa.
depends on how you look at it. It is a spiritual plane. It's a spiritual reality that is accessible only to the goddess's chosen hero.
Yep.
So it's only accessible to Link. And he enters that state by, opening a gate basically by stabbing the sword into this trial gate. And then he basically goes inside of himself. He's seeing a version of the world within his own soul, doing this trial and then coming out with spiritual growth and with these items.
Like a
Having that-
mind's eye, like a third eye,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Precisely. Now here's the thing. So the Silent Realm I've established and we've established, and I'm fairly certain we all agree we're on the same page. It is
Yeah.
a spiritual plane. It's
Yeah,
stated
100%.
it's stated very plainly in Japanese. They still say it in English in localization, but they kind of nuance it a little bit, so it leaves it a little more open to interpretation. But it's very cut and dry in Japanese, and it's only accessible to Link. And the same method of entering those sacred realm or the Silent Realms is the same way that he gets to the Triforce pieces, right?
Yeah. Yep.
All of this is happening inside of Link. Meaning he had the Triforce on him already. He just hadn't accessed it yet.
Correct.
So the only reason that the Sky Keep existed in the first place was just that was where the trial gates existed.
Correct.
Yep.
The Triforce was never up there. It, like, in some other place or hidden there. They were hidden inside of Link's soul. He just had to awaken himself to that point.
Okay.
So that he can then he could acquire it and become aware of it, and basically it was like a purification ritual, and then that's how he was able to use it. So he had it with him the whole time.
Well,
So one could say then that the 3 points of the goddesses could be the 3 flames being merged into the sword being struck in the sky to obtain the Triforce pieces. One could say.
can I jump in just
Yeah.
arbitrarily because I've been trying. I'm trying. First of all, I want to just address the rest of the comments still. If you cut me off again, mate, I love you. I love your guts, but I'm going to backhand you across the other side of the country. Donut Swordsman had a comment, and I've been trying to get to him because I haven't even said hello. Yeah. How you going, Donut Swordsman? I think the trees and grass being golden was pretty in-your-face symbolism that the Sky Realm is indeed the Golden Realm. That was me doing the biggest high five across the internet and across wherever you are right now, my friend, because 100% I get that. Whether, again, it could be debatable, anything can, we shouldn't have to preface it, but I love that point. That was gold. Get it? It was golden. I think that means that Zelda will lose her sense of self-free will, who cannot reverse her draconification on her own, is in response to that thing Keely were talking about. And Chris is saying that. I think it is a very good point. Kara was saying about draconification, that she loses herself because she can't revert back. She would need help to come back out of that. I think makes sense, and it is very reminiscent of what the sacrifice. See, remember the stories that she sacrificed her divinity or whatever. But there's been this nagging question with Hylia about how could she have sacrificed herself, become mortal, but she's still speaking through the goddess statues. It doesn't make sense. That kind of seems to be in that same realm for me. It sits in that sweet spot of that they can find a way to answer those type of things by telling the story in a different way. Because up until now, they've just been legends. And Skyward Sword, at the start of it, was legend. And in referencing this ancient war with Hylia, we've never seen Hylia, and that's my point, is there's every possibility that our understanding of Hylia is literally Zelda and Rauru and what happened, and they've just dubbed it Hylia. It could be as simple as that. And how would it get the name Hylia? Well, they were Hylians. And the interesting thing going back about the Sheikah that Lorulean was talking about is only in Tears of the Kingdom have they confirmed that the Sheikah are a Hylian race. They are definitely a Hylian variation. So it kind of makes sense that they would come from that. Again, just a proposition about how it could be. Chris, I wanna give you every dollar in my bank account for your comment on the Halloween vid, because that's you know what, I like doing stuff like that. It's fun, and I enjoyed it. Those Halloween ones are good, and they're scary. Favorite Simpsons moments, please. I've got a lot, but definitely the Halloween episode I love as well, and they're cool. Keely, to my understanding, the way experimental science is considering different dimensions, kind of like bubbles or layers that are all touching each other, some more similar than others. There is a great video. There's a couple, and you're 100% right, Keely. There's one from a while back. I got to switch the laundry. All good, mate. There's one from it says it's like a teenager explains the fourth dimension. I've got the link and I can post it, but he basically gives a breakdown of the fourth dimension, and it's kind of like almost an internet viral thing that's well known because of how well this guy does it, and he became a sensation. I think it actually has had an impact on his life, maybe not so positively. No, not positively though, because I think a lot of people kind of just followed him obsessively because he was just seen like a prophet because the way he could explain it. And he's a really nice guy, but I think we have challenges, and I think from what I've heard, he had a few hard times, but then he's come back and he's a top bloke. But the fourth dimension sort of thing is 100%. It's almost like, imagine that every dimension is a piece of paper and you just layer them on top of each other, and they're kind of touching, and you can almost transition between them. But essentially the way I was doing it, and I can probably do it in OBS because I bought it into this thing for a reason, which is, if I go back to, I don't know if it'll do it, but I'm going to try. Bear with me.
As you're saying that, I did have an idea similar to that if you were to layer all of the realms, like heaven, earth, the underworld, Lorule, the Minish world, those 5, for example, if you were to layer them from like top to bottom, how would you do that? Like my example, for instance, is similar to the paper stack, but it's Yggdrasil, the world tree, where the higher you go, the more holy, but the lower you go, the more dead you are. And similar to like Tears of the Kingdom's map, but more expansive, right?
Yeah.
If we were to put it that way.
The one that I would normally refer to be fair, and I'll get that up, but in the meantime, I just wanted to just address the thing that Keela was saying with the Tesseract here, and you'd love this one, mate, because this is Loki all through and through. And definitely in that series, the Tesseract sort of being representation, Keely, it's hard to wrap your head around, and I lose it when I try and explain it, and I'm the worst to do it. That's why I was careful about trying to get to this point in doing my Zelda theory stuff, because I felt like I needed to lead up to it with a bunch of explanation on where, and you'll see where I'm going to land with that later on. But imagine you go square, that's one plane, and then obviously in a square you then make a cube by doing a square at the back of a square, and you draw the lines type thing. So you go from one square to 2 squares, you make it a cube of 3 dimension. That's it. And then what you do, the Tesseract is like a cube of a cube, and so it sort of sits in there. But the understanding when you factor in relativity is that you factor in time, and it's not time as another dimension; it's space time. It means that your time and your space is fluid, and so the only way I can try and describe it, but it's a terrible, terrible way of doing it, is if you're standing on a train track and you look, you know how the lines are like parallel, but they're going in?
Yep.
In the perspective, but then if you move further down, they're still moving in, but you're now up where they are, and they're actually still the same far apart. That would be like the dimensions, but they believe that dimensions, even though they could be parallel, eventually they would still exist in an arc that they would intersect, and that's how you could potentially cross between them. Why that's relevant is because if you look at this Tesseract image, I haven't got it doing what it normally does, but it's a GIF, and it basically moves in and out of itself fluidly. And in fact, if I probably do a better example would be I will now actually do it properly. I'll just get a Google thing and pull it up, except it's hard because I've got the chat. But if you can look up Tesseract on Google and or something like that, or Hypersphere, you'll see it move in. It's kind of like it's like it's eating itself and spitting itself back out. It's the only way. My description is terrible, but that's how that works. It means that essentially everything's sort of possible at the same time, but our understanding of it is very limited. And there's a thing called a 4D sort of puzzle game that this guy's made it, and it's really whacked out. And I tried it, and it blows my mind. But essentially, you've probably nailed it better than I can. But I did just want to touch on that and go, yeah, you're 100%. Ace of Spades couldn't have done it better. And yeah, that could be what's happening here. I don't know for sure, but it's really cool. And they do intersect at some points and places, but they're different. And that's the idea of how the 4 dimensions, even if they were pieces of paper stacked, is that eventually they curve. And if you imagine that curve over such an expanse, it would eventually curve back in and around itself, and it would cross over. And that's kind of mad to think about that. It's insane. Donut Sussman, I think the light dragon being Hylia makes sense. Demise in Skyward Sword says that Zelda as Hylia is a lesser form. Other lore shows that Hylia rode a Loftwing. Yeah, it's funny because the thing with Demise, and where the weird thing about Ganondorf being before Skyward Sword, it sounds completely whack in my brain, but then when it made sense was a bit with what you're saying. The question I had with Demise is, why did he hate the gods so much? Why did he hate them? Like, he has this insane hatred. It's because he's a reincarnation of Ganondorf, who had a hatred. the gods he's talking about are the Zonai. I just let you sink that in. His hatred is leading back from Rauru. That's his hatred because it was Rauru that sealed him. No wonder he's full of malice, and it makes sense because the Zonai have descended from the heavens. We don't know where they've come from, and I think that's where they're kind of drawing the line a little bit, going, we don't need to explain that. They did.
So if I could put a weird, like, dumbified spin on that, I did look up that, for example, consider a blooming flower. The flower's position is not changing, it's not moving up or sideways, yet we can observe the transformation, which is proof that an additional dimension exists. Equating time with the fourth dimension is one example, but the fourth dimension can also be positional like the first three. So the best way I could say it is, and it's weird, but imagine space-time realities, all of those things that make everything. Now imagine the unseen energy or ether that flows between all things, everything, in, out, and around. That, I guess, would be a way of describing it. It's the unseen fourth part.
Yes.
That encompasses everything.
That actually is probably much better than mine. But, yeah, that probably makes sense.
I mean, I guess you could call it the gap between dimensions, but I wouldn't say it's the gap between...
Do you know what? And that's a cracker to bring up, and I want to... Do you know what? I was going to say something, but that gap between dimensions, a link between worlds, and also where Phantom Ganon was banished in Ocarina of Time, and I'm going to handball back to Lorulean because he's been waiting to say something, and I want to hear what he's got to say.
Ahead.
Go
ahead.
Okay, so this relates back to the Zonai and the gods tribe. Okay.
Yep.
They actually used that same terminology in Japanese during the opening when Princess Zelda is talking about the Zonai.
Mm-hmm.
And I have a quote here, so I'll read it off. My ancestors, the ancestor of the Hyrulean royal family. It said that they were born from a union with the gods clan who descended from the heavens. If this mural is to be believed, then that clan who descended from the heavens are the Zonai. This clan and the Hylians of the land intermingled and soon after established the nation of the kingdom of Hyrule.
And it's funny because someone, they remind me outside of this Lorulean, just on the gods tribe thing, just to get you up to speed on something with that happen. It's not related to the current discussion. It's more of a side piece, but it relates to something you and I started at a very start of our discussion yesterday. There was we were riffing on something that was interesting. Just remind me to tell you about that because it's a funny one, but more of a funny story, not lore related, just a hilarious story. Because I don't want to forget to tell you that one because you're gonna laugh your ass off. But 100%. That sounds like, you know what, confirmed. I'm gonna put a video out and just go solved, and then get a bunch of people tell me not to put solved on a video because I haven't solved anything. But lesson learned there, never do that.
So I also have the quote from Demise too that we can compare. So
yeah. You should just publish.
Up here.
You should just publish it.
This is a massive document.
Go with it. Just go with it.
Awesome.
No, but I'm not saying it's right. All I'm saying is it just sounds good.
Oh yeah.
And I'm just making sure we've got to be acknowledging the stuff that these guys are putting in. They intersect some point. It's place and time.
So fast.
Yeah, I think that Light Dragon, we covered that. The Tapestry and Skyward Sword shows Zelda in the past holding what seems to be the Master Sword. 100%, dude. Oh, and by the way, actually, let's because I'm not doing a good job of playing the game anyway. While we're doing that, I'll bring up the front of Zelda Encyclopedia because this was one of the things I was talking with Lorulean about yesterday. And by the way, if you haven't looked at it, and I know I've done this in a few times before, but it's a bit of a doozy, the whole Zelda Encyclopedia thing. And it's gonna crack-a-lack in your mind, because at the front of it, it is, hopefully it's showing up on the screen, it's holding a sword also on the Triforce there too. And the Triforce thing here, I can't, come on. Where is it? My zoom's not quite working. Yeah, she's holding the sword there too. And I've done this a few times with people when I was showing Lorulean yesterday. Notice how you got the, and I really want to make this point quickly, you got the double triangle in the corners of Link, and you've got the Loftwind there, the sun and the moon around Zelda. He's got the triangles, and with Ganon you've got the star, which represents Mikoboshi, the Dread Star, or the ceiling scar, or all of that as well. Notice also that you've got the elements of the virtues. They're in different positions. This one is moving towards wisdom, this one is moving towards courage, and this one is moving towards power. It's like it's moving in a cycle. This was in 2018 after Breath of the Wild and is on the front of Zelda Encyclopedia. And that double triangle, by the way, happens to be the same symbol that exists on the Gate of Time. It is also a symbol that is now going to be pretty relative to something I've been pointing out for a while, but I hadn't got a chance to do the theory. This is the problem with half the stuff, is I haven't had a chance to publish it or do it properly, and I suck at that, so I'm sorry. And that's why it's dragged out like a little crazy person, because I take too long to do stuff. But when Lorulean was just saying the thing about the Link having it in him, you know how you were saying about the Triforce not existing in the Sky Temple? Like he had it in him all along, Lorulean? When you were saying that? So remember when I was pointing out the outfits? So if you're looking at the triangles that he's got in the ancient stuff, that's fine. But if you're looking at the Zonai gear in particular, Rauru's outfit has the double triangle, which is the same one that you see on the front of Zelda Encyclopedia. But it's not just his. The double triangle features also on the same outfits that represent Din, and on the same outfit that represents Mineru. And so the double triangle is not representing courage, it's representing the Triforce in its entirety. It's representing the balance of the Triforce, and that is what Link is and what he contains within him. And that is because he is us. We are the link between the fictional world, the interactive medium that I'm talking about with Zelda, and us, and the role we play. And it brings a sense of meaning to the Fallen timeline, in the sense that if we don't play the game and beat Ganon, then Hyrule is fallen. And that timeline will occur because we are interacting in this game. It gives a sense of onus and purpose to it in some ways if we look at it. But particularly that double triangle is one that is very specific to Rauru, and it can be taken that way. But I actually thought it was more, for me, representing a balance within Link. It also is part of the Gate of Time, and it is also part of what I believe to be on that gate, the dimensional aspect, or this reality that we're currently in. That cog on the gate is where we are now. And I can go further with that with some other stuff later, which I touched on with Lorulean yesterday. There's other things that are happening in the world that are similar but unique in this representation of Hyrule. But certainly that double triangle is significant to all three of those particular outfits representing those deities. And that's riffing off exactly what you guys are saying in the chat. So, you know, I wanted to say that because 100% you're onto it, man. You're onto it. It's great. Yeah, and I agree with what you're saying. And Lorulean's points are really bashing that back in and reinforcing what we're saying. So thank you, Lorulean, because without the evidence you're putting forward right now, I just sound like a crazy nut job. But you're making me look good. So without you, mate. So I'll hand back to you. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
All right, so I've got that quote here. So this
Cool.
is Demise. So this is when you first enter through the portal into the final showdown. So he says, "Oh, so you did come. You seem to be ready, human. Have a good look around you. This will be the last landscape you will ever see. My eternal grudge towards the gods' tribe, the rapture of unleashing my power, all of this will be thrown against you. I wonder how long you'll stand or how long you'll last standing against me. Try to make it interesting, won't you? The world shall soon be under my control. I'll wipe clean from this land every fool, their families, their followers, all of those who dare stand against me. That absolute power, when I finally have the Triforce in my hands, I'll create a world that will be ruled by the demon tribe forever. So he has an eternal grudge, an eternal bitterness, eternal hatred towards the God's clan or God's tribe. And that's the same term that's used by Zelda in Tears of the Kingdom.
I mean, and this might be a bit of a stretch, and to go back on the whole wall painting from Skyward Sword of Zelda Hylia holding the Master Sword, I've had a couple of people ask, well, what about the Magmas? What about a couple of those races that you see in Skyward Sword that you don't see in the ancient past? And the one thing I can only say is, can you see the very middle of the surface map in Skyward Sword, or is it just under fog? Wouldn't that line up with this grandiose question of this ancient kingdom, sealing the thing just directly across, you know?
Yeah, so that's a fair point. We don't see the entire surface in Skyward Sword. We go between 3 different regions, and they are all separated from each other. And we don't see anything that happens in between. We don't even see every single inch of each of those 3 regions either. It's pretty blocky and you know.
And then you get Tears of the King. Sorry to interrupt, but real quick, but you get Tears of the Kingdom's ancient past, which is a direct polar opposite, where you only get the center of the kingdom. You don't go anywhere else.
Yeah, that's a fair point. We really only see the center of the kingdom, or like the interior of buildings, but like we don't really see the rest of the land. Also, and I have to bring this up, one user on Twitter actually had shared something. I could see if I can find it so that I can get their name. Give me a second, and I'll just pull it up. But it relates back to the magma. Okay, it's very interesting.
You're all right, man. You're all right. But so far, and because I like to be a little OCD and stuff, so I apologize to all concerned. So far as I'm going, are we all pretty much? I just hit the mic again. We're all pretty much on the same. We're all agreeing, roughly.
Yeah,
I think so. Yeah,
we're just seeing it from different sides, but we're seeing the same thing.
Yeah, that's kind of.
Yep.
To riff off Lorulean's point, and like I'm not gonna lie, because I've had a heap of stuff going on. I was a bit tired and going into whether I'd just do a stream or whatever, but I thought we'd just do something crazy and try and talk some lore. It sounds like it's actually been quite beneficial, not just in terms of having some fun, having a chat, but it does sound like might have reinforced or got a bit more of a backing on that idea and landing with a couple of the ideas, but also not just mine. Like you guys have all added in ideas, and they're all building. Like, you know, even going back to OGO when you were saying about the Mineru and being down there in the depths, like the library, game changer. We've had different aspects coming in from everybody. Donut Swordsman's just he's come out of nowhere with just like a couple of mic drops as well. I think everyone's contributed to a collective theory here that makes a lot of sense. Are we all on par with that? Is that my understanding? Because if it is, that's awesome. I haven't seen that done on YouTube at all, ever.
That's what makes the legend of Zelda.
But I don't want to. I'm not trying to overstate it, and I'm not trying to get carried away. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm an Australian. I'll be the first to self-deprecate. But that's cool. That's some cool thing. Like, that was fun. That was good. I feel like we've achieved something today.
Yeah.
That's cool. So.
It's very cool. So I found that
got
tweet.
Yep.
By the way.
Cool.
There you go.
So This is from a user named Anna Vanderpool at Splatacv, SPLATAV or SPLATAKV. She did some really cool art right here. I sent a link to it in our chat, but if you can grab it and pull it up, that'd be great.
I'll find it.
So it's fan art of an interpretation of the strange statues around Central Hyrule's depths.
Right.
And she interprets them as a mole people. And they're mole people wearing the miner set.
That's get out. That's so good. That's cool.
Okay. I was actually making the same parallels when I first played this. I'm like, that almost looks like a mole. It's like, that's too on the nose.
To see it like this, though, is like unreal. Like, it's like, this is exactly what I was thinking. And the fact that, there's other people who are also having these same thoughts, and someone who actually took the time to, like, make this awesome artwork that looks
awesome.
Like, official.
Yeah. For sure.
It's unreal. And and then someone had sent this to me earlier today, and they had sent like a thread along with it talking about the magma. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, they were mole people, and this looks like a mole person, and they live underground.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, they could have been there the whole time, and we just didn't see them because they were in the depths.
I'm trying to bear with me, I'm trying to bring that that screen up. What I might do is get rid of that other window, because I kind of feel like I'm not adding any value with the gameplay at all. Which is, if I'm being fair, it's actually bang on target for me. What if BPX was here, he'd say that's on brand, because it pretty much is. So I don't think that, you're not missing out. Like, if you were tuning in for gameplay right now, sorry, yeah. But admittedly, I don't think the title of the stream is anything to do with gameplay, so we're probably safe. Again, I try not... Yeah, you didn't miss nothing. Okay, so can you see that on screen? Hopefully I've got my OBS handling skills are still pretty crap, but hopefully you can see the thing from that the Lorulean was saying. So Anna,
I sent the image too as a separate file, if that's easier to bring up.
Oh no, can you see it on the screen though? Because I did want to mainly put it up on the post as well, so because it's her thing, and the artwork's very, very personal for me. I wouldn't want to touch anything without crediting that person, but that looks insane. That, and by the way, how good's his skills? Anna, if you're out there,
awesome,
and you're commissioning work, I would love some Zelda artwork, please. I'll pay for it. Which, by the way, I should acknowledge, and I will do as well in the comment stuff. Like I kind of rushed using it for the thing with Lorulean, but the artwork for the Zelda thing that's in mine at the moment sits in the back, with Link standing looking at the castle. I did commission an artist to help with that, because I can't draw that good. So if you thought that I did that, that's not mine at all. That's the work of a really cool artist, and I'll make sure I get something on here about that, because I just kind of rushed to get it in, because it was cool, and I wanted to show you guys that. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So I'm pretty confident that that'll kind of lines up, and it's starting to actually put context around some of the things that didn't make sense, like the miner's outfit, which it's kind of cool. It's kind of insane, and I'm happy with that. I'm really happy with that. That's a really good outcome, and actually, for me as well, and I know this sounds really silly, I really, really, really like the fact that technically, that was Ocarina of Time. That was Lorulean's thing. I really like the fact that potentially, if that happened to be the case, that Zelda did travel back, and she is actually the impetus of the cycle before it happened and before Demise, and therefore that would mean that Ganon is still the OG. Like, I don't want to be like stupid about it, but am I the only one that's a little bit excited about that? Because then Ganon is actually the origin of Demise, and that would be sick. That would be super sick. The problem...
Which came first, chat? The chicken or the egg?
Well, the only problem with it though, and do you know what? I'll call on my own theory here. The only problem with it is if technically that was correct and Railroad Seal Ganon, then there would be no male Gerudo ever after that. And that's a bit of a sticky wicket.
Yeah.
But we're talking in a dimensional sense and a dimensional reality. And one thing I was riffing off with Lorulean yesterday is I can't help but feel that remembering that this now is something that exists after the fact that the other 3 timelines had already occurred anyway. So it's not retconning the past. It is now what has happened as a result of that. So it's now moving forward. And that therefore would potentially answer the paradox. Does that make sense? And by the way, Carrie, the cave near the Forgotten Temple, I think I have, but I'm going to go there now on the map because that sounds like a very good thing to check out, possibly with what we're talking about. But yeah, that was just something I wanted to say, because I thought if Ganon is actually the original OG, that means Demise is the reincarnation, and kind of almost makes sense because in some ways he always was the Demon King. And I don't know about you, but when I love Demise as a character, but it's kind of like it felt weird that you weren't introducing a Ganon in the first place as the original, if that makes sense. But you know how he said about he can reincarnate in a different form? He already was. He was coming back. He already was in a different form, and so maybe then what you see after that or had seen is that's why you saw Ganon, because it was his form. It was always meant to be. It's again a classic Zelda. We're foreshadowing and we've brought it back around, and it's kind of, for me, it's a bit like the what Marvel did so well with the Infinity Saga, where 9 years down your track, you're looking at and you're going, wait a minute, that whole thing where Captain America was in the elevator and had that, oh my god, that was, and you realize that everything was already connected, or that that moment that happened right at the beginning of Iron Man was always meant to be, because that link, it's just a plume in terms of fictional work in the modern age. It's modern art and it's beautiful. I love it. Awesome.
How did Professor Morbius say to Loki a predetermined outcome in a self-contained setting? So we already know what the conclusion's going to be. It's just, how is the problem going to happen first?
Yeah, but I think what I completely agree. I think what I really like about what we've got going. Hey, JK, how you going, bro?
Hey.
What I really like about all this, though, is it's actually really flown in the face of the Nintendo don't care, and there's no connections, and Tears of the Kingdom's we've just thrown a bunch of crap at the wall, and just good luck, guys, figure it out. You like solving mysteries, but there is no solution. In fact, this would defy that.
I was going to bring that up because when I was standing in line to get Tears of the Kingdom on release, I was talking with this mother and her child, and she was talking about, like, oh yeah, Nintendo doesn't care because Nintendo sucks, and I'm balling my fist like, okay, please don't say anything else. I don't want to flip out because I know you're talking BS. Like, if Nintendo didn't care, they wouldn't pull off this magnitude. Yeah.
Hey, sorry, just quick, Carrie, saying the cave near the Forgotten Temple. I know there's a delay, so I'm going to try and just do this a little bit slow, but that's obviously the Forgotten Temple there. Which one are we talking? Because you're saying the giant statue?
The cave that leads up to the Forgotten Temple. So there is a cave in Tanager Canyon.
Yep.
It's a little farther south.
Yep.
It might be the one she's referring to because it's full of owl statues and Zonai. There's a bunch of Zonai stuff down there.
Okay, and that's so I wanted to go check it out because it sounds like it could be relevant, and knowing Carrie, she's raising it because it is relevant and she's smarter than me. So I'm wanting to give it a shot.
I see Carrie said exactly, but I don't know if it was in reference to this.
No, it's being smarter than me. No, she's in reference to all of it.
So, Carrie, please tell us: is this the cave you're referring to? Is it the one with the owl statues?
100%.
That's the cave. Okay,
Yep.
100%.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, but now the problem I've got is I've got to get there because I'm not the best at navigating things on this. So I'll try my best, but I'm not sure I've got the cave entrance or I've been there yet, and this is a big part of the problem. Yeah,
Bottom of
see-
Tanagar.
Yeah, I didn't see it on your map.
No, I
so
don't see it.
Definitely haven't seen it yet.
Do you enter from Tanagar or is it above?
Whoa. You're actually not too far away from it. I'm not gonna lie.
What, over here?
From where he is on the map there, where the cursor was?
If from what I remember, yeah. No, where you were just at before moving.
About here.
I know.
Yep. Mark it down. Lock it in, Eddie.
Around. Yeah, where you're. There's
I
a
think
delay, but
it's close to Merida Exchange. Yeah.
All right.
Fairly
So
certain it's close to Merida Exchange.
it's taken me this long of the stream to remember that I actually have Zonai stuff and I can build stuff. So I might do that.
hey PLD, what's up?
JK, yeah, no, things are cooking, mate. Of course they're cooking. Actually, they're cooking. I don't know. Well, we should ask Carrie because she was making the food before.
I see. We gotta cook.
I didn't get any of it, but apparently, yeah, we are cooking. No, we're having fun. We're just hanging out talking Zelda Lore stuff or Zelda game stuff. I almost want to use the term lore sparingly because I think it's just more fun. We're just talking about the games and how Tears of the Kingdom might work and fit in. And I dare say we've come up with quite a few really cool things, and we've talked about quite a few things that, regardless of whether they're right, they make a whole heap of sense, and they kind of work. And I certainly feel like I understand things better, and I'm more comfortable with parts of the story, because like there were aspects where the missus and I were talking, and Keely, I can remember talking to you. There were certain things where we're just like, it doesn't sit right. It didn't seem right. It didn't quite add up. And that's the kind of thing that bugs you. And so just kind of getting that answer is bloody sweet. I'm not gonna lie. I'm pretty happy about that. So
You might want to fall.
Yeah, you're in the cold there. You're gonna start losing hearts.
oh yeah, look, the health is the least of my worries at this point, but more the cave. I didn't want to just drop and then
So you're getting very close to it now because it's basically that little V-shaped junction just below your glider there.
Okay. Yep.
It should be on the wall facing towards those Merida Exchange ruins there on the left.
Right. Okay. Cool. Mate, you can't ask for better directions than that. Jesus Christ, that's awesome. You should, if this was me giving it, so literally into that section about there. Yeah. Okay.
LH, me, and
Yeah,
Terry all had the same idea.
Yeah. just
Yeah,
hover on down there, and there you should be able to get into it.
Yep.
But remember, it's from the canyon itself, so don't
so
go
not
too high up, or you'll have
not
to.
quite there.
It's like directly below you and a little to your right.
Yeah, it's sort of hard because we've got a delay, so I feel like I'm adjusting and I don't want to just adjust too far, and then you're like, oh, dude, you missed it. Is it literally at the bottom of the canyon?
It's basically at the bottom of that seam there.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, we're bang on then.
Yeah.
Oh,
It'll be somewhere around here. Somewhere here. Oh, no, it's right there. It literally is. Holy cow.
Yeah.
Boom.
Yup.
Oh, hello.
Dun-dun-dun-dun.
All right, so just a quick question. That was a good shot. Is there, because...
Oof.
Yeah, I know, that was a clanger. So one of the biggest mysteries in Zelda to date, since I've known it, has been the things about like the timeline. And then with Breath of the Wild coming into play, the timeline placement has been probably the biggest argument. And I dare say, I'm just going to put it out there, and it's going to sound real cocky and arrogant, but it's not meant to be. Have we just pretty much found a way that we're comfortable with the timeline placement and what's going on? Because I feel like we are. I am, but I'm not saying it is 100% right and it's that there's no other solution. I won't hear it. I'm just saying it kind of makes sense with what we've been talking about, though. That's what I was kind of thinking.
I will say this. The moment that I beat Tears of the Kingdom and I'm bawling my eyes out, I'm immediately texting Lorulean, no joke, and I'm telling him, oh my god, this game is so perfect, because they fixed the timeline by not directly fixing it. They fixed it in a way that everybody can interpret it their own way and still be correct.
Yeah, fair call. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to put words in anyone's mouth. I don't want to. I'm not locking you in. I'm not making you go up against your enemies, or like, there's going to be arguments on Twitter or whatever. Like none of that. I'm just saying, like, we're just hanging out talk. Because I had been of this mindset before Tears of the King came out, and that was my approach with Breath of the Wild. This is my theory arc. It has, as well for me personally, this is where I've been going for the longest time, and Dan and G-Quert would know. So, like, I guess the reason I'm asking you guys is if that makes sense is because that's kind of been my understanding of where we're at with Breath of the Wild, and Tears of the Kingdom kind of reinforced it, but where I had it was always going to go back and loop. But I wasn't 100% sure. There's just one or two things that haven't quite come into play yet, and one of them is in relation to Twilight Princess. And Lorulean and I were talking about this yesterday, which was, I'm fairly sure there's a couple of missing pieces, because you could argue that if you said that was Happy Timeline and you've done Zelda and Zelda was high, you've wrapped it up in a nice neat little bow. But there's just a couple of little things for me. I don't care what anyone else thinks. For me, I'd be happy with that. But when Zelda does the diary and she makes the note about having the dream, and she gets warned, and it's from a figure who's in darkness, and haloed and is beautiful, and she couldn't hear the voice and the like as well. To me, it felt like the biggest Twilight Princess reference you could get. That it was akin to Midna, and I couldn't help but feel that was a. Inuma had said in an interview that when you play Breath of the Wild, and at that stage, I wasn't sure if they had decided that they were going to release where things were timeline-wise or whatever, but he was like, you'll get a reference back to, you'll have a thing with Twilight Princess and you'll go, that makes, you'll remember it type thing. It was a significant point for him to go, it will call back to Twilight Princess and you will go, aha, type thing. And then obviously in Creating a Champion, they kind of said at the end, they decided not to confirm anything. And I get that, and I think that makes sense, and I applaud it, to be honest. But I haven't quite had anything in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom where I've looked at Twilight Princess and gone, aha, I know it's connected, and they all are, and we can see references to that. I haven't had that aha, the warning, and it's been bugging me a little bit, because I could see Midna, in a sense, and warning Zelda about what would happen and Ganon's return, and it would make sense, and I couldn't think of what it might be. But then something did click with me as to the reference could be, because we don't outwardly see fire, but we hear a theme, correct? And we know that,
yes.
Yeah.
And we see the chime,
right?
The sort of glow on the sword, yeah.
So I want to bring Dan's theory into this one, because Dan, and that's why I mentioned it earlier with the depths. Dan pointed out extremely specifically where those pose are in relation to the depths, and how it is a specific spot significant to Midna and Twilight Princess and the relationship. And try bomb out. Oh yeah, sorry, I was just for up there. Yeah, thanks. No, I was just clicking stuff. He'd made that reference to that point, and it kind of acknowledges it's a sweet reference to Midna, and you have to go. That's the one where, in the depths, you have to go around the big spiral to get there. Like, it's a huge deal. And you get there, and you kind of get a couple of bits and pieces, but there's a little bit where you're kind of like, well, what was the reward? The reward was to get there, and I honestly believe Dan was bang on with that. So it would now make sense to me how that connection with Midna would exist, because it would be like a spirit shrine, because she's in the depths and she would have known Ganon's malice or gloom or whatever was building. And it makes me want to go back to that section and where those pose are, because it's, if I remember, the way there was kind of like you had to battle through wave after wave after wave of enemies and stuff. It it was you had to earn it to get there. There's something about the significance of that to me that almost is like she was trying to protect herself, or she was tucked away, or something about that, just to make sure that it was an acknowledgement that would get through. She was trying to warn them or something. I can't quite nail it, but I think it links back to what Dan was saying there. I really do. It would connect the depths, it would connect Midna, and it would connect Twilight Princess specifically to that point and the depths. And that would make sense.
What I found funny, because Twilight Princess is still my top favorite Zelda game of all time, and it's a very small detail that you have to keep an eye out, but when Ganondorf stands up after he has the Master Sword going clean through him at the end of Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
Have you noticed that when he dies, the moment the life leaves his body, a wind is heard, but it doesn't blow over Zelda or Link, but it blows past Ganondorf's cape. You can see the wind blowing past his cape, but it doesn't.
No, I haven't. I'd have to check that out too, but I believe you.
And then after the credits, you get Zelda, Link, and Midna standing in front of the gate, standing in front of the Mirror of Twilight. And right before Midna stands to go in, you see a lone breeze go past Zelda's shoulders. For the longest of time, I thought that was Ganondorf's spirit trailing after Midna.
Yeah, no, I could believe that.
Interesting.
Because we have no confirmation if she.
Sorry, that gasp was for the owl statue, though. Sorry, not to mislead you. I gasped at the owl statue.
If she made it back home safely or not, and we have no idea what the Hero of Twilight did after he rode out of Ordona Village into unknown. He's the living remnant of the Hero of Time. The Hero of Time has the most messed up life outcome because one existence he doesn't live there anymore, one existence he's dead, and one existence he died in battle. So his grandson's the only living remnant, and his grandson's like, okay, bye, what are you going to do? Don't know!
I'd debate that point. I'd debate that every hero has had a terrible life because essentially their existence has been to be there to fight this battle and defeat evil, and then after that, what's their purpose? I mean, I know that's a real dark take, but that's a dark, it's a hard take, but that sucks.
With Twilight Princess. It's always been a thing with Twilight Princess, and with Midna not only being granted Zelda's life force, which some people, myself included, have thought of the possibility of, could that mean a shard of the Triforce of Wisdom? And when Ganondorf possesses Zelda's body, does he now have power and wisdom with Dark Gerudo and Twilight magic energy?
I thought the life force transition was something that could bring him back for sure.
Right, but you have all these thoughts coming into mind, and then it's like, I basically come down to one thing. Midna is a being of Twilight. She can only live in the light that was granted by Zelda, and then she got killed. She outright got killed by Ganondorf. But she got brought back to life by the 4 light spirits of Hyrule. So does that make her both Twilight and light spirit at the same time? Is she 2 in 1?
I think my thing was that she shed her life for, again, it's classic Zelda dichotomy or duopoly. Duopoly is not a thing, honestly.
Right.
But dichotomy or duality is what I'm trying to say. She traded life force with Midna. Zelda and Midna traded life force and helped each other in the same way almost that Ganon and Zant did. It's this, again, light and dark transition. It was pretty crazy, but pretty cool. So for me, I don't know. I thought that would always be a good way to bring Zelda back if something happened, that Midna would be on the other side. But also I thought it was a good way to explain that Ganon wasn't actually technically gone, because I think there would be an element, if not his whole element, had gone with Zant back to the Twilight Realm. And the fact that, again, if you look at this whole, which I'd said as soon as we saw that 9 bits of the triangle, which is hard to see on that outfit or whatever, you know, the whole dealio here. It's just such a weird way of doing the it's such a weird way of doing the outfits. And again, I'm sort of a firm believer that there's coincidences and things, 100%, and I'll own up to that. But that whole layout just reeks of Nintendo symbolism. The 9 triangles that it's on the ancient outfit, it's on all the Zonai ones. It would represent the 3 timelines but in order to have that formation, the middle timeline, the Triforce wasn't reunited. And in Zelda Encyclopedia, 100% that's where it lands. When you know, I've talked about this a few times before, but if you go to here, and I do that, and if you go check out where it is in the timeline, sort of thing, back up here, and this is what I was saying Lorulean yesterday, and I get that, I've said it a few times before, and people go, yeah, you're nuts, and that's cool, I'm good with that, but you got to remember this comes out in 2018, and I can't for the life of me figure out why they would bother. Like, it's a real weird thing to do the timeline, to stress out and explain exactly where everything is in Hyrule, and then give you a page dedicated to the Triforce and the timeline of it and where it is and who it's with at every single point, and end it at the bottom by going complete, and here, power Ganondorf eliminated, in brackets, and by the way, looking up the word or definition eliminated, it's not necessarily saying that they're dead. They can be removed, or do you know what I mean? And I don't know if that's translation.
They could be shared. Like, it's heavily implied that the old man in A Link Between Worlds could be the hero of legend from A Link to the Past. It's heavily implied because he wields a Master Sword, Hylian shield, has the same kind of gear and all that other stuff.
Well, you look up you look up the Triforce of Power. They say that it gives you immortality, and technically, Ganondorf, more often than not, that if you go through the games, he's never generally killed. They banish him. It's kind of a weird thing where I realized after a while, it was like, wait a minute, that how they deal with the problem isn't that it's kind of like how humans have dealt with waste. Rather than it's not completely eliminated, it's not eliminated. It's quote unquote eliminated. It's just passed on to the future generations to deal with because we bury it in nuclear waste or whatever. He's a bit the same. You just seal him in another realm, and that was the sacred realm. Now it's the dark realm. Sorry, guys. Good luck with that. That's now another timeline's problem, type thing. But
No worries.
if he had the Triforce of Power, and I know people say that it flashes and it looks like it leaves him, and I don't disagree with that because I think it leaves him because he's going to Zant, and he's taking the Triforce of Power with him. It's leaving that body, and it's going to Zant, and that would kind of make sense. But that's definitely speculative because we've got no evidence other than that aspect, the formation of the Triforce, and the fact that Zant seems to do one of the best bend backs that mimics how Ganon's bent back at the start of Tears of the Kingdom. Like, that's a unique little shape. But I guess that for me kind of helps describe that. But the other part I wanted to just riff on quickly and give credence to Lorulean with the whole thing about this, what we did today with Thyphlo Ruins and the Dusk Sword, and why the Hylians would have done that. Because
and that's not the only one either. There's another thing from Twilight Princess that's also saved in a very particular way.
Yeah. What is it? Come on, let's go. Let's go. Let's do lore.
The dusk bow.
The dusk bow, yeah.
The bow of light from Twilight Princess. It's at the top of the castle. It's not in a chest. It's not in anything. It's just there. And if you lose it, and a blood moon occurs, it's back there again. You can get it again.
Have I got it? I'm just trying to...
It's one of the only items that's like that.
No, I haven't got it.
The fact that the dusk bow and the dusk claymore have so much
lore attached to it,
lore attached to it, not only just in the series, because everything has it, but specifically in this game. Out of all of the other items is really fascinating because everything else you get either from Misco or in the depths, and it's just kind of there. There's not really much of a story behind it. There's not much of an anything. It's just a cool little item or collectible that you can get. But these two, these two are different.
For sure. Hey, I missed, and my bad. Sorry, Carrie. When I collected that chest, what did I get? Because I didn't realize that this had the 3 giant. That's kind of cool. Did anyone know what we got in that chest? Because I just collected it like an idiot.
I missed it, and I don't remember.
Paying attention.
I don't remember from my playthrough. But as Carrie is saying, there's other walls to bomb, and there's a lot more in this cave.
All right, cool. I'll keep looking. I worried. Ruby. Okay, thank you. That's all right.
Ruby. Okay.
That's worth noting. It's just I didn't want to miss something significant that she was trying to point out and screw the pooch because I get excited and do a bad job of trying to do YouTube basically. But so the dusk bow, 100% agree, and and the sword. So the dusk bow is at the top of the castle. You're saying?
Yeah.
Is that right?
Yeah, it's at the very top of the central pillar of the castle, the central tower. It's just kind of sitting in a spot of debris at the top of the spire.
Okay, I'm just going to put a mark here that, like, I need to go get that then before we finish those playthrough. Because for me, this is kind of a nice little... I'm wrapping up a lot of little things that bug me. And from here, I could pretty much just go, yeah, I'm good now. Like, don't get me wrong, I love doing Zelda theories, and I don't think I'd stop. But I quite happily just go, yeah, sweet.
Yeah, I've been like that with Tears of the Kingdom for a while. I got like maybe 30 or 40 side quests that aren't really that big. They're like fetch quests, and I'm thinking, yeah, no, I'm done. Like,
oh no, I don't mean done with the game. Like, I'll still play the game and love the crap out of it. I mean, I have an internal drive to want to answer things that have bugged the crap out of me, and if I can do that, then I can go, yep, sweet, I'm good. If I got hit by a bus tomorrow, it wouldn't be the last thing on my mind going, oh, I didn't figure that out. Not that it would be anyway, because that's dumb, but that would bug me if I didn't. I just wanted to... I was pretty confident with a lot of the different things that have happened, and I'm glad they've kind of come out the way that they have, and I feel like I've got an answer. Like, not for anyone else, it's not about proving who, I didn't prove I'm right. I wanted to know for myself, because I love the series, and I want to know. Like, I like the story. It's a mystery, right? Like, I want to know what the story... What's in the story that I didn't know? How did that connect? And now that I feel like I'm getting there... they were just a couple of last little bits. And the bit about going before now makes a lot more sense. It kind of gives me... One of the biggest questions I've had is, why is Demise so angry at the gods? Because he's pissed. He's super pissed. It makes sense now. Of course he is. Of course he will be.
And I do want to bring one thing up.
Sure.
And this is one thing I love about Nintendo and them doing the, we're gonna make it a riddle and we're gonna have like more of an interpretive, kind of thing to it. For the longest of times, and I don't know if it's still the same or not, but on the Zelda website, they had the entire timeline in like a whole thing, but at the very end, Breath of the Wild, and then soon to be now Tears of the Kingdom, was separated by a bar after everything to be implied to be like, everything is merged into one. Doesn't matter how, but it is. That's
Big
what
J.
I was going to get into like way earlier, because I remember that being the first instance.
Yep. Hey, so we've just had Dan come back in and Big J. How are you, fellas? Hope you're well.
And Jay, what's up?
So just to catch up speed, and I'm going to try and summarize it as best I can, and it's going to sound crap, but hopefully the other guys can nail it for me.
No worries.
We kind of have been contributing, and we think maybe as a collective we've all kind of had a bit more win with some theory stuff, but just trying to touch on some hit points. So Lorulean showed us stuff about the Zonai, which we went through. Dan, you were here for that before, but the Thyphlo Ruins, you've got capping on that, protecting the ruins, and it looks like they were Zonai underneath. And why would that be the case? But the Hylians at Thyphlo Ruins had actually done that and built that over. I'm oversimplifying, so I'm not going to touch that because Lorulean covered it well. We also we realised that we had the whole Misco thing. So if you don't know what we're talking about there, just jamming back to this particular picture here, for example. I'm going to get it right. This one. So in Breath of the Wild, creating a champion, you got this reference on the Gerudo page, and it's actually the, what was it called, Lorulean?
It's a litter or a palanquin.
Palenquin. I like the palanquin. It sounds good. It sounds like a palindrome, but even more sexy. And that's basically referenced in. It's the same thing, man. I'm calling it. It looks exactly the same, and that would make what Misco is using with those particular aspects. It would make it of Gerudo, or it would mean Misco's of Gerudo origin. You could argue, and that's got some fairly strong lore implications in terms of, well, that could be a male Gerudo. He's a thief, bandit. It's a connection that, you know, who is Misco? Where does he come from? Well, now we've got a bit more to that story that we didn't have potentially, and it's in the concept art that's providing us some clues, which I think's really good. So we hit that. We also answered a long outstanding one. Well, I didn't. Lorulean did, which was the one from Skyward Sword, which was brought up by Rodimus, and I've got to just get rid of that. No, that's the. I need to change the file, but basically in the in Skyward Sword, under the Great Hylia statue, there was a scrawling or scripture on the sides of the cement sort of things, and it kind of looked very similar to the wall monument and what we see with the Zonai scripting, and Lorulean was able to translate it, and it actually said the name of Nadra, Din, and Furore, but it also had Hylia's name as well, which was sick as. And yeah, I'll come back and get the game back up in a sec. But then just for you both to add back in, you know how I've been doing like the universe theory and stuff as well, and we also were talking about, Big J, if you're not up to speed with that, we've all sort of at the same time been talking about the golden ratio application and how that would apply. Remember that time you brought up the size of Breath of the Wild's map? And I haven't had a chance to prove that yet, but I think, you remember I asked you specifically about the measurements. I think it might come into play with the golden ratio, but we did actually see evidence of the fact that, and I've got to try and get this, I'm going to go media source and try and bring this in. Exon actually gave us some evidence to this, a gentleman by the name of Exon, or that's his username, of a... just bear with me, I'm trying to get there. Basically, when, you know, you see Fee and they'd have that whole moment where the sword transitions back, you can actually see the spiral happening, and it's a little bit sick. So I definitely want to show you guys if I can. Why don't I have... Oh, there we go. Got it. So it's not exactly working, you know, top notch, but you see there in the middle, you can see it spiral, the 3 spirals, which, you know, I thought was pretty cool. So that very much links in with the golden ratio stuff and that we've been looking at as well. Now, going back, have I missed about 4 hours of lore chatting? Yes, you have, Dan, but we're about to really get to the crux of it. Because then on top of that, and I'm going to miss some stuff, while we were talking in the depths, there was, I think you were here still, Dan, when OGO brought up the fact that the memory with Mineru, so we'll go back to this now, the memory with Mineru is actually that library in the depths. Sorry, excuse me, is it the cough, sorry?
No, sorry, I coughed.
Yeah, that's all right. So that's that one there. This memory is actually happening in the depths. In the Spirit Temple, there's actually a area that looks like it's a passageway, and it looks like there's rubble blocking it. So we actually think that might have been down in the depths, and it would explain a lot as to where the rubble was. And the more that you look at this, she's actually in the dark, and it does actually line up with the same stonework and stuff we see in the Spirit Temple down in the depths. And if you follow the logic, of course, because she's got the factory down in the depths where she's building the large mechanism. So that, again, another find that was awesome. Well pointed out by OGO. We then continued to talk about some other stuff, and we were talking about different aspects and how they might fit in. I after we went back and forth, I threw out the concept that I've had a suspicion that when Zelda travels back to the past, she actually travels before Skyward Sword. And you're going to love this, Big J, and I wanted to drop it while you're here, mate, because you know how you've been saying about how the legends of the past, that they do Tears of the Kingdom in a way that the past would still exist, but they were referred to as legends because they both do exist and don't exist at the same time. They can be interpreted. Well, that's exactly what it is, because if they actually travelled back and all this happened in a time before Skyward Sword, which I think it is, it actually is what created the legends of the past, because technically everything had to exist in the 3 timelines that led to Breath of the Wild in order for Tears of the Kingdom to happen, in order for Zelda to travel back to the ancient past. It makes sense that now Rauru and Mineru were there. Rauru and Sonia were the founders of Hyrule, and we're not talking after Skyward Sword, we're talking well before Skyward Sword, and they are actually the deities that had, I guess, formed with the Hylians initially. Zelda's sacrifice and Rauru's sacrifice to seal Ganon is actually what is referred to as the battle before Skyward Sword, where quote-unquote Demise was sealed, but Demise was actually Ganon. See, Ganon begat Demise in that sense, because if you look at that legend, after that she did that sacrifice, and she had the sword as well, hilariously, in the wall monument, they sent the Sky Islands up to protect the legacy. They also then formed the Sheikah, because they've confirmed in Tears of the Kingdom that the Sheikah are versions of Hylians, and it would make sense that that would be the formation of the Sheikah, because they were continuing the secret and the legacy of the royal family that founded Hyrule and sacrificed everything to keep it safe. They sealed Ganon, referencing the sealing of Demise, which would now explain why Demise has such hatred for the gods, because his hatred is actually for the Zonai and for Rauru, who sealed him. And that would also make a lot of sense as well. There was other... and the Sheikah eye would make sense because it's based on the 3 eyes, or the third eye of the... I'm oversimplifying. Third eye of the Zonai being referenced and would become part of their symbology for representing the royal family type thing. I think I've kind of really butchered it in explaining it very quickly, but we hit on that. We then went further, by the way, Dan, because I said one thing that was still bugging me though was also the reference about the diary Zelda read before the calamity happened, where she talked about the reference of speaking with a beautiful lady who's in darkness she couldn't understand. It was a warning. It seemed to me to be a reference to Midna. Ionuma had mentioned that we'd be seeing this callback Twilight Princess, but we couldn't quite nail where that was. But we've landed on a couple of places where that's significant. One of them was your reference in the depths, where you pointed out quite well, and I was talking about it earlier, that when we go down this little journey down here, we actually see the wonderful spirits and reference to Twilight Princess, or it was down, sorry, in that area. Anyway, you know the one I'm talking about, and Midna, and how they... at the pivotal moments, I suppose, and the relationship and sacrifice she did as well to help save Hyrule. And it would make sense, of course, now that she was trying to warn Zelda, because she's in the depths with the gloom or the build-up of malice that's happening as a result of Ganon sealed down there and this growing gloom. And she's actually not trying to warn her maybe of the calamity. Maybe she's trying to warn her more of coming down here, because it's going to trigger an almighty cataclysm, an upheaval. But the upheaval makes sense because it happens because they're both acting either side of the entire timeline of Zelda. Not just part of it, but the entire timeline, shifting reality in real time by acting in and out of the same moments. And then all of that happens around that. Owen's that what stand? Yes, but the story shouldn't be centered around gathering these replayable cutscenes. I might have missed something there, Dan. Maybe it shouldn't. I don't know about that, but that would answer a lot of that. We also touched on... what else did we cover, guys? Someone jump in and help me out here, because I feel like
God, we
I feel like we've nailed a fair whack of it. but we've managed to pull in everyone's serious.
Spirit energy. We touched the draconification. We
Oh
touched
yeah.
the time loop. We touched the sword, the
Oh,
trio. We touched demise. We touched
Donut Swordsman as well, saying that the light dragon being Hylia makes sense because Demise in Skyward Sword says that Zelda as Hylia is lesser form. Lorulean was doing the translations of Demise's speech and Zelda's speech when she goes down at the start of Tears of the Kingdom, both of which are referencing a hatred of, reference the union of a... Oh, Lorulean, if you can help out, jump in.
The gods, yeah.
Thank you.
The gods tribe.
Yeah.
The Kami no Ichizoku.
Thank you.
Is the gods tribe or gods clan. It's a family of deities.
Yep.
Or godlike beings.
Thank you.
Demise has eternal hatred towards this gods tribe, and Zelda in Tears of the Kingdom refers to a legend about how a gods tribe, or the gods tribe, came down from the heavens and had a union with the Hylians, and that was the basis of her ancestry, that they were the ones who founded the kingdom of Hyrule and founded the Hyrulean royal family.
Yep.
So yeah, they used the same terminology, and of course even Ganondorf, the way he talks to Rauru, how, the noble Zonai, when they first descended, must have appeared as gods. But then he's like all snide. He's all snide, and in English it says, the noble Zonai no longer grace the world with their presence, but in Japanese it's like they all seem to have perished, and it's like all save you two, that is. And he kind of smirks, and it's like, ooh.
Yep. So there was that. Oh, and Dan, probably one of the crackers, mate. We've all kind of, as these guys have kind of gone, we could understand where I'm saying that it's before Skyward. Again, stipulating, in case anyone watches this and then goes, you can't say that because Nintendo haven't confirmed. Nintendo aren't going to confirm shit, right? So let's just lay that out on the table. We're trying to pull it together as best we can. We agree, by the way, with your thing and what you've been saying about the dragons, because it would make a heap of sense, because as was pointed out, we were talking about it up here, and I think it was our good friend Donut Swordsman was also bouncing on that one too. Amazing points on the Triforce actually sections pointing at each other, and talking about with the Moxie's video there, we were talking about the original dragon says they're spirits, they're taking the form of dragon in Tears of the Kingdom, which is different in the description in Breath of the Wild. We were talking about tapestry, Skyward Sword, so as the past holding what seems to be the Master Sword. Basically the dragon thing with the Triforce also would make sense as to why draconification was forbidden. Because when Mineru says draconification is forbidden, it's based on an experience in the past, which would make sense that those dragons clearly added in that they said that the Din, Nadra, and Foray descended from the heavens, as would those dragons have. Which, again, it's everything that is, and Big J, you're going to love this, everything that was a myth or is discussed as a myth in the lore up until now actually makes sense in the events that play out in Tears of the Kingdom. It helps actually fill in those myths and how they have come about. And Dan, your things are building into that too. Carrie's did as well. Everyone's sort of been chucking in stuff, and we're actually coming up with some stuff that really, I think, I'm not gonna lie. What was the other one? There was the Lorulean has a friend who's done some art about the mining equipment, and that actually seems to match up fairly well with the understanding of the Mogma in the depths. It's an abundant amount of stuff that we've been talking about, but it's all very you could argue it's speculative and all that, and that's fine, but I think it actually has pieced together some of the gaps that we've all thought exist, and maybe sort of given us a better understanding. Also, if that was the fact that of how they travelled in the past, remember we were talking about why the Sheikah tech goes missing in that as well. So I don't think there's many of the main questions that I've got anyway, or I've heard around, that I don't feel like I've got a reasonable understanding of how that could have happened and how it is actually supported in the game, which would finally, to wrap my point up in a nice neat little bow before I hand back to these guys for a sec, it would make sense to me now that Nintendo have actually supported in-game and in texts or interviews or everything else they've done, have actually supported every decision they've made in the lore, and the decisions were made and acknowledged the timelines as they existed as part of the legends that have formed the moment to lead to this game. But not only that, they are the legacy of it and the ability of those things to move forward and form the legends of tomorrow, in a sense, because now it is those things that have happened now in a distant past that existed before Skyward Sword that have created the current environment, Tears of the Kingdom, and the melding of the Zonai and that technology that exists in Hyrule as we play in Tears of the Kingdom, and the end result that we have at the end of this game. It's kind of tied it up in a nice neat little bow that is amazingly beautiful and poetic and a gently woven tapestry of pure artistry. How's that?
You've
We good?
broken the cycle and reached nirvana, my dude.
I don't think I've done that. I think what I've tried to do is listen to other people in the community, bring together a bunch of open-minded individuals, and also acknowledge theories that get literally no views on YouTube, like Dan's and yours, and things like Lorulean's been adding and stuff. And these guys are talking about, like, Carrie, Keely, everyone here, Big J. Everyone's had all these cool things, and all I've been doing is just trying to add to it and collectively combine them. When you actually pull them together, they make a whole heap of sense. And you know what I'm not doing? Whinging about how Nintendo haven't fixed the problem and told it to me because I'm a needed spoon-fed because I'm a 3-year-old. How's that? I'm handing back because I don't want to sound bitchy, but man, that's how you do lore. You have fun and you talk.
No, you've nailed it, my dude. You've nailed it. Like,
I haven't nailed it. You guys have.
Well, like the whole community, because that's what I'm getting at. Like, Nintendo as like a call and response kind of thing is, how can we make everyone feel okay?
Exactly.
But also, like, you know, whether they're correct or not, they can have their own interpretation, because my own way of seeing all this is completely different to everyone else.
Yep.
I have some people that have agreed, just like how I agree with you on things, and we don't agree on certain things, but it's the bottom line thing of Zelda team has come full circle to now having the option of A, we can focus on the future, which means anything after Tears of the Kingdom.
Yep. Oh,
Or
God's sakes, that's 3 in a row. Yeah, sorry, I'm just killing myself.
Or B, if it's anything before Tears of the Kingdom, etc., it doesn't matter anymore, because if anybody needs to wonder why, just replay Tears of the Kingdom.
Well, I think what Big J had said a long time ago, and I kept saying that the way he described it, I thought was poetically brilliant. He was saying what I was trying to do over a theory arc that's lasted me goddamn 2 years, and he said it in a sentence about how they were going to acknowledge the myths of the past. Like, again, I can't do it justice, but he was saying it. We've all been saying it, and I know Dan could bring up things where we've shared chats, and I'm like, here's where I'm going with this theory arc, well in advance. And so, you know, he's been there the entire time going, yep, you're going to be excited when you see this, like, down to the 7 heroines, where I didn't cry in Tears of the Kingdom at the ending or anything. I nearly cried with the friggin' 7 heroines, though. That was a beast, because I've doubted myself that much over a simple thing and in a translation of one goddamn word that I couldn't seem to get right. And do you want me to tell you why I'm passionate about that and why it got me emotionally? Because everyone on YouTube and their views and the support that is out there was for a theory that didn't acknowledge a simple translation. And it made me doubt everything about myself, because that's what we accept, because it's hard to get that understanding. What I did have, though, was the support of some wonderful people who listened and looked into it, and that's why it was important for me as well, like to go back to Rodimus with that help, because you feel like you're going crazy. You're like, am I seeing something here, or is it just me? That's the community stuff, and that wasn't anything against anyone on YouTube or anything. It was just like, I had to put that out there, and in the end worry that I might be wrong. and get called stupid or an idiot or, man, you missed something obvious. And maybe I did, but it was kind of important to me to know, and it was a cool thing. But beyond that, it kind of answered something, and I learned something along the way. With you guys as well, you've all had these things, and your ideas are insane, but also they've all come together, and they're bloody brilliant, and it works. It actually adds up, and it works. Oh, and Dan, guess what else? Lorulean did a translation of the thing with the Triforce that basically in Skyward Sword, it kind of evidenced the fact that, and he'll put it more eloquently and did, that when he goes into the Sky Temple, you know, where he's to actually collect the Triforce itself, it is a trial that is about him, and it's more so that the Triforce wasn't held there, it was inside of him the whole time. He had to unlock it and find that balance, and that's how it went. And what's brilliant about that, you know, the double triangle thing, Dan, where I was saying, and you were pointing out the second you got the Zonai outfits, you're like, double triangle, and it was on Rauru's. And initially, when we were talking about Zelda Encyclopedia, when I was looking at it, I thought initially it was to do with the front cover, and it was to do with courage, right? Remember we were talking about that. But the more I kept looking at Zelda Encyclopedia, the more I started to think that possibly, why is it not going there? The more I thought
I'm sorry to interrupt real quick.
Yeah.
I got someone leaning on my shoulder real quick.
Wanting
to say hi, and I'm not going to be able to hear the end of this.
Hi, GS.
Yeah.
Hi, Lorulean Historian.
It's Mrs. Oaf.
Hey, Mrs. O. Hello, how are you
They
going?
say hi.
Hello.
Everybody
Hello,
says
lovely to hear you.
hi. Just got off work, so
Hey,
wondering what
good
we're
stuff.
doing.
No, we're just hanging out.
The
So-
calls out to my mass. Oh, snap, GS. That's actually.
What?
Ooh,
What's that?
So LH just sent something in the chat,
Yeah.
and it's you want to take a spin on that?
Yeah, sure. So,
Yeah.
it's
Oh,
a
I'll
quote
just-
from Phi.
Yep.
So it's when Link enters the first
Carrie's
Silent
sweet.
Realm.
Yeah.
It says, "I am unable to accompany you. This calls out only to Master's heart. This trial is a spiritual world where only those chosen by the goddess may enter.
Yeah.
Among these is Faror's trial, where Master's heart is tested.
Mm.
Here, Master, your spirit leaves your body and undergoes a spiritual test."
Oh,
Damn.
nice. And I think that when I'm looking at this, and I know this is, I feel like I sound like a nut job, and you know what? I'm at the point where I'm good with that. Let's nut job on. The double triangle thing here, because we're saying it's courage and that. But remember we were talking about the Zelda Eye thing, Dan, and it was bugging me. Like it looked like she was courage and he was wisdom, and they're moving. And if you actually look at the movement of the virtues, they're actually going in a cycle, and that sort of does make a hell of a lot of sense. Which means that these double triangles aren't about courage; they're about balance, because Link's the only one that's ever unlocked the Triforce, and he's about balance, and the support for that in game in Tears of the Kingdom is actually the fact that all the outfits that relate to the, and again this is crazy as crap, but I don't mind, all the outfits
All the outfits are related to either a hero with the Triforce or the Master Sword.
all the outfits are related to the golden goddesses. And the Zonai, and they would actually be, I'm going to throw it out there, I dare say they were Zonai too. Possibly, but maybe they're not. That's probably, actually, you know what, that's stretching bad. But
it's the thing
they've
of
all got the double
if-
triangle. Look,
Like, for instance, there's the dragon armor for, you got it right there, the Ember shirt, the Shock shirt, and the Freeze shirt for the three dragons. They had to belong to someone in the ancient past, so why not Din, Faror, and Nehru?
yeah,
And
I
then
probably
they
went
were
a
the
step
first
fast saying they
instance.
were Zonai, but, you know, like, what I'm
Like,
saying is
I can't
the
say
double
it
triangle
outright
there, though.
100%, but if they did have their own individual, secret stones, becoming a dragon has somewhat of a golden light, where you could call them the golden goddesses at that point. And heck,
Yeah,
they could
yeah,
be
that's-
wearing a very
that-
similar design to that outfit. I mean,
It's-
the hero's
it's-
aspect. The hero's aspect has all three virtues of a boar, owl, and a dragon, just like Rauru and just like just like the Zonite armor itself that you got from the Skyforge.
Yeah.
There's those small little twinges you gotta keep an eye out for, and then you're like, wait, that rings out to something even bigger.
Well, the thing is that I really like Dan's take. That thing with that theory, it was the best answer of where the Triforce is. Because that's, like, if we're nailing it and we're saying, the big question, like, we're not messing around here, we're going, these are the big theories, right? These are the big mysteries. Where does it sit in the timeline? Well, for a start, it's not necessarily a timeline. It is a universe, because we know that there's all these realms, but also we know that now it's able to be connected. It actually means that they did unify the timeline in a way that it was still existing as the three separated quote-unquote timelines, but they were unified as a result of this going back to a time before.
I can give you a photo for that.
That in and of itself is brilliant, but Dan's take on the dragons answered why you can't see the Triforce. It exists, and it exists in the architecture. We know it exists in the lore. We know it has existed in the past games, but why isn't it in this game? It would make sense that it is, in that sense of what he's talking about with the dragons and why draconification is forbidden. It gives me an answer or a potential answer to it, and kind of makes a lot of sense. In terms of why the Hylians are covering the Zonai stuff that Lorulean was talking about, there's a protection element going on, because we were talking about with Hylia, like I was saying, why would you send the Sky Islands and chosen people? Well, you got to protect the future. Why would you mine the Mineru region to the point of desertification? Because you need to do the time stones to create the gates of time. And this is a chess game that's playing over not just the timeline of Zelda, but it's actually playing over a four-dimensional aspect, or Chris will be able to summarize this better, because the chess game had to account for the fact that real-time movement would happen in reality. Does that make sense? Like, the games of chess that Hylia must have played with how she was going to try to tackle a being who conquered time.
It's almost like omnipotence. It's almost like omnipotence and all-knowing. Like, you know everything that is, has, and will be all at one moment. So
it is, and it's weird, but it's kind of amazing, because it involves fire as well, being technically a creation of a being imbued with the powers
and possibly
and time
like
shift.
the physical depiction, like how Hylia, if she was, presented, and now all the statues kind of have a similar vibe too.
Yeah, and now it would actually make sense that technically Ganondorf, who was the original big bad, is still the original big bad in a sense, and was always. It's kind of retrofitted him back to be the demise before demise type thing, and that's some sexy stuff there as far as I'm concerned. That's some hot lore. Put that on a piece of bread.
Or as Fry said in Futurama, doing some nasty in the past, he's his own grandfather.
That's awesome. I'd take that, and I don't feel like I've got too much that I'm not unhappy with now. Probably, at this stage of the game, now the only thing Pardon?
You feel content with
the only thing I'm not content with is where and I'll tell you why. The only thing I'm not content with is I don't know where Cass is. That's the only thing now that's lingering for me, and I'll tell you why it's lingering, because Kasuto in The Adventure of Link. I can go back through the games now, and I can literally nearly map up anything within reason to every other part of the series that I can kind of, again, within reason. You got to understand it's fictional work. There's been game mechanics set before, but Cass is missing. We know that, but it's not that it's lingering because they haven't dealt with it, Nintendo. I think they've left it as a thread to bring into the next game potentially, and the reason I say it's important is because I believe that Cass, they always said that Kasuto was named after a sage. And I was waiting for the DLC, and I was trying to indicate it because I felt like Cass was going to be the sage, and that's how Kasuto would get that name. We haven't got the answer to that yet. But if they can tie that up in the future, I'm good. The series is connected. It is a plume fictional handling in my book, and everyone else can go suck it if they're not happy with it, because I'm happy. That's where I'm at personally. Sorry, that's why I'm not a Zelda tuber.
I do think on a parallel to that is one character that might need like a final thing to confirm either death or redemption, Koga, because we thought he was dead, but then he was alive, and then he flew off and we never saw him again.
I just need Koga to be in every game. I need the Yiga to be. They are the best. Sorry, go Lorulean.
He left like Team Rocket blasting off again. So like
Exactly.
he's totally gonna be back.
No,
Not
man,
dead.
I'm digging. Probably one of my favorite parts of playing the game that I have done on the stream, because I only really played on the stream. But when we went to the Yiga clan hideout, that was epically one of the best times I've ever had playing a game. It was hilariously funny, and listening to these guys go, you know, there's a guy that looks just like you. He's about just your height. He's even carrying a sword. That it looks, oh, man, you could be a dead ringer for him. It was amazing. And every time, actually, Big J, when we first went to the depths, and you were like, I'm like, should I keep going? You're like, it's totally worth it. When I saw Koga, oh man, what a moment
You might
that
need
was.
the lightning helm.
Oh yeah, probably yeah. But yeah, Koga, the Yiga, totally worth it. And oh my god, it would explain so much about what's going on with those guys as well. But I just want to touch on the chat quickly because I've missed a lot. I'm just scrolling up. So Dan was saying about story shouldn't be centered around gathering those
Hey, no
replayable
worries, Dan.
cutscenes. No, I totally get that. Oh, thanks, Carrie. That's the memory is probably part of the riddle that we can't get into. I really love the clip. All this is totally on board. I agree 100%. I hope in the next iteration Zelda they keep that. It's actually nice being able to rewatch. I do like that as well. Being able to read, because I have done to reinforce stuff because you're like, what was that one bit? And it's very important because we used it as proof today. A story shouldn't be centered. Yeah, but that we touched on that. Do you see the big X on the map? I did, Dan. I'll go back to it now that we're sort of catching up. But we were talking about the Twilight Princess iterations, and I don't think I've got the dusk bow. So I was maybe going to go grab that because that could be kind of cool to see what the description is. Big J gave me an interesting, and that's all I need. I'm sold on that. That's good. Carrie's demise. There is some big lore. Chris, Sacred Realm versus Silent Realm. Oh yeah, thank you, Chris. I was like, can you guys help? We covered the Sacred Realm, the Silent Realm, and the Golden Land. And some of that was like the mention of the fact that the golden hues on the Sky Islands are very much like the Golden Lands. The Sacred Realm is technically considered wherever the Triforce is held. And so, Dan, if technically the three dragons had undergone draconification because they had consumed the Triforce, then Hyrule is the sacred land at the moment, and that would explain why the Sky Islands are golden. Ta-da! Are we threading quite well? I think we are. And the Silent Realm, by the way, it makes sense as well because it's spiritual, and it's a challenge that Lorulean explained that Link has to do within his own self and being, which again explains how the Triforce is something that comes from within and the balance. It would also explain to me, God, why the hand lights up as well. That, you know, it's not just a fluke. It would be part of that internal mechanism of someone destined for that virtue. That would make sense as well.
Yep.
The Zonai are the Anunnaki. Did I say that right? Oh, Chris, you're going to have to help me with that one, dude. I'm not sure I said that right. Oh,
Yeah,
Lorulean?
the
Yep.
Anunnaki.
Yeah.
What?
The Anunnaki are the ancient Sumerian gods.
Yep.
They're also, well, the name kind of features in a lot of like alien conspiracy theory stuff.
I'm down for that. Yeah, that sounds good. Wrap that in there too. Well, why not?
But yeah, they're essentially gods. They're beings from the heavens, from beyond Earth that came down, guided humanity, did all these things, and then left back towards the heavens.
Yeah.
So
actually.
similar vibes to the Zonai. They kind of came, they saw, they left.
Yep. There you go. Actually, do you know what? Dan's right about that X on the map. I can go up for the dust bow, but that X on the map, I'm realizing might be a critical piece of clothing. I've got a feeling. Again, Dan usually gives me a hint on these things, and if he's going, you might want to check out that X on the map. Maybe he's on.
No, that X
text?
is your death.
Oh,
Yeah, the
okay.
red X is your death.
Oh, so
the
Dan
yellow
knows.
X, yeah.
Dan knows what entertainment is as well, though.
My guy, my
Dan,
guy.
Dan, are
Yeah.
you sure you want him to do this now?
Yeah,
Should we go back to it? No, I'm happy to
if
do
you
it,
See
go-
the
but
name on that?
yeah, I'm cool for that. But I just need to go to the lure or whatever first.
it's a
Yeah, it's
a
Gleok
King
then.
Gleok.
Yeah, I've fought them. They're doable.
See,
I've got
it
health
took
in that
me
now.
Forever. It took me forever to finally go against him, and poor Sidon was the only sage that didn't have full wisdom power. Like, I mean, full
yeah.
sage power. I played the whole game, and Dan's like, I mean, you can go against him now if you follow this strategy. I'm like, oh dang, thanks Dan, I didn't think of that.
If I'm being fair though, I said I'm happy to do it. I didn't say I'd win. Like I'll probably get handed.
That's
like
exactly it.
that dude will probably be chewing on my bones 5 or 6 times in a row before I get frustrated. But and then I still probably won't win. But I'm pretty sure the guys in the stream know very well that I'll quite happily keep chipping away at that. And if I can't, like I'll happily let it go at this point. I'm good. But I'm happy to have a crack at it. I just more thought if it was lore related for what we're talking about, it's worthwhile. But maybe I'll go for the dusk bow now.
Yeah.
Yep.
If you want to go for the bow,
Yep.
a good strategy to get up there
Yep.
that I found very easy. Go to the Skyview Tower at Lookout Landing.
Yep.
Jump, use it, go up, and
Yep.
then just fly towards the castle because
Cool.
you have all 3 bars of stamina. You can make it no problem.
Sweet,
And then
I'll
once
take
you're
that.
just near the top of the castle, just
Yep.
drop down and there you
Okay.
go.
So just aim straight for top castle. Nailed it. Awesome work, guys. Look at this. We're just like we're on fire as a team. So then we were talking about sexy lore, but just before then and just hitting it, there was something about Stalnox which I missed. Sacred Realm, Silent Realm, agree. It would be nice if there was a little more. Wait. Agree and Dan. It would be nice if they were a little more separate, or if all the cutscenes were somehow saved. Big ask, but it's still not. Yeah, all cutscenes would be great. You know what? Someone should just record the entire thing of me playing. Oh wait, I've been doing it while I've been. And so anyway, that was a joke. Anunnaki, they departed to the heavens. No, they departed to the heavens. Sorry, Keely, that was not. They descended from the heavens. We're talking about the dragons. They departed to the heavens. My bad, and 100% correct. Thank you. But the same idea. You're sweet. Carrie said we cracked the code. I feel like we have, but I also have a sense of humor. So I will quote one of the best comments I think I've ever received or seen on something. No, it wasn't me. It was on somebody else's thing. And they'd said, I've cracked this theory. And somebody replied, when you've cracked nothing. And it was hilarious. But yeah, I probably cracked nothing. But I feel like we have done a really good job of explaining things that we didn't have an explanation for. Or certainly I didn't
when
have.
I thought I was out, they pulled me back in.
Well, yeah.
Kinda,
Dan
yeah.
Dan told me to blow up the hole. I hope I did. Because I'm definitely not there anymore. It's a Stalnox. Oh, well,
Yeah,
that's
that was,
cool.
That was a while back. You were at a
Missed
cave
that. Yep.
Had a big old
Yeah, that
rubble
was-
pile.
Yeah,
That was the cave, yeah.
yeah, I wasn't paying attention. Yep. So did the Zonai. That we talked about the Inuki. Throwing shade. Oh, I think I was throwing shade at something. Yeah. Probably just carrying on like a pork chop. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying about the bitching about Nintendo. I think it bugged me a little bit, mate, as well, just because not the bitching, but a bit of the if you've built a whole thing around it, and that's where your viewers come from, and they're watching, and because you love it and stuff, and then you just kind of it kind of feels like it's my natural characteristic of loyalty. You show loyalty even if you're not sure. Sometimes you show loyalty, and maybe that's a bad thing. So don't say I'm right on this. Let's stipulate. Everyone can have their opinion.
Never back
It's just
down
not
on
me.
your own loyalty, man.
No, for me, it's. I feel like I've always been able to. I'm not saying Nintendo are the best thing in the world and they don't ever make a mistake, but man, I feel like I owe Iwata a debt personally for the work he's done and you know, from the moment I was a kid, with everything Nintendo brought into my life, I feel a debt. And talking to you guys now, it would seem to me to be rude to I mean, don't get me wrong, people may say, and you can be critical, but at the same time as well, when it comes to the Zelda stuff, it would seem strange to me if I'm talking to you guys about Zelda and you started watching me or whatever because you liked a video talking about a theory, to then go, I'm not going to theorize anymore because I don't think they've done a good enough job. It's not me. So I just, if it's not throwing shade, it's me trying to actually answer it and going, here's the approach I want to take at the moment because I'm enjoying talking about this stuff when I can.
I
Can't
back
articulate
that up
myself properly.
because I randomly saw one of your videos, the trying to find Ganondorf, triangulating him on the map, and it was suggested over and over. I'm like, you know what? I'll give this guy a shot. I fell in love with the content instantly, and one thing led to another, and
it's sexy
we
lore.
go.
It's sexy lore.
But
Sorry.
I think it's just the overall love of the series in general. You know, I don't know how to really, you know, title it other than legendary. Like,
no, it is, but I can tell you right now, and I can hit on different people that are on this stream right now as an example of what I think is pretty cool and why I don't think I don't like the Zelda tuber thing, but what I do think I'm lucky for, and it's real easy to do, and I'm glad. Right, straight for the castle. Don't mess it up. Let's go with Lorulean.
Let's go.
Lorulean was doing stuff on theories when I proved in speaking with him yesterday. So this for me is almost symbolic of what we're talking about with the series because I've come full circle in the last 24 hours, literally, on this whole thing and my own journey with Zelda, because I was reading theory stuff on forums that I'm pretty damn sure I've now confirmed was Lorulean years ago, and also he's contributed a lot of stuff to the videos of Zelda tubers that I watched that got me into considering even the idea of doing a Zelda video, and also people like Monster Maze and stuff that kind of just came out of nowhere after I'd started watching, and I'm like, oh, if you can start doing it and just maybe you can do a good video that makes sense, maybe people actually would watch that, and that I found that inspiring. You then go past that to then you do a video and stuff, and you got people like Dan who have been there from the get-go who were like, yeah, we got your back. And Dan and G-Quirt were in Discord together, three of us. Me, Dan, G-Quirt, and Naz. And the three of us. And I swear some of the best times I've had in Discord with the three of us just not even doing anything in there and coming in and going, hey, bro. And so that's hilarious. Then I've got, like yourself, Oath, who have come in. You're all passion, all heart, and I love that. And you're awkward as shit, just like me. So that I find that endearing. Big J is basically what I would consider to be an angel, who when I started streaming, I was freaking out and I was getting absolutely owned. And I couldn't for life of me figure out what I was meant to be doing. So I didn't think anyone was going to watch. And I'll just pause it there quickly. Is it literally here?
It's in the roof tiles below you.
Cool.
There's gonna be like a
there's
gap.
an opening down underneath that wing. Underneath that right wing,
got
there's
it.
a small. Yep.
So if I just went too far, that's all right. I'll just climb up.
You're on the opposite side.
That's all right. We're good. Yeah. So in doing the stream stuff, Big J and that come in. Sorry.
It's right
yeah,
there.
you got my gameplay right now, so you're gonna have to deal with that, which is what I'm talking about. I suck at playing this game on a stream, and Big J was like, come out of nowhere and was helping guide me on how to do stuff, and so was BPX. And I still to this day can't fathom how an individual just rocks up out of the middle of nowhere and then sits there with you for hours on a stream supporting you, getting your butt whipped for no particular reason. I'm not a spiritual person, but you got to help but feel like you've maybe got someone watching your back. So that's why I've always sort of said with Big J and stuff, it's like, I imagine he's like this huge... Oh, there we go. Nailed it. Dust bow. A bow that's been in the royal family for ages. Yeah. Ha! Said to have been used by a princess who fought beasts of twilight. A plume. Thank you. It forcefully fires long-range arrows. Just on that, has anyone looked if there's anything to shoot from that spot then? Because that feels a little serendipitous. But that's kind of cool.
Eggnog.
He's got eggnog. Good stuff.
Oh boy.
Who has eggnog?
Me.
So that covers some of that.
I'm the only person in this house that drinks nog.
Hey, take it.
I love eggnog, and I'm one of the only people in my family who likes it.
See? And then...
I know the feel.
And that brings it back to last, I suppose, you know, Keely's been there like a champ, and Keely with the Don-Dons, but also he's just a legend, and reminds me of when we did the TOTK 101 type thing with the tips and tricks. By the way, as a YouTuber, that video has not done well. I don't care. I'm more proud of that video. If you can't tell that we're having fun in that video, you shouldn't be watching television, because that we had such fun doing that. I don't care how many views that video gets at all. It is one of my favorite because it was absolutely awesome, and they were good tips. And there's videos out there for TOTK on tips on how to play that are smashing it. And I still reckon that one's one of the better ones, because those tips are genuinely really helpful. Like Wiz's one about the hover bike, I made the 3-way one out of that, and I love that hover bike. It's awesome. And, you know, we've had all these other guys like Carrie's come in. Carrie, you reminded me with all the things you were pointing out that there is no coincidence with this lore. Like that, it was like they'd managed to get all of the game in one game, and that makes sense from a standalone point of view and how it's a universal approach. How, say you've got a daughter like I had with my daughter with Breath of the Wild, when she played that game, she was able to get the full Zelda experience in one game. And I would say to her about playing the other games, but she didn't feel like she needed to because she had that experience in one. So you remind me of that because you keep pointing out things in those connections in the other games. And all of that came into one thing where I kept doing some theories, even though I have had a shocking time over the last few months, but on a personal level, but so have a lot of people. So it's not just me, right? That's the point. We've all been in it together. And what I noticed was I managed to eke out a couple of theories, and I got to the point where I'm not sure I can keep doing it. And I just thought I'd throw out the universe one a bit, because I was getting sick of the timeline thing. I was getting sick of it a little bit, because I was kind of like, everyone's complaining about timeline and then complaining about it. And it's like, you know what? I just need to get the point of what I've been trying to say for nearly 2 years and go, look, this is actually more like this and how you could take it. And I've been leading to that with the golden ratio stuff and that with you guys. And it was lucky because that triggered Lorulean to go, hey, I saw this video and it was pretty cool. What do you think about this? Which was awesome, because then I finally got to talk to Lorulean, which I wanted to do for, I don't know, what?
Years.
Yeah, and so I took the opportunity, and that was a cool, fun discussion about Zelda, which was nothing to do with YouTube at all, because I've got to tell you, the YouTube thing's been great because it's got me in contact with you guys, but actually, in some ways, has been just an experience for me to learn a lot more about myself and what I do and don't do. And so I took the gamble to go, hey, Lorulean, you want to jump on? And let's not do a normal TOTK stream where I just get my butt whipped and it's entertaining because I'm crap, but maybe talk about some of the lore stuff, which is what I've been trying to do with live theory stuff, where I just sucked because it was just me on my own. And we did that. And then today, with you guys, we've all come together, and it's all kind of made sense. And we've answered some of the questions, and I'm done. That's it. Dan, I've said you've got the forge. You can take the channel from here. I'm good. I could quite happily step away. I'm good. I'm happy. That's it.
No.
That's what I wanted.
You can't do that. Nope.
I'm not saying I am. I know, but I would happily do it. I would happily step away, and I would hand it over to Dan, because Dan is Link. Dan is everything that's good about Zelda, and that's right there. He is Link.
So GS, I'm on a lot of similar pages with you. Like, I'm just gonna say
that Dan's
this,
Link, because that is the page I'm on.
No, not that.
Yeah, I'm joking.
Like this whole thing. Like, first off, like when it comes to LH here, this is a great honor to be in the same like call with you, because I've been a long time fan from when you were like the top well-known researcher in every single Zelda YouTuber, all the way to the old TGLM days, to the same thing GS is saying. You were more than likely on every single Zelda forum back in the day, and I'm just sitting here like, this dude has been there the whole time, and I never noticed. So this is an honor. But
it is.
I just do what I do. I'm like,
bro, the fact that you, GS, and a couple other people in the Zelda theory community has actually responded like with good feedback, it just kind of blows me away, because I'm like, holy crap. But the other thing is, like, GS, going back to what you were saying about, like, you know, what Tears of the Kingdom, and it's kind of hard to come up with like new theories like here and there. I'm in the same boat, okay? I'm in the same exact boat, because I'm sitting here like, I don't know what to really think of. Like I could come up with Pokemon theories like off the bat, sure.
Oh
When it
no!
comes to
Sorry.
Zelda-
To clarify that, I'm the opposite. I've got too many theories and not enough time. That's the opposite problem. So
it's
sorry.
like if I had to try to type out all of my notes, I don't think I would actually have enough time to do that.
I've got a lot of them
reasonable
already
schedule.
typed out and half recorded. That's the sad part. It's so much work. It's really sad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recording,
It's so-
that's for me too. Like recording and then editing. The editing. That's
The
what kills
editing,
me. I
yep,
don't have
I'm
the
with you, dude.
time. I don't have the I don't have the time or the patience for it. I tried. I really tried. That's when my channel first started. But
Yeah.
like I was killing myself doing it, and it's
I'll
like
carry your swag.
I was like
I'll just say
that's
from
it. Like,
experience. I'll
Yeah.
just say from both experience for
thought I had a
over
bow
10
one.
years at this point and currently.
Where's the bow?
It's all down to a schedule, it's all down to planning. It's all down to you getting in a rhythm and keeping in tune with it. So
Yeah,
that
it's
means
just hard when
can-
you work up to some days I work like literally 40 hours straight or something, and it sounds like I'm not kidding. My work has been
it's
absolutely
like-
off chopped. Yeah,
If I have to crunch, fine, but I'm not advocating crunch. I'm saying like if you got to chunk it off and merge like a couple of things together, then do it. But it's all trial and error.
for
But-
me, dude, the missus is. I'm taking the holiday around Christmas, and the missus has rightfully said no, you need
Yeah.
to take a break because she's
Same.
she's at the point where she's like between my work and she's really supportive of the YouTube stuff and that as well. But she's like, you can't keep doing all that stuff. Like I've got to find a solution personally. That's nothing to do with any of you guys, but I need a bit of balance in my life. Otherwise, I'm gonna end up looking like one of the Eager clan. That's why I say to Dan, like, if I turn Vader, you're going to have to sort things out for me, mate, because I'm a little bit worried that'll happen. I'm just going to start breathing in a mask and just, go to the dark side, but it's a joke.
The forge I've noticed though, just the overall thing with this whole community.
Sweet.
I
Sorry. Yeah.
now personally, I haven't played a Zelda game since Tears of the Kingdom back in I think July or June. Like ever since playing Tears of the Kingdom, I've been content enough not to play a Zelda game for this long. And when I do, I'm going to be starting the entire thing over from Skyward Sword. But the thing is,
Yes, you're right,
and
Karen.
the hardcore thing is with the Forge. I've noticed that we've got such a strong community that it doesn't need to be just Zelda, but we could
Quality
also
over
make
quantity.
it more like it could be either more or variety. And I'm noticing like even with it being like random Tears of the Kingdom, or let's say Skyward Sword HD, or one of these Zelda games on the NSO, like Link to the Past, the Oracle games, Wind Waker, Link's Awakening DX. Like the Switch has so many Zelda games. It's not even funny.
Yeah.
You got Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, Ocarina of Time. You got Majora's Mask. You got A Link to the Past, not A Link Between Worlds, A Link to the Past, Link's Awakening, both the Oracle games, Zelda 1 and 2. You got Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, and it just brings up the question of what's next. Like, do we bring in more Zelda games before new Zelda games, just to make it all well-rounded and make a Zelda oriented hub, kind of like what they're doing with Metroid a bit? It's just like this big question of what's next for Zelda, regardless of what it could be.
Can I just throw in a quick thing on that? And I just want to hit on some of those comments as well, just quickly. But to answer your thing, for me, do you know what Zelda's been since Breath of the Wild come out and before this came out? And I just wanted to personally resolve some of those mysteries, because Breath of the Wild sucked me in with those mysteries. So being able to kind of resolve that, for me personally, I'm just happy. I know I have an answer that satisfies me. If it satisfies other people, that's fantastic. You go with you. But for me, it's like, I can breathe now. I feel like I know what that meant. And I like to know that they planned it, and that my confidence and trust in the developers and storytellers of this medium, I believed that they created something really special, and I feel like I've got the answer to that myself. That's important. In terms of what comes next for Zelda, it's a great question, and I would probably handle that in a different way moving forward. But in general, the philosophy for me for Zelda has always been I think they can come up with something better than I can think of, and I trust them to do that because they've always done something better than I could think of in a lot of ways. So I don't know. I just for that part, that's exciting. But I'm excited to play the other games that I haven't had a chance to play again for a while. Like I want to go back to Skyward Sword, man. Like even you were talking about the thing with the plane. I'm like, I didn't see that. I need to get you. I don't know if you could see in my library. I gave myself like an hour, and I got through. Because Minish Cap, I haven't even gone back to that, but I got through in an hour a little bit of one of the Oracle games, and after that I was like, oh look, there's me with the tree.
Honest,
you know, like
I had
can't wait.
both Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask on the original N64.
Yeah.
I beat Ocarina of Time long time ago as a kid. Majora's
Yep.
Mask, it took me over 20 times until like 2 years ago playing it on the NSO, and I finally beat Majora's Mask.
Oh
Like,
man,
I've
Majora's
never
Mask
even
is
played
gold.
the Oracle games.
Oh man, no, Majora's
You're
Mask.
missing out. The oracles are great.
Majora's
I've never
Mask is
finished
one.
Minish Cap. I've never finished Zelda 2.
Oh, dude, no.
Like-
Majora's Mask is one I want to do on stream because I want to do that like
Do it.
intense
It's
thing
worth, it's
of.
worth getting every single mask. Not
Oh
every
no,
single
I've
piece,
played
but every
I've
single
played
mask.
Majora's Mask. I've done it and got every single mask. Like that's not a problem. I want to do the thing on the stream where the pressure is not necessarily about the my combat abilities because let's face it, even with Big J support, I still suck. But I like the crunch of trying to get the things done in 3 days and whether you can. So when Dan was having that thing where he was trying to get the last bit with the Sun and Moon. The quest is called. It's out of my brain because I think it's fried.
Oh,
but
the couple's mask.
the couple's
with
mask
Cafe
thing,
and
yeah,
Andrew.
cafe, yes. Dan was, and you get to that bit where it's right towards the end, and you got to get it off the as it's going through the. I got where Dan was at with that because that whole thing is a 3 day, and when I'd done that, there was that wasn't on the Switch. There was no speed up or anything of that time. It was brutal, and I had to do it twice, and I think Dan had to do it 3 or so times, and it was like, oh man, I feel for you. But that's a cool game just in general. And I like, that's the kind of weird, intense pressure I kind of like. The only thing I'm not looking forward to is doing the Gerudo roll and also doing the Zora, like the Pirate Bay Temple. That's brutal.
Yeah.
I actually
Stone
struggle
Mask
with that
really
more
helps.
than I do the Water Temple in Ocarina. But
Wait.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. I know
Yeah.
everybody says Ocarina of Time Water Temple bad. No, I love the Ocarina of Water Temple. I love the Twilight Princess Water Temple. I love the Ancient Sister and Skyward Sword.
Yeah.
I love the swim mechanics with the Zora feature in Majora's Mask. I detest the Majora's Mask Water Temple. It's not difficult. It's easy. It's just following the same thing of it's not hard. It's tedious because if you mess up, you have to go a long way to fix one small thing.
I'm just not good at the spinning water part. That summarise it right there. The spinning water part. It's like I lose all sense of direction. Like I have no internal compass. I just end up going the same spot every time, and then I cycle it the wrong way. And it's like I
Well, if
feel
you
like
follow
I've
pipes,
had a
you'll be
lobotomy when I play that. Honestly.
Well, the pipes is like your biggest your hint to that.
I know it is,
I mean,
dude, but
granted-
it's like my brain switches off and goes, nah. See you
Autopilot,
later, pal.
yeah.
Good luck. No, good luck. It's like, you know that you ever seen The Simpsons and Aunt's Chris? One of my favourite Simpsons moments is when Homer's there with Ned Flanders at the orchard, the apple orchard, and Ned Flanders is talking about cider, and he's like, if it's this cider, it's that. And Homer's brain goes, nah, sorry, I'm out of here. And his brain floats off, and his body just drops on the ground, like just. That's me in the Pirate Bay
Yep.
Temple. I'm just like, the brain goes, nah, see you later, and I just try to navigate it with reflex action, and it's I'm pretty good normally at a Zelda game except on stream. On stream I suck.
Well,
but I'm hoping
I
a
would
linear
say- I
game I'll
would
be able to
say-
stay on target.
I wouldn't say it's like you have a brain fart and then go limp like a possum. I'd say it's more like the Homer brain moment where, oh, I wanted a peanut. I got $20. $20 can buy you many peanuts. Explain how. Money
Yep.
can be exchanged for goods and services.
Exactly.
And he
It is
trips
like
over
that.
a peanut and then.
Yep.
There
That
you
is
go.
100% right. 100% right. Hey, I'm going to have to take a quick break because otherwise, and you guys be
Yeah, no
used to
worries.
this, I'm about to literally lose a bladder. But I did want to just point out that, you know, we're talking the ancient cistern going missing. And
Yeah.
I was, ancient cistern. It's not a toilet. And we're not.
The ancient furnace.
Thank you. The ancient cistern. Can you tell I need to go to the loo? That's hilarious.
Gotta go.
Waterloo.
That was a bit of a Freudian slip. No, it's not a Freudian slip. What was it? Anyway, that's where it should be, and it's not. In Tears of the Kingdom. Ta-da! Quick break. I'll be back. Healy had asked about a question for Benny's Zelda game. What is your favorite character? And I'm going to come back to answer that. And I know you guys are in the chat and you're smashing it. And you're all over it. I'll be back soon. Keep up the love. Keep up the good work. And I will see you soon.
Yep.
Sweet.
Oh, okay, no worries. No worries.
Oh, you can hear me still?
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Can you hear
still
me?
you.
Oh, I put mic on.
You might need to mute the Discord.
Oh, yeah, that'd be
Meaning
why.
Your personal Discord mic.
All right, cool. I'll do that.
I might. Yep. There we go.
Okay, you can't hear me if I mute that one. That's cool, and I'll just turn the volume down. Oh gosh, I might turn that volume down. Oh, idiot!
Oh, gotta go. Go.
I gotta go.
We
Go.
don't need a puddle. Well, it seems like the Tetraforce quartet is in full ensemble because Dan just came and went. Hi, Mrs. Olf. Sorry about that. Yeah, no, God, it's been crazy because right after we got done with Pokemon Crystal on my end, I heard, oh yeah, LH and GS is going to be live together. I'm like, oh no way, I gotta go. So I told everybody, come on over here. We've been doing this. This has just been awesome. Just theory after, you know, what if after, just. Bro, I'm not gonna lie though, it is an honor that like when I sent you one of those concepts for one of those fan-made trailers back in the day, and you're like, oh yeah, I'll check it out. I'm like, oh no way.
Why wouldn't I?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You're like super famous, and I'm like some schlub, and
Super. I'm sorry. I just don't consider myself famous. I just
bro, you ask
know a lot of
any-
people. That's all.
You ask like I wouldn't say any Zelda fan, but I'd say like you ask like maybe 70% of the Zelda fan base, like, hey, do you know the name Lorulean Historian? They'd be like, oh yeah, I've heard that name before. I'd be like, there you go.
Yeah.
Oh no, it's Dan. Healy says, LH, you low-key
Dan.
famous.
Yeah, I mean, I guess low key, yeah, because like I don't consider myself famous. But
Oh yeah, no worries, Dan. Yeah. We know you hear us because GS forgot that he has other people, and he doesn't have to be like, oh, I gotta mute myself real quick. But yeah, even Carrie says LH is pretty famous. Dan says you're famous. I mean, dude, like, I don't know how to say
at
it
least
other
in the
than-
Zelda world, yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's like one of those like I don't know. I guess it's kind of like Keanu Reeves, you know, like he's just this cool guy who's just really down to earth and
Yeah.
you know he takes the subway and he just he's just a normal dude and it's just like people are like, oh yay, hey look, it's Keanu Reeves,
Chris says,
like-
"Come to terms, you're famous." Oh, just out of curiosity, because it's still in the works. The certain thing I sent you, a certain thing that's correlated with a certain other thing celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. Certain thing. Was it the last thing we talked about, or was it a couple of things we talked about? Because I know you've been busy and I've been busy. Because this year's been great. Yeah, it was the last thing we talked about. Did you by chance think of that by chance?
Oh, yes. Yes, I did.
Oh yeah? Would you think?
Well, I love that particular scene and that particular series. So.
Can you guys hear me? Was this muted?
Welcome back.
You can hear me?
We can hear you, but you sound like you're very far away from
Oh yeah, I'm just gonna make coffee. I didn't want the machine. I was just gonna say secret conversations. Maybe not. So yeah, secret on the thing.
Secret tunnel
Yeah, secret tunnel.
through the mountains.
Okay, I wasn't on mute. There we go. So I'll mute it now because you don't want to hear the coffee machine. I'm making a coffee. I'll be back.
Oh, dude, coffee. Yes.
Well, I mean, it's like 9:30 in the morning where you are. You've been up all night again.
Meanwhile, on the
Yeah. And back in
it's
and
9:30 p.m.
yeah, no, and we're backing off a couple of days of hard work and coaching, and you know what? I don't care. Champion, mate. Go hard or go home. That's how we do it. It's also my weekend, and by the way, this is my downtime, so it could be much worse. But and listen to that water running, smashing it. You guys are legends.
If we ever meet up, like this quartet or whatever you want to call it, Dan, we gotta. Are you gonna do like a text to speech with like some kind of digital mask, like that one ukulele guy? Because like you got this mysterious aura around you that just fits. Like you are Link basically at that point. And Dan's like, who knows? Oh man.
I could see Dan showing up and being like, oh, what's their name? The two guys that do the music and they wear
Daft
like
Punk.
That's the one. I couldn't think of the name for a second there. Thank you. Yeah, like Daft Punk. That's
That actually would be kind of cool. Like, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be pretty sick.
It would be Dan Punk.
Dan Punk. Oh my goodness. Yeah, no, I can't think of anything better than that. That's spot on. The one bought in 2021 and first played in 2011. Ooh, oh, curious.
Is it spooky?
Is it Ben Drown? Like, bro, do you know what I watched before like Twitch or even Zelda tubers back in the day? How I got my gaming info?
How?
Chugga Conroy. The dude still uploads to this day, and there was back in the day, like I asked him, like back in the old YouTube inbox days, like, hey, can you give me any tips? And he's like, yeah, sure. I'm like, oh no, I'm one of your biggest fans, but like, bro, that's some stepping stones. But like, to get to the point where we're at now, I met GS because he was in a similar server you and I are in, right? Wink wink. I found that server through that person and similar people because of a streamer called Vinny, who first mentioned Zoltic like a couple years back when he was doing a Majora's Mask randomizer. Vinny Vinesauce. I found Vinny through Joel Varg Skeletor, and I found Joel in 2016 through meme compilations. So the only big reason and the main reason why I'm here is essentially memes. And a love for Zelda.
And we all love Zelda.
Oh yeah. But that rabbit trail, man. Oh man. Okay, so I'm gonna bring back one of these old mini theories I brought up, and I want the chat to know about this, but this what if is Tingle is a god. Now, if the Great Fairies, and by extension the Great Fairies are somehow connected to the goddesses and some divine power, and by this extension the fairies are increased in power with money, rupees, and the rupees are connected to the goddesses, and Tingle says he's somehow a fairy, but we have no confirmation, would Tingle be a god?
Possibly.
It's just one of those, like, yeah, you could throw it away as in, like, oh yeah, that's just garbage, but then you sit down and think, well, there's some possible ideas, because he shows up in the Downfall timeline, I believe, in the Oracle games. He shows up in the Child timeline, of course, and he shows up in the Adult timeline. You're sitting there like, okay, well, that's not really much, but what else could there be? Oh, I don't know. There's just this whole grand scheme mystery behind Tingle. Chris says more weird, like Colton. What happened? Carrie, everybody acts weird when you wear the Tingle outfit. I mean, there's something about that clock and the passage of time. I don't even know where I'm getting on with this. It's been a long day.
Well, I mean, they're ambiguously canon, but there are the Tingle spin-off games.
Yep, Rosie Rupee Land of Love, and
Yeah.
basically the Wizard of Oz, and then there's the other one that. Yep.
And in that game, or in that series of games, there's a lot of Tingle lore, and at one point, I believe it was Tingle's Rosy-colored Rupee Land, or freshly picked Tingle's Rosy Rupee Land. He was working for this being. I think their name was Uncle Rupee. I may be mistaken.
Yes, yes, the old dude with the
Yeah.
monkey-shaped head.
Yeah, and this guy was basically a god, and he was a god because he was feeding off the energy from rupees.
Yep.
So there's some merit to the idea.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah. So, God, you know, I had it. I totally had it, but now it's gone. Dang it.
And yes, Chris is right. Yeah, Japan loves Tingle. Tingle is he's a very, very, very famous and very well-loved character there. Did you know that Tingle, or at least the same design of his character, appears in Twilight Princess?
Go over to the Stars tent.
Yep, the Stars tent. Perlo, I believe, is his name in the localization. But yeah, he's wearing the green tunic. He's got the pointed tip on his hat. He's got a little clock on a chain, and yeah, he's very flamboyant and mischievous, just like our friend Tingle. And it's all right there.
The class exam grades were just posted. I looked at it, well, I mean, you did do that chemistry exam, and I mean, I would never take chemistry, but I mean, it's better to take a look sooner than later. Let's see.
Give it a look. Give it a look.
So, I've had this idea for a while, and I think I brought it up to you, but with this whole dreamscape thing, if, like, either the gap between dimensions, or the illusory realms, or some kind of, like, fluid existence between realities could be interpreted as either a gap or the dream world, I had this idea in a long-winded way of how Age of Calamity can be canon, and it's finely tuned to, yes, Terraco no longer exists in Breath of the Wild Tears of the Kingdom, because he activated his own powers. However, the Hollows. And the Hollows literally being the souls or even memories of the fallen champions from Breath of the Wild that got fused in the malice going forth into the portal, and a bit of that malice that got turned into the hero in Age of Calamity could be that little bit of malice that bounced off him with that blast. I know it's a bit of a stretch, but it could make it a long-winded half-canon on a separate existence.
I mean, it could. I already consider it canon to its own timeline because that's the way it presents itself. It presents itself as a second world, a second reality that stemmed from the moment that Terraco and Ganon's malice traveled back through that gate of time.
Which was literally like, what, a couple of days, couple of weeks before the birthday?
Yeah. Well, I think he left, when they left and traveled through, it was the day of the calamity. When he came back, it seems to have been at least a few months before. Anywhere from like 2 or 3 months before everything went down, because the day of her birthday didn't end up being quite the day of the calamity anymore, because it quickened its pace.
No, but if you do follow that storyline, which I absolutely love about Age of Calamity, I've 100%ed that game twice, and it's the only modern Zelda game that I'll collect all the Korok seeds. I will not collect them all in Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom. That's gonna be messed up. But if you look at the literal ending to Age of Calamity, it's the dawn, the sunrise, the morning of her birthday that Hyrule is free from that iteration. But then again, the cult is still out there somewhere.
Yes. Oh, we got a question.
Ooh.
Chris. Thoughts on young Kotake and Koume in Tears of the Kingdom? The two that flank Ganondorf in the ancient past?
Yes. You and I have talked about that too.
Oh, yes.
Like, I'm not gonna lie, when I came out with that most recent Convergence Part 2, I didn't realize until I was editing the video the colors of their capes. And I'm like, well, if one's blue and one's red, that should just be easy enough. I mean, other than they are both wearing similar clothing that are different to all of the other Gerudo warrior around them, but is similar in design to Ganondorf, and are the only two to be wearing golden masks with a small curve to the hook on Koume and Kotake. So it's really interesting that both of them were there the whole time.
And then, of course, the beauty of the fabric that they wear, actually spelling their names the same way that they are in Ocarina of Time and the Oracle games.
Yup.
Which isn't even, it's not Hylian, it's not Gerudo, it's not anything of that sort. It's literally a very blocky version of katakana. It's just basic Japanese, so it's easy to read if you know what you're looking at.
Yep.
And the fact that they have that, and then all of the gloom weapons that Ganondorf has, all have their names in ancient Hylian, is pretty cool.
Ely says, tied for the highest grade. Very nice, congrats.
That's awesome, Keely. Congratulations.
Yes. So now on that convergence part 2, and we've talked about this, I've proposed the idea that maybe Fujibayashi with his trilogy is trying to redefine things. So let's say hypothetically, what if that the entire timeline is within a self-contained loop, whether to the side or in between everything, so everything is still canon no matter what. What I'm trying to get to this is, oh god, I just, because this was dang it.
It's okay. Might come back to you.
Yeah, it'll come back because I've had so much like Zelda on the mind. It's not even funny. But oh wait, no. Okay. So sorry. So the adult outcome, the adult timeline, and the downfall timeline are all adult outcomes. Basically, the outcome that follows adult Link and the adult Zelda kingdom, whether it gets flooded or destroyed, right?
Basically.
Like in like simple terms, right? So if that was to be true, Kurume and Kotake are dead. How do they show up in the downfall timeline if Ganondorf transformed into his alter ego permanently, losing all sense of humanity and brain?
I want to hear that question again. Sorry, it was me doing the microphone, buddy. I was plugging it back in and getting the headset back on because, I actually detached it for a sec when I went, and I was actually listening to it and standing back and enjoying the fact that Zelda theory discussion was happening without me. It was brilliant. I was just like, you know what, my job's done, I can step away. This is what I want with Forge. Done.
No.
I'm good. What was the question? Because I reckon I can help. If the Lorulean needs any, I reckon I can go this one. I love this time stuff.
So if we follow, and again, it doesn't matter if the timeline itself is inside of a loop or
No, just what's the question?
Kurume and Kotake.
Yeah.
You fight them in the Spirit Temple in Ocarina of Time as an adult. And then
Yeah.
immediately after, whether you're going to do the Shadow Temple like me or go straight for Ganondorf, you
The order.
You quite literally have the notion of you're going to fight Ganondorf, whether you die and the downfall outcome. You know.
Are you wondering how the downfall happens?
No.
Ah.
What I'm saying is,
Yeah.
because the downfall timeline and the adult timeline, in the most basic terms, are both adult outcomes because it follows.
I can tell you why it's different. Why I think it's different anyway.
It's not anything different. What I'm confused about is
Yeah.
no matter what, adult outcome, whether it's Wind Waker, Link to the Past, doesn't matter. Kurume and Kotake,
Gosh.
dead, executed by the Master Sword. So how does
Yeah.
it make sense in the downfall timeline for them to be alive? Ganondorf, when he transformed into his alter ego Ganon by destroying the Hero of Time and siphoning out the Triforce of Wisdom from Princess Zelda, he turned into his alter ego, lost all humanity, lost all of his brain.
Yeah.
But how does Kurume and Kotake come back if they're already dead at that point? That's the one thing about the Oracle games that always stuck out for me.
Because I would debate that technically it comes down to, well, for me anyway, my interpretation of why the split exists in the first place, and I was saying this to Lorulean yesterday. I think the question that sort of goes on to that from me, and again, you know what, it's the last time I'm going to preface this because I don't know why I do. It's my interpretation, it's my understanding, and it makes sense to me in this way. The thing with Ocarina of Time, and because time travel is a trope that happens in Zelda a lot, and it's a bone of contention if people don't get it, because it kind of like, and I had it too for the longest time. It's like, why does it matter It doesn't matter in Skyward Sword. It doesn't matter in this game, but it matters in Ocarina of Time. Why is that one that splits? And the
No, I'm not talking.
no. But I get what you're saying. But let me finish the answer to that question. The split in Ocarina for me happens because if you look at when Link gains the Master Sword or goes to gain the Master Sword and he opens the Temple of Time and pulls the sword, how old is he?
Pulls it as a child at roughly 7 to 9.
Right, so he's young at that stage. At that stage, he has not defeated Kataka and Kiwame at all. Because he doesn't, when he defeats them, he's an adult. Am I quiet or... Sorry, Carrie's saying turn them up some. Is that me? Or... You start... Oh, you can't hear us? Oh, whoops. I'll turn...
You, but they can't hear us.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Apparently.
How's that? Is that better?
Check.
I'm too loud. Yep, that sounds about right. Because normally I was too quiet. I think I'm almost clipping, so I'll bring myself down. Yeah, cool.
All right, cool.
Thanks, Carrie. Appreciate that. So yeah, Link defeats Kataka and Kiwame as an adult. Now, again, time-bending mechanics. The only way I can ever explain it or understand it is to not try to overthink it, because if you do, you'll screw your brain. But he defeats him as an adult. So in other words, he has to have been the adult, and it has to be the adult outcome. The Triforce, however, when Ganon gains access to the Sacred Realm and the Triforce splits, it's in the period between when Link gains access to the sword and when he comes out as an adult and you got redeads around Castletown. In other words, for me, the answer to your question lies in why the split happens at that point. It's because Ganon splits the Triforce while Link is in a sedated state between one age and another. And so therefore, when Zelda sends him back to his childhood at the end of Ocarina, it's this situation where she's sending him back into and the Triforce is split, so the fabric of reality has changed.
Well, yeah, I could see that, but I've always seen it in a different approach, like Ganondorf killed adult Link right there and then making the downfall timeline.
But
Link.
But
when
bear with
Link
me on
got
that.
sent-
The downfall time. Look at the adult timeline, for example, as well, and the downfall timeline, and the child timeline. The way that we're saying it exists is that don't think about it in terms of a timeline. Think about it in your version of Loki. A reality change has happened, a split. And I know that you're saying I get that, but I know that you're saying Kataka. Yeah, but you're asking a question. I'm trying to answer it. The dimension is split. The reality has split. And what is very significant is before they say adult, child, it's not that they say in sequence in Nintendo, they don't go adult, child, and fallen. They go win, loss first.
Mm-hmm.
So the loss is the first one. So then they're saying that he loses when he's an adult. And I get what you're saying. In that way, it would make sense because it depends if I've done the Spirit Temple or not. Would you had to have done the Spirit Temple in order to defeat Ganon?
That's the thing. What is so far what I've known this whole time, that the only way the downfall timeline can truly kick off is that final battle between Ganondorf and Link after you get all of those temples done. If he dies before that final battle, that's the really tricky part. That you can't really go here or there because is it the same? Is it different? Is it like the whole question of Zelda asking for the ocarina and him saying no, I'm going to keep it instead? Like where the twist comes in for me is technically the outcome of when Ganon wins that battle, and this is where the missing part to me that helps answer it, is he gains access to the rest of the Triforce. He gains Link's piece, and he gains Zelda's piece by default. When he gains all three, according to what's documented anyway, that's when Zelda and the sages just go, oh, we're out, and seal him, and it's like somebody else's problem. Because they're screwed.
But they seal him in the Sacred Realm. And they seal him in the Sacred Realm with the Triforce that gives him the literal ability to change the fabric of reality. So the Downfall timeline, it sounds like it's called the Downfall timeline because the hero's lost, but I think as in a few people, when we were talking about the timelines and how they represent the virtues of power, courage, or wisdom, to me, I very much feel like the Downfall timeline is always going to be the power timeline, because if he has the Triforce and the ability to change the fabric of reality, that is his timeline. It's his reality. It's his dream. He always wanted the Triforce to make Hyrule his kingdom.
No, you're exactly
what he wanted.
right.
So in
You're
his
exactly
kingdom,
right, because
Kitaka and Kaime still love.
Yeah, because in the adult timeline, you could argue that would be the wisdom one, because that's just Zelda doing it herself after sending the hero back. And then the child timeline could be courage, because it's him reliving it all, knowing what to do, and then passing it on to his grandson. So yeah, I fully agree. It's just different sides of the same coin again, I guess.
I suppose what I was looking at is that because he's got the ability to change reality, that it's not like that one is... I think it's confusing saying it's a branch. I almost feel like it could have had its own beginning that now exists, almost completely inconsequential of anything before it, because Ganon has brought his own reality into play. But it's a weird twist on it. That's all I can say. But I'll hand back to Lorulean, because I think he's going to be able to riff off what I'm saying much better. I was
going to say, based on what you were saying and the fact that he has the Triforce, and he's basically bending reality to his whims, we know he's a mama's boy.
Exactly.
That's true.
So he would have just revived them.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It's his reality. It's his reality, and he has changed literally Hyrule to suit what he wants. It's not that he's changed. I guess it's just his reality. He's got the ability to have what he wants. If the Triforce has now come together and has granted him his wish, and I say that with an asterisk, because I suppose as much as that is the understanding of how the Triforce works, I said to Lorulean, no matter how much I look at the things with the Triforce, it's still mysterious to me in how it works. The specificities around it, and I recall, and I was talking about earlier, like the Triforce of Power, it's been indicated that if you had the Triforce, it's the most powerful piece of the Triforce. So out of the three pieces, it's meant to be worth double or triple. That on its own sounds weird to me, because how can one piece be so uber powerful compared to the other ones if it's about balance? That seems weird on its own. I'm going to apologize on this, because I'm going to stumble,
and I'm a Marvel fan, but think of it in a DC perspective with the Lantern Corps. And I mean every single lantern. I've always thought if we were to divide the three aspects of the Triforce into three other aspects, power would be emotion. Emotion is everybody has it, and sometimes it's hard to control, like power. Wisdom would obviously be the brain, the knowledge, the memory. But
is the audio better, guys? Just checking. Sorry. Yeah.
And then the last one, the courage, because it's never forgotten, needs not be remembered. Or I totally butchered that line, but
no, I get where you come from.
That would be the literal soul. So you'd have mind, mind, body, and soul. Yeah.
No, I hear what you're saying.
I guess that's the long-winded way.
No, it's not long-winded, actually. You were far more succinct than me. That's what I said. Me explaining timeline stuff is a bit rough. I'm happy to tackle it, because in my mind, I can follow it, but I can't articulate it very well. I don't like trying to explain it, because I feel like when I do, I make it complicated, and then the natural reaction of anyone who's hearing that is to go, no, you're off chops, and that doesn't make sense, and I'm not listening. But it does make sense, and I think Chris might have done it better than me. It is kind of like the sports almanac in A Back to the Future. The next thing you know, you could wake up in Biff's reality. The Back to the Future one is a great example, and I tried to use it yesterday and screwed it when I was talking to the missus, so I didn't use it today. But yeah, you're right with that reality. I was talking about it with her in terms of, you know how he's changing things and the brother and sister in the picture are starting to disappear? It's that when I say that it doesn't retcon things. The brother and sister existed. They always did. But now because reality is being changed in real time, they're starting to disappear because there's a chance that they won't exist now moving forward in his reality that he is in, because he's seeing it from his perception. For them, they still exist in their reality and always did and always will, and they did in his past, but in his future you start to see where I'm explaining it and it gets worse. But I think
know
Chris
exactly
did it
what
way
you're talking
better.
about. It's
Chris
like
did it way better.
you take where you're at, you go back, you change one little thing, and now you have a different, home to go back to. Unless you go back and change that one little thing, everything's going to be different.
I suppose the question with some of this stuff is, can you?
Butterfly effect.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. And can you go back to that one time? That's the other part, because depending on what may have occurred, and that's where Tears of the Kingdom, I think, is quite clever. By having an anchor point at the beginning of all the series with what Zelda's doing, and having Link on this other end, you've literally got, and that's where I used the term Ouroboros and I got taken to town on it. Let's say it's the recycle logo. You've just got this arrow that's in a motion, and that was kind of what I'm now seeing on the front of Zelda Encyclopedia with the Triforce, and why it seemed like a really weird decision, I thought, in the Triforce there, to have the 3 characters or protagonists of each virtue in each piece of the Triforce, but then to put their relative virtue on a part of the Triforce that was different to where they were. It again seemed an innocuous move, but that's in something I realised, and to be fair, everyone I've asked about the front of that cover has not noticed the inlay of the corners and what the symbolism was in each one. When I've pointed it out, they've gone, holy cow, that's interesting. And I don't mean that in a bad way. What I mean is, it's a classic example to me of how Nintendo was so good at hiding significant detail that has consequence and application to the story they're telling for those who want to seek it. You can take that and leverage it and go, I'm going to use that to help piece together the puzzle for me. It doesn't mean, and this is where it's an argument of evidence and speculation and theory, because the real question for me with some of this stuff is, what's the theory? Because I've seen videos that are Zelda theory, and it's fan fiction any day of the week. You're telling a story, but however, any theory is it's a hypothesis that you try to provide evidence to.
Yeah.
It's debatable what level it becomes a theory, and I haven't really come across anyone who's told me how to define a theory versus speculation. Is baseless theory.
The way I would say it is, a theory is a what if, or a, just a hypothesis. The moment you start believing it to be true, it becomes conspiracy. It becomes an altered truth.
Well, I'm in conspiracy then, but for me, I'd say the difference is a theory and speculation. There's such a blurred line. It's how you evidence it and what you propose to add to that either gives it more weight or less weight. But I agree that I could never hang my hat 100% on any one thing unless it was confirmed by Nintendo or whatever, but then it's never going to be 100% confirmed. And I would even go further in saying that there has been things confirmed by Nintendo that I don't agree are canon or not canon. And the best example of that for me is Hyrule Warriors. It's not considered canon, but I know Dan said this with me as well. We both, in our heads, Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity is canon. How can it not be?
Me and LH were just talking about that on the break, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you feel the same?
Well, that's
yeah.
the thing. Yeah, it is possible as an extension. Like,
what's different from the other realms? Is it's actually got more base to me than more base than Koholint in a way. I mean, Koholint exists in the dream of a windfish. It's amazing, but I accept it.
Yeah,
just let me have Age of Calamity.
The way I see it is, it comes down to 2 fine points. And yes, the big one is Terraco going back and not being able to come back to his own reality. The other point is, and this is more on me looking too deep into things, but the Malice jumped into the portal after Terraco,
Yeah.
after Zelda woke up her powers as a response of Ganondorf striking with Malice. Meaning all 4 of the champions were dead, and Link literally bounced that Malice off of him with Zelda's power as backup.
Yeah.
So you look at it being like, if that Malice traveled through the portal, could that contain life force and even a little bit of souls? And in this case, with Rivali, Daruk, Mifa, and Urbosa, the entire soul, just a little bit of memory and a little bit of life force to make a hollow.
Whoops. Yeah, look, you don't have to sell me on it at all. I about the point that Terraco jumped through that portal at the beginning, it's Zelda. Because he was in...
says, when Terraco and Ganon's Malice arrived from the future, this gave birth to another world. Yep, LH is... Yep, you are on point with that, my dude.
I would answer the whole thing, and honestly, I would answer this for any theory, period, in how I answered the question from my daughter, which, funnily enough, was one that came out and is now a theory by NBC, and it came out like a week after she asked the question. I mentioned it in the stream. So it was serendipitous, but she said to me, is Z-Link now canon? Mainly because, in Hateno, there's kind of this evidence that they're living together, right? And it's a great question, because she loves the Z-Link thing. She loves the idea that they get together and stuff. Me, I'm open to the idea, but I'm also open to the idea that you can have friendship with somebody and it doesn't have to be romantic. You can actually love somebody of the opposite sex with all your heart. It doesn't mean that you want to sleep with them. There is different levels, right? Like, I'm adult enough to know the difference. Yeah.
I am on the same level, so we could take 3 examples. Number 1, if there was like a true love kind of, like, it's more than best friends, true love kind of example, it's the era of Sky. They grew up with each other, they had each other's backs, Zelda's mom died at a young age, Link's parents died at a young age. It's right there. You could see the love in the air with them. Now, if we're talking about just purely friends, that would be more than like Zelda and Link from either Wind Waker or even Spirit Tracks.
Well, I'll
because
tell you
they're
what,
actually friends.
Definitely check out that making of video with Breath of the Wild. Check out the making of video and the comments from the lead artist.
Okay.
Mainly because it's interesting, because the way you're talking about it is almost similar to how he refers to the relationship between Link and Zelda in the different games. You're not far off.
Well, the last one is, and as a big fan of Twilight Princess, I'm so against the Zelda connection in Twilight Princess alone. And it's shown that Link and Zelda only meet up 3 times in person. And that's it. They don't know each other. They're respectful. Comrades. They didn't have anything. It's more argued that Hylia and Link, or even Midna and Link, had something stronger.
Yeah.
So it's like right there that you got 3 examples: Twilight Princess, whether it's Wind Waker or Spirit Tracks, and Skyward Sword. You got 3 examples right there.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I'm cooking stuff up. I'm going for the Gleok Den because I figure while we're still talking and everyone's doing it hard, might as well make it entertaining and get my ass whipped. So, strap in for that.
No worries.
Look, I guess going back to the question from my daughter, is Z-Link canon? That's what she asked me, and I went, my girl, I will give you the advice that I live by with things like this. And she said, what's that? And I said, it's as canon as much as you want it to be, and don't let anybody tell you different. Because and the reason I say that is not necessarily a Zelda thing, it is a life thing. You can be told what to think, you can be told what to do, and the greatest freedom we have as human beings is the ability to
we
think.
Can't.
It is freedom. What's that? What did Dan say?
Dan asked if we could hear the text-to-speech, and no, we can't.
No, I can't. Oh, it would be so good to have Dan talking. Talk, Dan. Just jump in, grab a mic. That would be amazing. But yeah, freedom of thought is literally one of the greatest gifts and the most inspiring stories I've heard of people who have been in the most tough situations and overcome their challenge with freedom of thought. They've chose to think differently, and I think that's absolute a plume that's like the pinnacle of human endeavor for me, is to be overcome these real tough challenges with just sort of gritting in and finding a way through. It's always inspiring stuff. So when it comes to canon, what's canon or not, it's kind of it's a good, interesting discussion point, and you can listen. And I love the discussion. I like hearing the different points of view. But when I go away and I think about it in my own head, I can think about it how I want to. I'm allowed to. I have the freedom and opportunity to say that Age of Calamity does exist, and in my head, it's 100% Zelda. That when there is that battle, Patricia pops up out of nowhere, slow motion, like the sand seal that was meant to be, and Patricia, and just kicks. Like, honestly, that is one of the greatest moments ever in Thing. But man, I was fist pumping that game. I loved it. I love that story. So that's my canon. But if somebody else doesn't want, I don't have a problem with somebody else thinking things are not canon. I don't get upset by it. And if somebody disagrees with the theory or whatever, that's fine too. You know what? We win if we get to talk about it. Where I do struggle though with some things is when people get real personal. Like they actually they get antsy and stuff. That kind of ticks me, because I can talk about stuff, but when people get personal, like when you do a master theory and talk about eye color, and people are like, "You fucking colorblind," that's like, whoa, whoa. No, I'm not. Great question. So I used a color picker to check, but like you could go, how did you confirm there were different colors? Well, I spent 2 weeks sitting there with color pickers and different things. But also there's that one screenshot where it's clearly got them next to each other, which is, I suppose it's the personal stuff where you go, that's not really required. But I'm learning to get better with that as well. That's my hot take on that. Hot.
I mean, I think we all can agree, though, that the CDI games are
That was one I think we all agree with, yeah. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah.
But then I'd almost say they could be in. They almost could be in, and if they were... Imagine if it is a Zeldaverse, though, in the way that it is Spider-Verse, then technically the CDI games would exist, because they're kind of like the messed up reality where everything went wrong, real wrong.
The downfall timeline of the downfall
That's the true downfall timeline.
It's like, what would happen? What would happen if the hero of Hyrule messed up at the very end of the downfall timeline in Zelda 2 and he died?
Do you know what? Actually, I feel like there's something to that is actually the real downfall timeline right there. You're 100% right. That is where things went wrong. But and to be
it's
fair,
no longer Hyrule, it's Korodai.
But it's to be fair,
I wonder what Ganon's up to.
Yeah, it's not just for fans. Even the guys who were making it were like, this isn't right. Like, there's no one in that deal who I think was happy with the outcome or thought it should have been. I'm not sure. It's one of those things where I think it was a corporate thing. We can't blame one individual. I don't know of one individual who went, yeah, I'm glad we did that. I think everyone universally came away going, man, that was bad.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but at the time, if I remember correctly, Philips was owned by Sony, and because of this whole thing of Philips, aka Sony, using Nintendo properties without permission, that was the whole downward spiral of Sony versus Nintendo. And then Sony's like, oh, here's a PS1 model, but it's just basically an SNES, like, with a disc drive, and they only put Sony PlayStation on it. And I'm just sitting here like, really? It was all this petty argument of not giving correct rights to the Mario and Zelda teams?
I've heard different stories about what it is, and I'm not sure I'm confident enough to be able to say what did or didn't happen. But I will say that for whatever it was, I guess maybe a bit sucky that it went the way it did. Also a bit for maybe the developers who thought they were making a Zelda game that was good. Like, I think there were some people animating that stuff that maybe now that... I'd hate to have animated that and now I'm a living meme. That would be... that'd be rough, eh? I'm just saying. Particularly because I like Zelda. That would be... Imagine working on your dream project and you screwed the pooch. That I wouldn't wish that upon anyone. That would be nightmare fuel. But what did Carrie say? I wonder what the third Oracle game...
Minish Cap, if I remember correctly.
Well, the third Oracle, I thought the third Oracle was meant to be about Ferrari. wasn't it?
Well, that is true. It was supposed to be Oracle of Secrets, and it got canned. There's even a slight jab at that Minish Cap was supposed to be that third one instead. So they have a mission in there where you give Din a house, you give Nehru a house, but you don't give Ferrari a house because she's stuck in the inn. Just like a jab at the Capcom games.
That's so felt. Oh, sorry.
You can give Ferrora a house, but then you would screw one of the other ones out. But yeah, most people typically give Din and Nehru the houses.
Do you know why that so felt like a kind of like you get a house and you get a house and
get a house. Everybody gets a house.
Yeah, no, that sucks for Ferrari though. Like, but obviously, you know, the fact that they had to wrap it up because of the situation makes sense. It was an ambitious project for sure. Yeah, Dan, but at least it was real Zelda. Yeah. Oh, and the art style's pretty cute for the time as well. Like, it's quite adorable. You can see. I reckon it was kind of inspirational for Minish a little bit. I felt like there was a bit of
Minish Cap and Wind Waker came out in like the same year, just different months apart.
Yeah, oh man, how good does Wind Waker still hold up to today though? That art style, and actually the gameplay holds up really well too.
It's not bad.
Yeah.
I was replaying that a couple months ago, and it still holds up on the Wii U version, just like Twilight Princess
sexy
HD.
game. Very sexy game. Yep, I'd agree. All right, so. You know what, I'm just
I could
never
finish Wind Waker on the GameCube, kind of like how I can never finish Metroid Prime 1 on the GameCube, because the remaster on the Switch was way too good, and my hopes for Prime 4 has now skyrocketed. Because if Retro is going to use the same kind of style and sound and etc. in the Prime 1 remaster, I have full hope for Prime 4.
Alright. Yeah, I've never played a Metroid Prime, and I think it's just one of those
one on the
flukes
Switch
that it
was
never
my
happened.
first time.
Yeah.
Nice.
I probably would enjoy it. But then again, I haven't played many games in the last 5 years except for Zelda.
Oh, dude, if I remember right, the dude who remastered Castlevania Symphony of the Night, his dream project is to remaster Zelda 2. So if he ever did that, I would definitely get behind that.
Do you want to know one of the most epic things I've heard this year? One of the most hardcore things was Dan doing Adventure of Link. Like that's epic. No, because he did it. He went in. I don't know many people who have taken that on, eh? Like, I know I've beaten
Chris, I have played Super Mario Sunshine. It's the one Mario game I hate. I even did a 12-hour stream where I managed to 100% Super Mario Sunshine in just 10 hours and said, I will never play this god-awful game ever again.
I didn't mind it.
I don't know. I just, no long jump, and especially in the parts where you don't have FLUDD, it would help to have a long jump.
See, that's you kids with all your multiple games. When I was growing
up, no. Because the long jump was in
the
long jump was in Mario 64.
Me, the bat would love that.
The long jump was in Mario 64 and Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. So why couldn't the long jump be in Mario Sunshine?
Chris meant to say Wonder, not Sunshine.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I'm playing. I already got done with Wonder. I'm just editing the whole series and uploading them in mass chunks.
He's dropping vids like Lorulean's been dropping lore, and like Dan's been dropping theories that are the most underrated on YouTube that need to be watched. Because
we got the Tetraforce Quartet
and so
here.
Do you. Yeah, so do you. Dan, I'm still. More people need to see that theory, man. It's a good one. It's a good one, eh? We need to get Chris Pratt to voice it.
Mario.
Yeah, it's me, Mario.
Okay, I'm just gonna say this, but Kevin Afghani, the new voice actor for Mario and Luigi, did a phenomenal job in Wonder, to the point of I could barely hear a difference, and if you give him a couple years to strain the vocal cords, there will be no difference. I guarantee you.
Do you know what? I'm such a what's the term? I don't really like people like, oh, this voice actor and that, very like strong on who I'm like, they're all okay. Like, I didn't mind. I know this is gonna be controversial. I didn't mind Chris Pratt in the Mario movie. I didn't mind it. I thought he did okay. There we go.
Yeah.
Hot take.
Well, I
didn't
mean,
care.
I still haven't seen.
I wasn't
Mrs.
upset
Oaf
with
and I
it.
still haven't seen the movie.
Oh my god! You
Oh,
haven't
you're
seen it?
missing
Oh,
out.
dude.
I know everybody has seen the movie, and us two are the only two people on Earth who
No,
still haven't seen the movie.
but I
and we
wouldn't
have
say-
we have the streaming platform to watch it. We just still haven't put away the time to
That
watch
is
it.
that one and Spider-Man Across the Spider. They're the only two movies I've seen in the cinemas in probably about 18 months. I think just those two.
Oh, I saw me, Mrs. Oaf, and Mrs. Oaf's mom like a month or two ago. We saw Big Fat Greek Wedding 3, and it was really good. It was really, really good. Like, the second Big Fat Greek Wedding sucked, so the third one was really, really good.
That's awesome. The Mario movie, I have to say, inspired by Big J. So Big J was saying about going, and he was going with a whole crew, and they were dressing up, and he went as Mario, and his brother went as Luigi, and I begged to see the picture, and it was insane. They looked so cool, and I was like, "That's
The
it, we're
biggest
going."
reason, the biggest reason why I want to see it is because from the trailers and screenshots, there's literally Funky Kong, Chunky Kong.
Yeah,
Chunky Kong was only in DK64. You
Yeah.
got both Dixie and Tiny, if I remember, or just Dixie, but you got Cranky, you got everybody, and it's making me have hope for DK. Let me just put it out
yeah,
there.
definitely.
It's been since November of 2014 since the last Donkey Kong game, and that was Tropical Freeze on the Wii U. It got
You
ported over
see.
to the Switch, yeah, but it's been almost 10 years.
I can't help
And I
but
don't
think
want-
my personal situation contributes to factors like this. So it's like Zelda games where people are like 6 years between games is too long. I get it and I understand it. However, because at the rate I get to play games or make the time to play games, I should say,
It's like
6 years is
It's
okay
like-
with me. It's
But
okay.
almost 10, though. But almost 10 for Donkey Kong. And Donkey Kong was, I would have to say, probably maybe the first mascot before Mario, but after the yellow box dude.
Yeah, I don't know, dude. I stopped. I've actually got the point where I'm borderline rude. Not rude and not meaning to be rude is the point where
No worries.
people will recommend a game or a TV show or you've got to watch this, right? You meet people and people are like, you have to watch this. You have to play this. You have to. Your life is not complete. Put it on your bucket list, whatever it is, right? I don't know. It's hard to explain because I don't know if anyone else on this whole thing is as old as me either, as well, and that maybe that's part of it. But it's hard to explain when you get to the point that I used to actually try to keep a list of things to do or watch that people had recommended, and then it got depressing, and I just stopped. And now I got to the point where someone will say, and I'll go, look, I will try to make a note somewhere. But please don't, because what will happen is people then will come back to you and go, did you watch that thing I told you or read that book? And I'm like, no. But then it would be so far back on a schedule of things that I wanted to do. I'm like, I'm not going to get there. It's never going to happen.
It's like when
It's
it's
I'm
the
sorry.
same thing that I had with people saying you should watch Game of Thrones or you should watch Walking Dead so many times that I'm like, well, if there was a shred of me wanting to watch either of those series, it's dead now. Like
I don't
there's
think it's
no
a bad.
way.
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad thing. There's just so much content, period, in the world.
Yeah,
now.
it's either the vast amount of content or it's the vast amount of people telling you, oh, it's good, you should watch it. And I'm like, no, well, if
First
it's
world
good,
problems.
and it's like I haven't seen it yet, but I don't know, man. It's
First
one of
world
those
problems,
things.
man. That's a good problem to have, though. Like, that's awesome. Isn't it great that we live in a place or a time or a society
it
where
might be the
where-
reason why I
we have too
never
much.
finished Final Fantasy VII.
There you go.
Yeah.
I don't want to do a good combination. So, just sorry, I'm going into a glare up fight here, and I'm thinking, what am I doing? I think I might just go in and get whipped. Yeah, Dan's like, get ready for this. Dan, I'm not. And I think it's going to be rough. Yeah. I'm just going to save it and get ready to get handed. So that way I'm not upset when it happens. I think that's a good strategy. I'm about to show you how the strategy I did going into the stream and everything that just happened in this stream leading up to. Except I did try to get all the technical stuff. Lorulean can back me on that. But other than that, it was pretty much like, I think this will be a good idea if I try this and see how it go.
There
Yeah,
was
no.
a simple technique Dan and a couple other people helped me with a couple of like months back, but I completely forgot it. It
I've-
either has to do with like hover stones or.
I just had an idea.
Or
I know one
something.
thing I need. I did have. I'm starting to remember. I suck at lots of things in this game, and I've just realised how much I suck. I need help with shields. Okay, rocket shields. My. Oh, that's not how you do it. Drop.
You gotta
Why is it
drop
not dropping?
with X. With X.
Oh, they did drop. They would have exploded. Oh my god, he already found me.
Oh no.
Oh, it's the perfect start. Okay, combine. Fuse. Oh, we're off. Okay, well, crouching. Crouching tiger, hidden Zelda.
Oh yeah.
There we go, look. Run. Oh, I'm back. It's like I didn't leave. Oh gosh, we're back. Okay, right, I'm gonna go back and get another rocket. Team Rocket. Oh jeez, he's got my number. He knows who I am. Run.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Yeah, we're good. Okay, and have we got any
Shot,
more?
boy.
We've got any more shields? I think I'm good.
Nope.
I probably should have put more rocket shields on to be fair, but you know, it's alright. Oh, I know he got me straight off the bat. Go, rocket shield. Okay, now, wait. Whoop. Boat, no. Okay, Smith, focus.
Yep.
So,
There you go.
we got electric. We're going to hit him with water, straight in the face. This goes in. Is that electric? Yeah, that's your face. Okay. 1, 2, boom.
Nice.
Now, ice for fire. 1, 2. Now we've got old icy face, and we're going to put fire on his face. Oh, I don't know if we've got a lot of fire, but
You got like
that
two
will help
fire
fire.
eyes. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that'll do. And have we got enough stamina to live? Yeah, we're going to try. Just fire. Just float. Live, Link. Now,
There you go.
fire 1. We need ice. Go.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Is that all of them? Oh, he should
Yeah,
have
you
been
get
down.
three. You
Yes.
get 3 heads, and then they'll come down, and then whack them.
Okay, whack-a-mole.
Going
I probably should have had an attack
like
thing.
an attack upward. Yeah.
Yeah, I probably should have. Oh, no. Okay, queer eye for the Zonai. And drop the shield. And. Oh, no, he blew me. Pull out sages. Oh, good point, Dan. Except, yeah, no, you're right. Okay, Dan, fine. You're always right. Told you, that's why Dan should be the hero of the board. Like I'm telling it to someone who's not here. Like, honestly, get a grip, man. Like, I honestly couldn't listen to myself on a stream, because I'm just like, you are a total loser. Alright,
No worries, man.
wait. Alright, no. Get it! Yes! Run! He's gonna live! Live, Link! Why won't you let me live? Okay. Okay, cool. Cool. Everything's fine. Don't panic. Don't panic. Panic! No. Hey, it was so cool. It was nice of you missus to jump in and say hello on the stream, by the way. It's nice to hear her voice. Yeah, she's cool.
He's,
hey.
He's also got,
Game. I'm watching the gameplay. It looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Is it? Is it
Oh
failing?
yeah, she's. No.
Dan had asked in the chat.
Yep.
Yeah.
He's like, am I getting whipped? Because he'd be fair to ask that.
I might actually have to get going soon.
Yeah, you're right, buddy.
Since Mrs. Oak and our bedroom is also my office.
Oh yeah, no, go. Oh good. I was
So,
just doing this. I was in.
No
I was in
worries.
chill back
No
then.
worries. I'll still be in chat though because I need to get me some chili. So I'm gonna give me some meat and I'll be back in
No.
chat.
Yeah, I just need to live through the Gleeok at the moment.
No worries.
Well, you've got it down to about half health already, so that's a good start.
Okay. Electrical. Oh, that's not even that. That wasn't even anything. I just shot at nothing. that is a level that it's hard to reach that level of skill. What did I just change bows? That's not even required. Not even a thing. Like, okay, yeah, alright. Maybe fire. Something fiery. You look like you're hot. Ha. And I did it at the fire one. That's brilliant. You know what, it'll do. Ooh. I feel like there's still one up there, but maybe not. Fire Link!
Yeah, use ice.
Yep. Oh, we dropped him. Okay, wait, eat something, eat. Okay, he's hungry. He's a hungry little man. Okay. Alright, I'm just going to quickly grab that. And, oh, thank you, Keely. You rock. Now, tack up, full blown, and better weapon. What do we got? Oh my god, I can't believe I'm remembering stuff about the game. I suck at this normally. Maybe that's what I needed to do, just forget. If I try, it doesn't work. But if I don't try... Wait a minute. I might be onto something here, guys. Don't try. Don't ever try. It seems to work. This is the secret of anxiety. Oh, see, life lessons happening right now. No, you got it. Go. Believe. No. Yes. And up. Yes. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh, that wasn't even close. Not even close.
He's way up there.
He sure is. That's why we're gonna... Do you know what? Is it possible? No, it's not possible, is it? What are the eyes? The eyes.
Yeah, if you have enough Keese eyes of different elements, you might be able to hit them.
I feel like I need a better bow though. I probably needed a distance bow. I hadn't. Oh, wait. Is that a distance bow? Magic. It's kind of impressive. Savage longbow, power. I don't want power, I want distance.
You know what would have been a long distance bow?
The dusk bow, probably. But you know what? Totes happy with that decision. That was the right call. I'd rather die than lose that bow. There's certain things you just can't get back in life. I don't even know where it is now. Oh, there you are. I'm just gonna shoot a rocket in the face.
But you could get the dusk bow again. It respawns every blood moon.
True, and you did warn me about that. And if I was, you know what, I should have done that. You're right, 1000%. Every day of the week. Oh, I feel like this is not going to work out well. Or is it? Oh, what about that time you remember to recall? Oh, get up. Get up. Yep. Now, recall. Dan taught me recall. Always recall. No, that's not recall. Yes, go. Oh, I did the wrong thing. No. Oh, no. Oh, yes, get up. Recall. Jeremy, you're not listening. Oh, you're the loser. Go. Recall. Oh, it's lose up. Yep, got it. Okay, recall. Yes, Link. Okay, sorry. No, Link. Okay, wait. Okay, just calm down and get this stuff inside your house. There's a few Sims quotes in there for you. Okay. Oh, it's on. Oh no!
It's on like Donkey Kong.
He just got whipped. What the heck? Where is he? Oh, you suck. What happened?
I don't know what happened, but he is above that mist.
Yeah. I feel like what happened is the game went, you're too good, and fair enough. Like, even the playing field, I get it. Will those key size like do 360s? They will. Oh, go stamina management. Oh, that's a shield. You can't shoot a shield. All right. Oh, just need a couple more. Couple more. Couple more. Couple more. Kicking your butt. Okay, yep, shoot the bow. Yes, okay. Where is he? Turn around. Oh.
He died on impact.
He's done. He's done. Sorry, that was probably a bit braggy. Nice. Every day is a new day. I'm thankful for every Gliok I take down.
Look at all that cool loot.
I know, right? Hey, we should make a cool weapon out of that as like a celebration of a cool stream and fun. Like, I'm happy still streaming that for a while for you guys, but you don't feel like you... I know I always say this, you don't have to hang around or anything, you know, do your thing. And Lorulean as well, I'm chill, I love it, but this has been great, but it's a long time, mate.
It's been awesome. It's been a long time, and I am starting to get a little sleepy, so I'm probably
yeah. That's what I'm saying. I understand if you guys are caked. I totally get. I understand, but yeah, I'm just enjoying it, having fun. It's good. This is the downtime. So,
I wanted to see you beat that Gliok, and you did, and I'm just like, yeah.
That's a fluke. See, normally I'd die. What did Dan say? Winged arrows. Oh yeah, royal bow would have shot further. Correct. Oh, Dan.
What's your guess at the reward? It'll tie everything together this whole stream. Ooh. I don't remember what it is because I got this one a long time ago in my first playthrough, and I haven't gotten it in any of my other ones yet.
What don't I have? A lot, really. Is it sanity, Dan? Because I did come full circle on theory stuff, and about this time, I feel like I'm finally able to be normal again. So sanity would be fantastic. I feel like though, yes, the Ultimate King. Oh, thank you. That's very sweet. I think it was actually. Do you know what? Remember that time I spent a ridiculous amount of time trying to fight a Gliok when there was no hope, and destroyed myself doing it. I feel like that paid off dividends, and that came around to that moment. I'm still trying to justify the fact that I spent way too long doing that, but I don't care. It's material. That Frost Gliok. The Frost Gliok, man, that was alright. It was the other one that was... I don't think you saw that too much of that one, Dan. Hopefully that was a shocker. But the Frost Gliok, that was tough, man. That was rough. I'm wondering. Okay, it ties everything. You know what? I'm just going to open it.
It's a material reward.
Let's see. Oh, well done.
Ooh, the Cap of Twilight.
Cap of Twilight. I nearly said Twap of Twilight, so that would have been amazing. But Cap of Twilight is much more apt. According to legend, this cap was once worn by a hero who battled the monsters of Twilight. For one reason or another, it seems to smell of some beast. It smells of what... Actually, do you know what? This is a good quote-unquote lore-based question. I actually haven't got the hero's aspect yet either, which I don't think I'll be able to get in this stream. But that now gives me motivation of something I need to do, because I forgot I hadn't done that. Because you've got to get all the shrines, right? I'm pretty sure.
Yes, you have to have all 152 shrines.
That's the one... I copped spoilers all the way along with this game, and I didn't mind because a lot of it was kind of in the zone of what I thought might happen anyway. But I will say the hero's aspect was one spoiler. I was kind of like, when it popped up in front of me, I'm like, damn it, I'll never be able to unsee that now. So now I know all about it. But the big question is the hero's aspect, I suppose. You know, if you're looking at that particular piece of clothing or whatever, what animal or animalistic mammalian / creature combination would you be inclined to think it is? And that question goes out to everybody, because I've got a personal feeling
Lion
about
dog.
it. Lion dog. Yeah, I'd take that on. Yeah. What do you reckon, guys? Because I've got a feeling of what I think it is. Oh, and GS, look at where the statues here are and the location respective to the surface. Ooh, okay, we'll do, Dan. Let's have a look. Make sure we get back to
Yes,
that.
this is a really good point.
The
This is a
statues.
really good point. So
Oh,
this statue here,
yeah,
that is a Rito.
it certainly is. Certainly.
So what
Certainly
is
have
above
runways.
you here on the surface?
Okay, so let's have a look. Gleok Den. Ah, Thyphlo Ruins. What are the odds?
Yes, but what part of Thyphlo Ruins?
Let's have a look. Good question. Is that... No, because when we went down the stairs, we went over this way, didn't we? So that part was...
Yes.
Oh, it was the Sage of... it was the Sage of Wind, wasn't it? Where you did the...
I think so.
Where you, remember you had the tablets and you had to do the... Wait. I think I got it. Let's see if I'm right. Well, not I'm right, but if you guys are... Let's have a
No,
look.
that corner has the Sage of Water.
Ooh, is it? It doesn't line up perfectly.
It doesn't line up perfectly, but there is a sage in each corner.
In each corner. But wait,
And-
now that
Yeah.
that's interesting. Why? Why would they not have lined it up perfectly? But there is a similarity. That one has water. Okay, so if one has water, why wouldn't you line them up perfectly though? Again,
know.
I don't think Nintendo make mistakes with stuff like that. Why wouldn't you? That might actually have an answer, and that might be an interesting one. I'm kind of curious. I hate to say this, I'm gonna have to take a very, very quick break again because I now have coffee and now I've got like a baby bladder at this point in time because all the coffee starts to add up. I think I don't know about you guys, but I've been trying to be like real healthy and drink a lot of water, and about time you're starting to hammer the coffee at this stage of the game. It's baby bladder material. So I am actually just gonna
Oh, that's a
provide
good
us some-
point. Dan
Dan said,
just made a good point.
so they would be... Oh, okay. I'm just going to quickly pause it for myself anyway. Lorulean, if you're still happy talking or whatever, I'll just leave it as is. And I'll literally be 5 seconds. Won't be long.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah, Dan, that's an excellent point. I don't know if you can still hear me. Is this still going? Oh, perfect. Okay. So, the Rito winged statue is in that top left corner, which would line with the Heber region if Thyphlo is like a miniature version of Hyrule. So I don't recall which one is in which corner, but I would assume the lower left corner would be a Gerudo. The lower right corner is probably a Zora, and the upper right corner is a Goron. Am I right? Because if that's the case, yeah, it reflects Hyrule, and also it reflects the ancient tapestry, the Sheikah tapestry, because we have the champion of the Rito and Va Meadow in the upper left corner. We have the Gerudo champion and Va Naboris in the lower left corner. The Zora champion and the Varuta in the lower right, and then the Goron and Varudania in the upper right. So if that's the case, that is pretty cool. As for why it doesn't match up on the surface, though, no idea. I don't think each one on the surface, each of the monoliths and those challenges, I don't think they were quite in each corner per se. They were like sort of haphazard around like the exterior of Thyphlo Ruins. Reflection of Hyrule, Zora's looking on the bottom right. So Thyphlo challenge is upper left.
Morning, chickadee.
Oh, it's a reflection. Interesting.
It's a reflection. Twilight. Boom. Well done, guys. Hey, baby. How are you?
Good, how are you?
You gonna say hi? Say hi. Everyone said good on your basketball game too.
Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone.
Good morning. Hello.
Hey, that's my daughter, by the way.
Yeah.
Good morning. Hey, we have been kicking goals with 2 feet. Like literally 2 feet at the same time. Both off the ground, kicking goals. Yeah, I know, it's hard try to do it.
No, I'm not going to try.
No? Not going to try?
I'm going to fall on my back.
Okay, alright. How are you, Bubby? You good? Yeah. Alright, and so we're just solving the mystery. We've been solving mysteries.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
Yeah, congrats.
It's, Lorulean said congrats as well. She's come back. She's like walking away all slowly.
Thank you, Lorulean.
She's grown up in the last couple of months.
You're welcome.
Does she not sound older? Because she's growing up like by the second. It's
I feel
scary.
like she's just putting that voice on.
No.
Yeah,
So,
thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Yeah.
I can't know my
I've been trying to convince the missus to come out, as BPX calls it, the human giggle factory. Because she ups the ante for the laughs, but she's been hanging back. She's been keeping it secret. So, all right, we were looking at this thing to do with the sages, and it's probably better if I just go on the map. So that one. So was it a reflection? Was that confirmed? Is that where we landed? That sounds perfect.
That's what Dan was saying, and I think that's how it.
It's a reflection
it
of
works.
Hyrule, Zora. That's it. Smashed it. Dan, you're on fire. Dan's on fire. Hey, Dan, do you know what? That is a perfect one for like a theory as well. Hey, you should smash that out. Just like everyone did this. Add that to Dan's theories. Nailed it. Smashed it. Perfect. That was awesome. See, nothing is. How good is that though? They even did the mirror of the statues in the Gleeok Den to the ones on Thyphlo Ruins.
What did you get in the Gleeok?
Nice.
The Cap of Twilight.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
So
yeah,
it's symbolic and it's mirrored.
Oh.
Everything has it. It all ties up.
Symbolism.
It's so good,
We love
right? Stand us
See ya.
down. Love you.
Love you.
Love you too, kid.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. I'll see you soon. Well, I will see you soon. What, will I?
Question mark? No.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to the guys that are heading off. Question mark. Yeah, will I see? Where are you going? I don't even know where you're going.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
No, they're all like, you're streaming. We're just gonna head out. We don't want to make noise. So they're like, all right. See ya. Sorry, that's the fam. We're pretty casual around here. If you can't tell. Right. So Rita is in the upper right of the challenge. Should be at the bottom right. Oh man, this is the best. Just exploring the world before it's been a million times percent explored. It's just so fun. I agree, man. There's so much cool stuff that I haven't even checked out yet, and I really need to finish the shrines. Can I ask a serious question? Because I'll have to stop streaming at some point. But I've got my motivation back to play in the short time that I've left, and I don't know how many shrines I've got left, but surely it's not that many. But if I finish them off stream, that's going to be heartbreaking, I feel. But would you guys be devil if I do? Because I suppose, no, maybe I should leave it, because I'll get the heroes aspect. That'd be the last thing. And then technically I will have done the entire game on stream pretty much, bar, I don't know, like cooking food, where I've done it in between, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I think I've answered my own question, hopefully. Congrats on the ball game. Fire is bottom left, Goron is top right. We confirmed the mirror. Dan smashed it. And Keely, she honestly sounds much. She does, hey. Like it's happened the last couple of months, Keely. I don't know what to tell you. She's just gone from like being 11 to 17 overnight, and it's spooky. And I if you got kids, man, they grow up so quick. Just watch out. You turn around, boom, adult. And then they're all like, you're like, want to spend time together? No, not really. But it's not that bad. No, it's not the case. And I just got to figure out what I'm doing next anyway. And finally, wind. Wind is bottom right and Rito is top left. It is a mirror. Perfect. Chris, she would love that. She's also learning Jap. They've jumped on board now as well. So it's kind of nice. I'm well ahead, but yeah, I'm going to stay ahead. You got all the light routes, so getting Surface Shrine should be easier. Yeah, you're right, Dan. Can you get a count, or is it only when you transport? I think maybe I'll do that and try and see if I can get a number of how many I got left. I don't think it should be that many.
Do you have the reward for getting all of the
light
routes?
ones? Sorry, the light routes. Yeah, I got the what was it called? It was like the light route Medane type thing. Light route Medane. Oh my god, it was too.
That.
Yeah, Dan nailed it. Yeah, I got that. I didn't really. It was my initial reaction was a bit like, that's not great. But then, I suppose realistically, I didn't know if there might be something to do with DLC. And then I thought to myself as well, but you kind of it's a cool looking reward. I don't really need any other functionality or anything. I don't need jewelry or money. Like, yeah, that's pretty cool. I actually probably would rather that. It's a unique item.
Yeah.
An award for one who has conquered the darkness by lighting up every light route. Special item commemorates blessings received. It is also very shapely and in the form of, it's very similar to that, what would you call it? The pattern of all the lights in terms of...
Yeah.
What's the thing I'm thinking?
It's like the ones in the Zonai Ruins and
yes.
Yeah. They're like a lotus bud that's still
Lotus bud,
closed,
thank
or
you.
like a pine cone. Yeah.
Yeah. Which of course, that's why. Golden ratio as well there, because you do realize that the pine cones and stuff are the perfect examples of that in nature, as well.
Yes.
Which is it's kind of cool. For as much as you're never going to get confirmation, the fact that does align is a pretty cool thing, and would mean it's a possibility that you're on track as good as you can hope anyway. I can't help but think one day. So when I'm going to Japan, by the way, I am totally trying to put on that agenda. I'm not totally trying to. I will be stopping at Nintendo HQ. I'm going to get as close to that building as I possibly can and stay there for as long as I can, as my family will allow me, on the sheer hope that someone from Nintendo walks past and I can ask them any question at all. And that will not happen. Nothing will happen like that at all. And I'll probably just stand there like an idiot and get a photo and be super stoked and giggle, and then that will be one of the best days of my life, because I'm a nerd for Nintendo. Yeah, Kyoto, man. It's on the agenda. I've got the whole thing planned on Google Earth. I want to go everywhere there, but yeah, I'm definitely going right there to that spot just to see Nintendo HQ. And I know it's just a big white block-looking building. Don't care. That's hallowed territory. I know a lot of people go to the hotel that was where Nintendo's business used to be, and that would be cool, but I feel like I kind of want to be where they are now. That's where they were. That time has passed. I want to be where they are now. That'd be amazing. Could you imagine, though, let me hit you with this scenario. On sheer fluke, he's standing there like an absolute loser, hoping, and then, I don't know, Shiggy walks past. It's a miracle thing, and it would never happen. But imagine if it did. I probably would just clam up and not say anything at all. I'd be like smiling and going and wave, and he would probably put his head down and just go, fans. And I wouldn't blame him, but it would be an amazing experience. That's what I'm hoping for. I'm actually just going to be happy to see the building, I think.
Nice.
Cool. So if anyone has been there, I know Chris has given me a couple of tips and tricks about what to check out. Anything that you would recommend, Lorulean, in terms of Japan?
Oh God, that's a good question. I would love, if I were to go, I would love to just take in the sights and sounds, especially around Kyoto, because there's such a blend of traditional, like Shinto culture and traditional Japanese culture, and the like modern world, right?
Yep.
Like Nintendo is there, and there's all kinds of things that are there.
Yeah.
And then like Chris had mentioned, there's the gardens, there's temples, there's all kinds of things that you can check out, and it like that sort of, what's the word, like juxtaposition of the two.
Oh yeah, of modern
just to
society against
experience
ancient.
that,
Yeah, 100%. It's kind of cool though, because a lot of it's pretty close. So like, even we're gonna land, I think, in Narita, take the train straight down Osaka, and even you've got so many things just straight there. But the idea was to go down there and then kind of start and then try and fit as much as we can, working our way back towards Tokyo, where we get back to Narita and then take the flight home. But I'm trying to not overpack the agenda for the time we'll be there, but I've got a feeling I'll still overpack it because I want to see so much. But, it's at the end of the day, I think the main victory there is just going to be having a break, getting away. It's been absolutely... I say 6 years, and it has been literally 6 years, and I think we went down south for like 2 days at one stage in that hot entire time. Most of the time with me, it's a lot of work stuff and that. So that'll be cool, bit of a break, and just chill out with the fam and enjoy it. I'm hell looking forward to that. That'll be amazing. So yeah, super exciting. And so yeah, Osaka, Kyoto. There's there's actually quite a few provinces and different cities we'll be hitting along the way. Studio Ghibli's got like a museum as well that we want to check out, which will be a bit exciting. There's a Naruto theme park, which, look, I know some people would argue that's for kids. Don't really care. Wouldn't mind checking it out if we get the chance. That'd be sick. It's all crazy, absolutely crazy. Dan says the little guy rolling around is just like Link the Goron. Oh my god, he's too. He's very much like Link the Goron in Ocarina. He talks if we stop him, I'm pretty sure. Is that the same kind of look as well? It kind of feels like it. I kind of love the back tie though, that's awesome. It does look very similar. Off-rack. Never rains in Goron City, so I get excited when it's like, they're adorable. Rolling around at the speed of sound. Yeah, he is. He's just choice. Chris says there are the same gardens walked by the royalty of the Hylian period, also Himeji Castle. Yeah, it's definitely, that's on the list. I've got a feeling I'm gonna miss something big, Chris, and I don't think I can avoid it. I've just got to try and I'm been trying to practice and learn things. Tips and tricks to try and become more patient with just accepting things the way that they are, because that seems to be my thing this year is learning to accept what is in your control and what's out of your control. It's a concept I know and have always tried to follow, but you could always be better at it, and it's one thing that going on that holiday I'm just going to have to accept. There's no way I'm going to get everything in, but I'm going to try my darndest, and I really can't wait, honestly. It's going to be insane. The morning I booked the flights, I was literally hopping up and down. I woke my daughter up for school, and I was jumping and bouncing. She's like, Dad, I haven't seen you like this ever. And I was like, I know, we're going to Japan. It was like a child, like an absolute child. It's amazing. Kiyomizu Temple, I don't even know if I said that right, is badass. Leads down a cool street and ends with an iconic 5-story pagoda. That's sexy. That is hot right there. Oh, there's a bamboo forest.
Nice.
There's a bamboo forest right near one of the spots we're going to too. And I'm just like, Bamboo Island. I'm going to have that on playlist as we're going through there. Yeah, that'd be sick. I can't wait, honestly. Dan says, this is the end for me. It's been an absolute lore blast of a time. It always is, Dan. Happy. Thanks for joining in again. It's good to see you, dude. I probably will wrap it up reasonably soon as well, just because I know it's been a long haul, but it's been awesome. I probably should really end it just on a high note. it's been, yeah, maybe I should end it on a higher note, just where we are now. One other thing I will, does anybody know, it is when you travel, you see how many shrines you got, isn't it? I'm pretty sure. And I didn't take notice when I did it last time. I might just...
Dan did, and so did I. So you have 118 shrines.
Right.
So you're missing 34.
So I could knock out a few in my own time, and that wouldn't really break the bank for anybody. That's perfect. Perfect. Oh, do you know what? I actually said to the missus in the quick little break, she's like, hey, how's it going? And I said, honestly, everything's just... It's been a perfect little wrap-up of so many things. And I said, I get scared a little bit when things like that. Everything's perfect. You almost don't want to touch it at that point because it's a dream. And everything's wrapped up in a nice little bow. Couldn't go better. The only thing I would add to today that I think just is worth noting in my head is all the cool people who always make it a good time. That I haven't seen them today, but if they do watch it later or whatever, thoughts with you. You know, there's so many cool people along the way, and you know, like I know, Purple Energy, Me the Bat, Cat, BPX. I know we've had people sort of pop in and out as well, but you know. Gamerland 3, you know, Cedric, there's just people along the way who are cool as cucumbers and good fun. And if you guys check this out later, family and that as well, because crazily I know some of you guys will watch the whole thing through again. Thoughts with you. I hope you're doing well. I hope you've been having a good time. If you're in the US, I think it's getting snowy soon, or Canada. Does it get, you'd be in the same level there, wouldn't you? Yeah.
We've had some... at least here where I am, we've had some snow already.
Snow. Yep. So, I suppose, you know, just try and stay safe. Look after yourselves. You know, don't do anything crazy out there unless you're G-Quert, who loves doing a bit of rally and this sort of stuff. Because he's a crazy dude who's got like mad skills. But yeah, look after yourselves. Enjoy it. We're heading towards the big holiday season, which is pretty nice. In terms of me and content for the channel, I was working on a Halloween thing, missed the edition I wanted to do before Halloween, so unfortunately that fell short. I think you guys really like this, and I know Lorulean's kind of had a bit of fun with it as well, so maybe I'll just try and organise another one of these soon, hopefully, if that's what you guys want. Feedback. With that, it might be cool if we come in with some stuff that we want, but it might be good if we go to you guys and there's things you want to look into or you want to bring up as well. Would be really nice as well to, I suppose, have something that's a bit different to that as well. It's just crazy, stupid fun. Like, you know, Keely was like, what's your favourite character or something like that, which I didn't get a chance to answer, but my favourite character, one of my favourite characters is definitely, you know, Daruk, for example. And I just like the big tough Goron guy who's got a soft heart. That's right up my alley. Love that sort of jazz. And look, I suppose... Well, actually, I like a lot of the characters, to be fair. They're pretty cool. But yeah, if you guys have got ideas about things that we can do, make fun. I think we finally got this to an interactive sort of medium, which is great. And if that would continue on, that would be awesome. Because at the end of the day, that's the best part of the gig, as far as I'm concerned, is having that's kind of the social thing. And riffing off something BPX and I were talking about ages ago when I was doing the stream, we were saying I didn't quite get it streaming in general, but it was good to play the game. And I think I was saying that as we've been that old and we're all busy, you don't get a chance to catch up with your friends as much as you used to. And I saw one of my mates recently. And I hadn't seen him in forever, and it was amazing to see him. And Stewie, g'day, by the way, we're out there, and we're going to catch up soon. But in some ways, I think when you catch up in these sort of forums or whatever, it's catching up with mates, and that's kind of a really cool thing. And I'm very lucky to have that. And thanks for being good mates and hanging out and making it a good time. I couldn't ask for anything more. And you guys rock, and you solved Zelda today. So, well done. You solved a lot of different things. That was awesome. Well done.
You rock. You rock too, man.
Oh, thanks, Steve. I'm just lucky. I actually just think I'm very, very lucky. I enjoy it. And I'm good. I'm just stoked to actually be able to actually hang out with people and talk Zelda. That at the end of the day is the best part of it. And yeah, as I said, I could. There's a
Absolutely.
part of me that could almost wrap it up here and go, you know what? It doesn't get much better than that. And just my parents always taught me to never overstay your welcome. Always. And then of course I stream for friggin' hours. So as you can see, I've learned from that. I'm amazing. I'll leave you on that joke. But Lorulean, thanks for coming in, hanging out today. I can't think enough. Just besides the fact that it's always good value, you good pacing, lovely to talk to and stuff, and to OGOF as well. You know, sensational. I know we rib each other in that, and your passion is inspiring and motivating, and I love seeing that out there. And you just like me, we're super awkward, and it's kind of nice having the two of us. And Paul Lorulean's trying to get a word in. It's not a bad dynamic, but I think, you know, for the other guys, if we can get more people in and they want to chat and get involved, that'd be great. But Lorulean, yeah, thanks for coming in today. And it's just, I think it's helped us to have that different insight and that perspective with the knowledge that you've got, the experience, and it brings so much when you're looking at something. And I feel like I get that a lot with Dan as well. And it's tip my hat to Dan in that sense. He's just got this way of looking at things that, I don't know, it's my perfect balance and a counter to understand just something that's curious to you and you appreciate it more. And I'm richer for it. And yeah, I'll speak to you outside of this obviously as well, because anything we can do to support the work that you're doing as well, or whatever you like to get out of it. But yeah, just thanks heaps, and it's been a heap of your time this weekend, so really appreciate it. Cool.
Yeah, well, thank you, man. This was awesome, and it was a lot of fun for me. It's been a while since I've just like chilled and just, you know, shot the you know,
shot the shit, so to speak. I said to Ove not swear. He's going to pull me up on that now, but yeah, I don't know. It is that, but that's thanks to the people that are part of what we've got in this community anyway. And that's where I'd say I'm fortunate. I don't think I was freaking out about doing any of the YouTube stuff and that, and what I have learnt is that I've been lucky to have some really cool people along the way, and it's kind of changed my opinion of social media stuff a lot. But it's a little safe area where everyone can just kind of hang out and chill out. That by the way, in the background, I don't know if you've seen that, but Mineru, let's side on B. Just yeah, B. she's right there. I was trying to take a picture, but yeah, I'm fortunate, and honestly, it makes it worthwhile, because you know, yeah, you want to do it, you want to hang out with these guys, and I think that's a huge reason for me why I would stream and do this sort of stuff in general, rather than just play the game. But yeah, to everyone, look, have yourselves a good day, good night, good week. You probably actually got more of the weekend. I've just realised it's Sunday for me, but for you guys it'll be Saturday night, so you got all Sunday. Chill out, enjoy it if you can. If you're working, sucks. Sorry for that, but hopefully you get some time off soon. Look after yourselves in the snow. Stay warm, stay healthy, stay hydrated. Try and enjoy the festive season as it builds up. And feedback, any ideas, suggestions, what could be done better. And if you can give me an idea of how I can possibly do videos without editing at all, let me know, and I would love you for the rest of my life. I'm going to wrap it there. Lorulean, thanks so much.
anytime.
Keep being amazing, guys. And we'll see you next time. Bye.
Bye.